Hello everybody, welcome. I'm gonna work on my Game Like Jam entry. What the heck is a Game Like Jam? The Game Like Jam is a new game jam that the Hyper Game Dev channel is hosting, and you can get involved if you would like. There's a link at the description box. I just put a link in the chat. I'm gonna spend the first like 10 minutes or so here checking out what you guys have been working on in your own Game Like Jam entries. Now, there's still a lot of time left in this jam. There's still 21 days left, but some of y'all are already getting started, which is really cool. But by the way, what is this jam exactly? This jam is, okay, let me explain it this way. You've got roguelikes, you've got Souls-likes, and now you've got Frogger-likes. Well, there's already Frogger-likes, but we're gonna make more. So part of this jam's idea is known scope. So that is to say, you're working on a project where you know where it's going, instead of having to necessarily come up with everything. But I know you guys are still gonna come up with creative stuff, and I'm gonna show you what people have been coming up with so you can see. But yeah, so in this jam page, you can see we've got Frogger embedded right here. You can play the game, get familiar with it, and the idea is to kind of imitate it. So that way you just have a little more freedom to not worry about things. That's the way I think about it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm making mine very similar to actual Frogger, but you guys don't have to. That's kind of the nice thing about this, is there's some freedom there. So these are the judging criteria. Now, my entry is not going to be submitted for ranking because, I don't know, it feels weird. Like, you know, if there's ever like prizes for this jam, which currently there's not, other than you'll get on like the main Hyper Game Dev itch page and stuff like that, and we'll be like, yeah, you won. But, you know, it'd be weird if, like, I got my own prize to my own jam. You know, it just doesn't sound right. So I'm not gonna submit mine, but you guys, of course, can. So we have like most like the original, so some people are gonna have very, very similar to the original versions, and then I think we're gonna get a lot of creative twists too. So it's a cool thing. I'm doing a devlog for every week that the jam is active, and 1 week after, so we can play all of the entries, and this is one of those. This is the second one. All right, so let's check out what you guys have been up to. Let's see what y'all have been making. There is a channel on the Discord, not this one, that is a place where you can share all of your entries. Welcome Josh, welcome Timeless, welcome PawnXPawn, good to see you guys, and thank you Josh for supporting the channel, I appreciate you for that. So, alright, let's go through and let's see what y'all have been working on, and then I'm gonna spend after that, like, a lot of time. I'm gonna spend like 8+ hours working on my own entry, and I'll show you how that's going too. So yeah, so most of the stream is gonna be me grinding out some game dev, but I wanna make sure we started off showing y'all what you've been up to. So I'm only gonna show off ones that are added into the Discord. And the reason for that is because submissions are technically hidden until the jam is finished. So these two entries, at least in the form that they're here, I'm not going to show off, just because I want to make sure you guys are like, yes, I definitely want mine shared. And if you put it in here, that means, yes, you do definitely want it shared. All right, let's go with the oldest one that's up here. We got this one from Scoobus. I believe in the chat, this person's name is also Reed's Show. So they made, yeah, dude, they made this opening. Look how similar it is. It looks the same. It's the same. Really, actually very impressive. Like, on some level, making it asset for asset exactly the same is, I'm gonna say I frown upon it a bit, because it's like, is this borderline plagiarism? Like, is it a little bit of plagiarizing? It might be. But, you know, that's okay. I think Scoobus has heard me mention that by now. Froge. Super impressive. I love what people are able to do to just recreate it from scratch. Even the zeros and all the, like, weird retro animations, super, super awesome. Super love it. New opening, 50% new opening, 50% me struggling. I like the, like, iteration on the zeros. Very fun. Oh, we got some, like, different frog sprites, too. Nice. I like the frog sprite. Fast! This time the Froge is fast! Nice. So we're gonna do this jam every other month. January, March, May, July. Go on and on like that for eternity. Oh, it's Scratch! I see your Scratch code! So that's how that's gonna be. And, it'll be a different game next time, right? So this time around, it was I think this video is done. This time around, it was a like a classic 80s arcade game. That might change. There are some other games out there that I've got my eye on that are simple and that I think would suit this jam well. So it's not always going to be an 80s arcade game, but it is going to be something simple that I feel like people are able to make in a short amount of time. All right, we got a lot of shares here from Traumatized Edgeworth. What a name. Started working on it about 5 to 6 hours ago. This was in a few days ago, actually. Nice. Look at this art. Yes. Can we get that a little bigger? I just kind of want to appreciate this. Nice. I love the colors. It's so bright and delicious. Look at this score stuff up here. This score stuff is nice. It looks legit. All right, what else we got? What else we got? We got some music. Let's play it. Oh, yeah. Oh, what? Game over. It makes sense. What else we got? I love it. Check these images. Nice, dude. These go so well together. Like, this feels very much a part of the same game. There is like an artistic consistency here that I really appreciate. And it's got this like retroness. It reminds me of like Zelda, right? Like old like NES top-down Zelda. Super nice, super solid. Okay, all right, we got a little pink color, nice. Whoa, this is the boss. It's so cute. It's adorable. I love it. Okay, we got more music, just making music all day and all night. It's a good way to like get into the vibe of a game. I think it's something that's easy to neglect as game devs. Wow, we got music on for days. What else we got here? Look at this blue. Is that like some kind of water, some kind of cave? I dig it. I dig it. Baller! Look at the font! How are you so good? How are you so good at giving a retro vibe? Insert coin? 1983 effects? Did you just make all this up? You made this up? It's so cool. It looks like original retro. What do we got here? What is this? What is this? Ram okay? Rom okay? Baller! Dude, and the music suits it. Like, I feel like I'm looking at what I'm listening to right now. Wow, dude, what's it gonna be like? What's it gonna be like? Alright, so that's a little bit of Baller. Who else we got? Who else we got? We've got Homeward Bun by Blaze the Baleful. Nice. Nice. Figured out movement mechanics, hazards, and some other secret stuff. Oh, I love secret stuff. Can't go wrong with secret stuff. Nice. All right, we got some stuff moving. Yes, it's looking like Frogger. Some of y'all might be like, what is Frogger? Hopefully you guys do know what Frogger is. I know some of y'all don't, but this is very Frogger. This is completely giving Frogger all up and down the coast and back, like, for sure. But I do want to make sure you guys do know what Frogger is. So I'm going to try to show you that. I just want you to like have it. We'll keep this preview up here though, but I do want to make sure, here, there's the preview. I do want to make sure you guys know about Frogger. So I am going to play it here in the browser. Just real quick. And you can appreciate the similarity between Homeward Bun. It's such a fun name to say. Homeward Bun. And Frogger. Okay, so here's Frogger. I've got it up here. Again, it's embedded on the jam page if you want to play it. It looks like I have loaded in some kind of strange... I've loaded in something that I didn't mean to load in, and now I actually have to click on the full version. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? It's totally fine. This works too. There's a link to the main page as well. All right, but you can see how similar what they designed is here. So you got stuff moving across, we got the frog, and it sort of like hops up and down along the line, and then you try to like get on these different platforms, not fall in the water, which is weird, because like shouldn't a frog be able to swim or whatever? That's okay. And then you get all the frogs in each of those caves at the top, and then you win. And if you run into like any of these cars or whatever, then you die. So that's, I'll die for you. There you go, I died. I'll die for you. So there's Frogger, and Homeward Bun, I gotta say, it's looking real similar, which is something I appreciate. Okay, going slowly, that's okay, you barely just started. It shouldn't be difficult to add new features. Sticky floor prevents the big hop. Oh yeah, so they said they were adding a new feature like a big hop instead of just little hops. So I love that. I love that you guys are like building on the original and keeping things similar but changing a little bit here and there. I think that's really cool, and we're gonna see some like very creative interpretations of Frogger, and it's exciting just to think about like what else people are gonna be making when we come to different games in this game like Jam. Slippery. I have to just take your word for it that you're slipping on there. Sticky. I wonder what these all mean. I bet they mean things. I bet it feels a lot more than it looks. Nice work, Homeward Bun, aka Blaze. Okay, Auto Frogger, work in progress name. All right, so what do we got? Working on an auto battler with a level of player micro. Okay, all right, very good. Love it. Yes. We're placing rocks. We've got game states up here. You're keeping good track. I actually saw a little bit of this already, and I think it's like RTS style, right? Like a real-time strategy game, except more froggery. What? See, like at first, I'm like, how is this Frogger? How is this even Frogger? But we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. You just took control of one of the Froggers. So it's like, so there's like multiple frogs, if you will. And I totally strongly encourage you guys not to use frogs. So, you know, we'll call these frogs though. But like literally you're taking control of the individual ones and moving them around. That's cool. Okay, what else you got? What else you got? I think there's another video on here. Towers can be moved. They can only be placed on green tiles. Score items that are worth going out of your way to pick up. Game phases, dynamic score particles. Dang, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. You guys are making such bangers. Wow. Placing them. So it's a creative approach to Frogger. Or not, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess it is. You're kind of simulating, like, this quote-unquote battle, so I guess you'll be presented with, like, a board or, like, a stage, and then you choose different spots to... Oh, look at those numbers! You choose different spots to, like, have them spawn. Oh, that's a lot of points. Oh, I see. So, like, every time you move forward, you get 100 points. Oh, that's so well communicated. Nice. And then sometimes you get like stuck or something or die. Neato. Oh, this is great. I love it. Welcome, old Gimpy. Yes, this jam did just start. Well, you know, about 8 days ago, a week ago. I would say a week ago it started. There's a link in the description, but I'll put one in the chat as well to this jam. So it's 21 days left. You still got some time, and we're gonna do it every second month. So down here on the page, there's a little future jams, there it is. January, March, May, July, September, and November. So 6 times a year, we're going to do this jam. So if you miss this one, there's always the next one. And you also still have some time, technically. I'm only on my second devlog, so there's going to be, yeah, there's plenty of time. Plenty of time. So yeah. Yay! I'm so excited to have you in the jam. So it is going to be ranked. All the submissions are hidden until the jam is finished. But yeah, the idea is just make a game like Frogger. Try to not make it plagiarized. You know, we don't want Konami thinking that this is imitating their IP or whatever. But, you know, just generally the mechanics and everything we want to keep similar. Or not, you know, there is the most creative twist category. So you can certainly go your own way as well. Yeah, this is looking super awesome, Dungeon Martian. You're almost done with your game. I mean, look, at that point, Herd Chef, at that point, you might as well just keep making it beautiful, you know? Can I add the Konami code? Yes. So we've got another video dungeon. You guys are chugging. Traumatized Edgeworth is already done. Traumatized Edgeworth, that was Ballor when we were hearing the music and seeing the art and stuff. So nice. Nice. Wow. Wait, is it like you added fog of war? Why are the numbers hidden by the fog of war? This is awesome. This is wild. Yeah, it is interesting. Right. And that's the thing. Like, you guys are actually taking the prompt and making interesting things. I mean, look, there are so many interesting game jams out there with topics that are usually less seemingly restrictive. And yet, I think the restriction is breeding a lot more creativity, you know? You had a recursive function? Nice. Continue. I don't think I've ever used continue, but maybe I should. So that looks awesome. Auto Frogger, work in progress name. I don't recommend putting Frogger in your name, but it's work in progress, so it's all good. Frungin. What a fun name. Okay. Nice. Oh, look at that. Okay. I love this because this like is giving Frogger, right? We have a frog, we have logs, we have water, and we have a small area, and we have this like grid-like movement. But yet there's something so different about it. It's giving like knockoff Frogger, right? And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that in a positive way, right? It's like artisanal Frogger. It's nice. It looks really good. That water pattern is fantastic. Love it. Love your color palette. Super nicely done. What? What? What has happened? Oh my god. What? This looks so good. Look at that asset wall. The wall asset. Oh my gosh. Dude, it looks beautiful. Was that a dash? Dude, it looks so good. Oh my gosh. What? And you're gonna have like rooms and like puzzles and stuff? Dude, Frogger has always needed to be this cool. Wow. And the way you're like using moving platforms in this creative way to like build like pathways and stuff. Ah, I'm melting. My brain is melting and with impressedness. Holy crap. Holy crap. All right, Frungin. Okay, I happen to know that Precipier writes amazing text, so I do recommend you guys read all of that if you want. Discord link in the description box. Hopefully it works. Sometimes for some people it doesn't work for some reason. I might need to get you a new one. If you do need a new one, here, why don't I just make a new one right now, and then you can get in there. I'll do it over here just in case. All right, so I'll put a new link in the chat if you guys need a new one. What have you been up to, you beast? What is this? Wait, what is this? Frungin now has the power of a dynamic screen aspect resolution thing. I don't actually know its proper name. Desartic for short, right? Basically now I can make a level any size I want, and it will fit the screen crisply. What? I haven't tried it out on a web, but what could go wrong? A lot. But, that's so cool. Wow, so you got like, I mean, it's giving dungeon crawler. It's if Frogger was a dungeon crawler, right? Which actually goes really well with a rogue-like game. You know what I'm saying? Like a rogue-like game is like in its truest definition is like turn-based, which this isn't turn-based, but you're still moving on like a grid, right? And you're crawling in the truest form, a randomized dungeon. And I'm not saying this is randomized. This looks way too good to be randomized. But it's still giving that like dungeon crawler vibe. I did cover Balor. You bet I did. You better believe that I did. Absolutely. All right, let me get you guys this edit. Sometimes some people say that the Discord link doesn't work, so we're just gonna generate a new one. All right, there's one in the chat. If for whatever reason the other one doesn't work. Okay, very awesome, Precipier. My mind is blown by how cool that is. That is super cool. Okay, Balor. We did look at Balor already. Kero Knight. I like the name. Very cool. First major update on the game. Got myself a frog model for the game. What? I mean, it's so like it is okay if you're getting assets that are CC0. If you're getting assets you have a commercial license to use, that's okay. And understand that this is a compliment. If this falls into either of those two categories, you made it! Oh my gosh! All right, so understand the compliment, which is that this looks so good, it looks like you bought it. Like, it looks amazing! It looks so good, Pun! Oh my gosh! Dude, this is awesome. It's giving like, you know, N64 era rareware platformer game. So cool. Dang, I love it. I mean, it's because it's not only like a nice model, it's like it's got character, it's got personality, right? I can like imagine a whole story for this little guy. I love it. I love it. And we got some music. The cape will get a soft body added to it. I kind of liked it the way it was, but yeah, actually, I see that would be good. All right, so we also got some music. Oh, it's muted. I will unmute it. Whoa. Whoa, nice. It's got this like samurai kind of vibe. It's got this like ancient Japanese thing going on, which is perfect because look at that character and the name. I see where you're going with this. I like it. I love the like theming you guys are putting on it, the creative twists you guys are putting on it. Super awesome, Pawn. Nicely done. All right, so I think that's everything people have shared. Let me just give it a refresh and double check again. Use this Discord channel if you want to share your things, and at the top of each of these devlogs, we'll check it all out, and then at the end of this series, the first week of February, we're going to play through everybody's games. All right, well, that's all the hype that I've got. Again, just if you joined us recently, Game Like Jam, link in the chat and the description box. So I'm going to show you where mine is at. It is definitely a work in progress, and I'm just doing my best, only working on it when I live stream. So, you know, it's coming along the best it can. So that's a jam page. Let me show you where mine is at. Okay, all right. So I know it kind of looks like these are frogs. Technically, these are aliens. There's a game, multitask, let's go. There's a game that I have been working on. Usually I would stream this every Wednesday and Thursday on Hyper Game Dev, and it's called Alien Meet World. Thank you. It's called it's called Harvest Earth. It used to be called Alien Meet World. I'm still learning. I'm still relearning it. It is called Harvest Earth. Harvest Earth. Harvest Earth. My game is called Harvest Earth. Okay, I'm gonna remember that. I promise I'm gonna remember my game is called Harvest Earth. And I have decided that I'm gonna reuse assets from Harvest Earth in my Frogger-like. It's a Froglian, yes. Because A, it's gonna save me time, and B, I want to keep having an excuse to work on my main game, so that's what I'm gonna do. All right, so here's how it is so far. All right, it's work in progress. We're still getting there, and I'm actually gonna include it as a mini game in my main game that I'm working on. So that main game, by the way, just popped up, and I want to show it to you real quick, just for context. I will have a Steam page for it soon. Not yet, but soon. So that way you guys can wishlist it and stuff if you want, which would be nice, but I have to make the page first. So, but yeah, Harvest Earth. It's called Harvest Earth, and all it's about is just you're an alien, you're invading Earth, you're abducting humans, and I want to keep working on it in a weird way. So in Harvest Earth, it's a little different than what the Frogger-like is going to be. In Harvest Earth, you play as an alien, which is usually green, but you can unlock skins to not be green. And you eat these humans to grow limbs. So sometimes you don't have limbs, sometimes you do have limbs. And then you can grab these humans, and your objective, the object of the game, is to grab the humans and abduct them and get points. So this is my main game. This is what I work on normally. This is not my Frogger-like, right? And so what I want to do, let's close that. What I want to do is I want to make this themed in that same universe. So in that universe, there are these like resistance humans, right? So that is to say, you're invading Earth as an alien at a time when there are there's like strife on Earth, and there's like a military that's like taking over the world, and then there's a resistance that's protecting that or they're trying to protect the world from that military. And you as the alien will have an option to aid the resistance. And so in this Frogger-like, you're playing as someone in the resistance. You can tell because they have this bold red triangle on their back. That's how you know they're in the resistance. And you are trying to get to like a resistance safe house. Now, some aliens are evil. Not all of them are good, like you, the player, can be. And so we've got different ones. We got ones without arms, one with arms. We've got this hot dog one. So that will comprise the obstacles that you have to get around. So I actually worked on this on Monday during a member stream. So every Monday on the Hyper Game Dev channel, I do a members-only live stream. And usually I work on visual design tasks for my main game, Harvest Earth. And so everything, all the like functionality here, I did during the last Game Like Jam devlog. But on Monday, I added in these Harvest Earth assets, so that way it could just have a little more personality, have more direction, be going someplace. And I'm really happy with how it's turning out. So obviously we don't have the platforms fully set up yet, but we've got collision with a wall. I do need to fix that a little bit, but it works pretty well. I'm moving to the left and I'm not actually going. And then we can fall off the edge over here and in theory die. I need to set up dying for realsies. We got nice grid-like movement, so we're always moving on that grid. We've obviously got a little animation. I did set that up in the member stream. We don't die if we run into an enemy, but it will report that there's collision. So right here in the output, if I overlap with one of the enemies, it'll report overlapping. So I'd like today for you to actually be able to die when you run into those things. You can get across the platforms. I haven't actually built them to get all the way across. I want to design the platforms like debris, because in Harvest Earth, you can destroy buildings and stuff. Everything's destructible, and so I'm thinking that these are just like houses and buildings and pieces that have fallen apart, and that's what you're jumping on. Although in Frogger, there is this like turtle thing, right? So there are these here, right? These sink down into the water, and oh my, that's loud. And they, like, how am I gonna do that in Harvest Earth, right? Like, there's no turtles in the game, and I don't really want to use turtles. So I think what I'm gonna do is it's gonna be military submarines, and they're gonna like go down and come back up and stuff like that. So I don't know how, I'm not gonna set that up today necessarily, but I'm gonna do as much as I can. I would love it to just like have like a loop. I'd love it to have like a gameplay loop where we can get across and get into the little caves, as it were, and move on to the next level. I'd love for us to be able to die. And oh, the wraparound. So you may have noticed that the things just go off the side and they never come back. That's a problem. I would like them to actually wrap around, because in Frogger they do, believe it or not. Frogger has full-on wraparound. Welcome, Gab Games. Thank you for being a member. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I am gonna do member songs, by the way, soon. But I just want you to know that. I just want you to know that I have not forgotten about member songs. Okay, so I'll show you that there are some wraparound. Now watch right here. Look, when you die, you come around the other side. That's the only way that you can actually like prove that this is, wraparound, is if you are wrapped around and you die. Otherwise, it doesn't look like it's wrapping around, but it is. And I want to emulate that because it's cool. Where's the member button? The member button, I'm so glad you asked. So you can go to the channel page. It is right there. Well, you can't. Oh, here, I gotta. I was able to open it up in incognito. Oh, that's the wrong. Oh, that's not right either. Okay. So the join button will be on the channel page, but it's also under this video. So there's the join button right there, join. But also, if you come to the video itself,
listen, you want to skip this ad.
Besides the ad that, yes, I suppose I might want to skip, it will be right there, to the join button. Video. There it is. Join! Yay! That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Member button. Boop. There you are. And there's the join button. Bam. Thank you for willing to do that. 4 thumbs up. There's 13 of y'all hanging out. 14 of y'all here and only 4 thumbs ups? I think we could maybe manage a few more thumbs ups, yeah? Let's get some hype in this house. Thumb it up. Oh yeah, now thumb it up. Let me see those thumbs go up. Thank you very much. I see we got one more. Can we get some more? Thank you. Let's get those thumbs ups, guys. 11 now. That's what I want to see. Thank you, guys, because those thumbs up mean more people will find out about this game jam, and maybe we can get more cool Frogger submissions. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Okay. So, yes, I am going to... What am I going to work on first? I got to figure out what I'm working on first. There's so much to do. It's hidden when you're full screen. That's fair. That's fair. That's a fair excuse. If there's an excuse, that's one I'll take. Hey, if you're full screen, I'm not complaining. All right, so I do want to do member songs, but first let me just get onto a task here, and then we'll do it. Okay, task. So I think first and foremost, I want to try to do wraparound. Like, I do need collision to work, so when we run into things, not collision, but I need enemy collision to work, so that way it doesn't just say, you overlapped. It actually kills you and starts it over. And there's different start overs, right? There's like starting over in the sense that you have completely died and the game is completely reset. And there's the starting over where you still have some lives left. So there's a couple different things to think about there. So I definitely want to do that, but I really, really want the wraparound because it's getting super annoying having to like restart it every time because the enemies just go away and now they're gone. So I would really like to get wraparound working. So I think I'm going to start with that, and I promise you I don't know what I'm doing. And so it's actually probably the most difficult thing I could start with, but here we are. We're starting with it. Okay, so we're going to say enemies and platforms wrap around. Okay, let's type that in. Not just E, enemies and platforms wrap around screen. So this is gonna be interesting. I did do some chat GPT chatting the other day. I was just like bored, and so I just like went into chat GPT and started like being like, hey, how would you do a 3D wraparound effect in Godot? And I'm gonna take a look at its suggestion. I have a feeling it's not going to work, but what if it does? It'll at least get me started. So that's gonna be kind of my first order of business is trying out this ChatGPT code to see if it actually does a wraparound effect. In order to do that, I'm gonna need to put like a collision area over here. And incidentally, I don't think I actually considered this in the code that it gave me, but we probably should be putting one on each side. So I'm not sure exactly how that's gonna work. But we want to put the code on probably both of those areas. So I need to set that up. Let me just get a quick start, and then we'll sing at least Gab Games. I know Joshua was here, but is Joshua still here? That I don't know. But we'll still sing the song for Josh. Maybe when Josh comes back. I'm going to create, an area 3D would be ideal here. And we're going to call this right wrap. That's what I'm calling that, I think. Or let's do it. Let's do some camel case or whatever. Why not? Okay. And then that we're going to want on the right side. Now, the boundary is actually like over here. It looks like it isn't, but I had to zoom in the camera a bit. So this is about off screen. So let's start with right there. And then I'm going to add in a collision shape. Let me get some music too to work to. Let's get some music to work. So yeah, this stream is going to change very much. It was all hype, but now it's me putting my nose to the grindstone, ouch, and and getting started on my project, or getting working on my project, because I'm jamming too. Like I feel the pressure. I feel it real hard. Okay. So we'll just make sure that's long enough that it actually will account for the entirety of it. I don't even think it has to be and then some. If it could be exact, I always appreciate that. Let me go into overdraw mode. I find that this helps a lot with visualizing collision shapes and stuff like that. And now I'm lost. Oh, there it is. Nice. Right there. Okay. Yeah, alright. See if we can make that fit a little better, maybe. Could be nice. I'm surprised it doesn't, like, center itself, so let's center it. I tried to make my snap clean. But it's hard. Okay, maybe like that. 14. Oh, that's perfect, because there's 14 grid tiles. So actually, that should be exactly correct. Perfect. I don't think we need to make it much bigger than that. I mean, I guess better safe than sorry. But it really doesn't need to be all that big. All right, that looks perfect. Don't think we need to do much more than that. And then in theory, on here, we would attach our wrap script that I am pretty sure is going to be pretty broken. If object is animatable body, oh, we need to add 3D on there. Okay. Imagine it just works. It's just from ChatGPT's mouth to our game, and it's just like, bing, perfect. Dude, I'm just out of like morbid curiosity. I'm just gonna run this ChatGPT code. Now, this is, why is the wrap area size being decided? Why would you do that? Oh, I see. Like the other end that it comes from. So it's definitely gonna be kind of weird. All right, just show me, just show me. Ah, breaking. Canonical is method is colliding on a null. Oh, this is something else. Oh. Wow. So the code is actually rendering something null. It's making something null. It's probably detecting something that it's not supposed to detect. So I think we need to actually be more specific with our collisions. All right, let's do member songs. I see the task ahead is heavy. So what seems to be happening is it's the walls that we set up are colliding with perhaps the area that was set up. And so that kind of needs to be dealt with. All right, we got a lot of digging in to do. Let's sing a member song. I don't think I can sing to this song as it happens. So let's see, what are my approved ones? All right, let's do that one. So I don't know again if Joshua is in the house with us today, but I know Joshua, oh, Joshua is here. Okay, I see. Oh, I missed 20,000 messages. All right. All right, here we go. What is that view? Oh yeah, that was overdraw. I missed all of those messages. I use it sometimes I don't. All right, here we go. Member song time! Here we go. All right. Joshua, keeping it real. Joshua is keeping it real, helping people out with code. I think that Joshua is so real, really real. Joshua Villarreal is really real. Joshua Villarreal is really real, helping people out with code. The only type of people who do that, don't you know, are real. Like Joshua. Joshua is really real. Joshua Villarreal, you're so real, I appreciate you. Gab Games is gabbing with us today. Gab Games is gabbing with us today. I'm glad you're here too, gabbing. Gab Games, I'm glad you're here gabbing with us, and I'm not gonna be saddened because Gab Games is here and gabbing. Thank you for being a part of this community. Oh yeah, Gab Games is here and gabbing with us. I could never be saddened if Gab Games is gabbing. Alright, there we go. This is member songs. Thank you guys for being members and supporting the channel. I appreciate you so much. You help this channel exist and this game jam exist. So I really appreciate you. All right, there we go. Member song done. Unless another member comes in, then I will sing another song. I'm expecting your rap is going to move the whole thing and not partials of it. Yeah. Oh yeah, so that was a suggestion that you made, and I did get you down in the credits for that. But you know, I really would like to avoid that, because to me, I feel like that's overcomplicating. Like, it's not, like, in a way, welcome, Raphael. In a way, there's something very simple also, like, about, there's something very simple about your idea, like chunking it up and moving it around, but I feel like the implementation of it is going to lead to a lot of complications that I don't really want to deal with. So I'm gonna try to actually like have it be mirrored on the other side. Yeah, I hear you. We'll you know what? I'm gonna try to use this mirroring technique, and we'll circle back to other methods. Yes, I hope you didn't miss your song. I just sung you a song, Joshua. It should be easy to go see, to scroll back. Picotron, what? Oh, what is that? I love that you're learning Pico 8. It's awesome. It's Pico 8, but bigger. You didn't miss it. Okay, good. Pico 8, but bigger. Wow, I've never, okay, what is Picotron? Pico 8, yeah, okay, I know Pico 8. Picotron? Fantasy workstation, a self-contained creative environment built for imaginary hardware. Create cute Lua apps that can be run inside Picotron. Neato! It's awesome. I love it. Well, now you've been reminded. Oh wait, also I just remembered there's cats. Oh yeah, there's cats. This is a bit large. I love the cats, but that's a lot. Try the day it was released. Nice. We may never know. It's Pico 8, but as it's an operating system. A game engine as an operating system? To my ears, that's a novel concept. I guess because it's like the game engine is also like running the operating system. What's a fantasy OS? What are these things? All right, so why are the walls colliding? That's a question I have here. How do we set up the walls? Did I ever make the wall like its own scene? So that must be on the player that we were getting that error. Yeah, I feel like this code from out of bounds from ChatGPT is a problem. Spawn enemies on one side of the screen, then delete them on the other, and then spawn them on the first side. Yeah, you know, I'd like to avoid instantiation. But there is duplication happening anyway, which is actually very similar. So that's kind of like what this code is already doing. And again, I'm just gonna try to like take this like Gen AI code and just make it work for my project a bit. But it's because the ideas are there. The implementation is probably not, but because it doesn't understand the full context of my project particularly. But I like this idea. So it's kind of similar to what you're saying. It's creating a duplicate and then it's gonna add it on the other side. So yeah. All right. Let's see. So how I need to take into consideration. I need to kind of refamiliarize myself with how everything is set up, or else this is never gonna happen. So we just run this again, because we can't. Don't be like Gen AI, guys. We can't come up with ideas without knowing the context. Okay, so this is actually on the player. Cannot method is colliding on a null value. So the thing that is null is what? Let's go to the stack trace variables. The raycasts. When did the raycast become null? Did the wrap code make it null? I'm confused. All right, let me actually, I wonder if the wrap code is just obliterating literally everything. That has to be something that's happening. So if I detach the wrap code script and we restart it, we don't get that bug, do we? We do not. So there's something in that wrap code that's quite devastating, somehow. I think because this isn't looking at the area 3D area, Cause it's not even connecting a signal. There's some very weird thing here going on. All right, we're gonna. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna talk to ChatGPT again. I am, guys. I am. I know. But PawnXPawn is a member. Thank you for signing up. That means you get a song. Let's get you a song. Let me get you one of the approved singable songs. Nice. Yes, that means you get access to the emoji wall, channel emotes, a Monday member stream, and a song. PawnXPawn is a member now. PawnXPawn is a member now. On and on, PawnXPawn is gonna be a member here on the channel. Yeah. PawnXPawn is a member now. PawnXPawn on and on, gonna be supporting the channel now. Don't you know it's true? Thank you, PawnXPawn, for being a member on and on. PawnXPawn, you're so great, and you'll be living in my heart on and on. PawnXPawn living in my heart on and on and on and on and on. PawnXPawn living in my heart on and on and on and on and on and on. I'm so sorry, but also you're welcome, and thank you for joining up as a member. It means so much. It helps so very, very, very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, enjoy the member streams. Enjoy the emotes. I'm also going to be doing a podcast of this channel with somebody starting in February. That's only going to be for members. All right, so I feel like I'd rather just try to understand what ChatGPT was getting at here and sort of approximate it the best I can. Wrap, so this wrap area size, what are you using that for again? Wrap position. If wrapped is equal to position, yeah, I hope it will be. I think it will be. It's just a friend that we talk about game dev a lot, and I think we'll have good conversations about stuff. So if the position X is, what is this? This is so dumb. Okay, wait, so what does wrap position get called by, pray tell? If it wouldn't mind telling me, I would appreciate it, actually. Sync object. Object, okay. And then what is sync object? For group in player platform enemy, for object in get tree, if it's in wrap area. Is in wrap area. This is ridiculous. Okay. We don't need to do any of this. This is stupid. This is so dumb. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. I am gonna keep some of this code, but I'm gonna throw out a lot of it. So first of all, this is garbage. This is stupid. You're dumb. Get out of my face. So we're gonna say area entered. So if the thing, and also right now I've got stuff a little too far out. Dude, I love using blend files. Oh my gosh, I use it very hard. I use it intensely. Okay, nothing is actually in the wrap area right now, so that's good. I use it desperately, constantly. So we also need to know if it's like the left area or the right area. So I'm gonna add in a this is gonna be a task, but I'm excited to see what happens. I'm probably gonna be working on this for hours. At export. This is kind of wacky. We're gonna say is right. That's gonna be a Boolean. And we're gonna say that it is. And then we'll just change that to false otherwise. So we're gonna say if is right, then we want to connect something quite different. Area entered Well, it has to be a different area, right? So I would actually recommend that we do a node 3D. Let's drop this in here. I'm going to attach the script to the node 3D. We're going to have a lot of problems. The game's going to be super broken for a while here. So this is just going to be... Oh, wait, no, we want to attach this script very specifically onto here. Okay. This is probably going to be like the hardest thing that I make in this whole jam, honestly. We're just going to say wrapper. Which is weird because it makes me think of like HTML wrappers, but it's fine. Wrapper. So we got right wrap and left wrap. So in here, we'll say... I'm going to actually rename this to collision. Something I like to do. And then I'm going to keep that right wrap. Good. Just in case anything changes, I'm going to make it accessible as a unique name. I'm going to drag this in here as an onReady. And you know what? Let's set up the left one too. It would be good to start designing it with that in mind. So I'm going to go back. So this is, by the way, earlier you were asking what that view was. So first of all, we've got orthographic view, which you probably already know about. Clicking on this little gizmo here. If I click on that top thing, we're now looking from a top view. And then up here in the top left, you can switch to display overdraw. And what that's going to do, I need to make a short about it because it's so useful, is this gives you like sort of it lets you see through everything, which is super useful. And it lets me see collision shapes a lot better, I think, sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. All right, let's duplicate the right wrap. We're going to drag it over here, and we're going to call this left wrap. Okay, good. Now... I am going to say if is right. Oh, we gotta also get the left wrap on here, onReadied. And I want to say if it is on the right, we want to connect right wrap area entered, right? And I'm going to connect it to on right wrap entered, let's say. Then we're going to say if it's not is right, then we want left wrap area entered. This way I can use the same code for each one. Oh, there's going to be a few different places that I have to do that, where I'm going to have to clarify if it's right or left. Okay, we obviously need to make those functions. So I'm going to do it on right, func on right wrap entered. I think, are the enemies are all areas, the platforms are all areas. That's true? Am I correct? They look like it, but I just want like an X, yeah, okay. So we're looking for areas, just double checking. And for now, we'll just pass func on left wrap entered area. Okay, and we'll pass that as well. All right, so that's something. Now, in this process, well, normally what it would do is it would, if something is in the wrapped area, it was defining position, it was taking the object and getting its global transform origin and returning that. Whoa. Returning if its x was greater or equal to 0 and its x was so dumb. This is so stupid. Okay, this is ridiculous. So it would just return like a true or false statement. So if it is, and well, we already know that. I'm sorry for saying, I'm normally nicer. It's just when it's Gen AI, okay, I'm less nice. I'm probably gonna regret that when you know, Skynet takes over. Okay, so that makes that not work. For group, this is super dumb. I don't care about this. I don't care about this. Don't care about that. Now we do have the sync object. This is potentially interesting. So let's get all that out of here. I doubt I'm gonna want it, but we're just gonna do this for now. And then we'll see if it makes sense to keep it. All right, so sync object. Variable position object, so it's going to take the area that it receives, which it's calling an object, and it's going to assign this pause variable to the global transform origin of that object, which is fine. And then it is going to create another variable called wrapped position, wrap position. Okay. So again, it's just checking to make sure it's within the area, which is so dumb. And it returns wrapped x plus equals wrap area. This is kind of interesting. What? It takes the x, y, and z position of the object to wrap, and it either adds or subtracts the wrap area size from it. It's actually a little interesting. It's actually not that dumb. And then it returns the whole vector 3. Interesting. Then it takes that vector 3, so that's the wrapped position. It duplicates the object. We'll see if that actually works. It duplicates the object. If that duplicate exists, it is then going to set its global transform origin to the wrapped position. Wow. Interesting. This is actually a little interesting. So I'm just curious, like, where we're at right now. Let's do the lefts. Oh yeah, we already have the left and the right. Well, you just gotta come up here. We need to just, oh, sorry. This code does not belong on that top level. That was a mistake. Detach that. My bad. I actually meant to put this on each of these. My mistake. Attach it. No. Attach wrap on there. Attach wrap on there. And really, it's just itself, which is a little confusing. Well, can it detect itself? Can it on-ready itself like that? I'm not sure. I would say instead of on-readying it, just make it a regular variable. Get rid of these. We could also look up a level or something. That's kind of dumb. So instead, what we're gonna say, well, you don't even need to do anything different. You actually don't need to do this at all. You could just keep it as area entered. We still are gonna need to do a left and right variant, right? Like, that's still gonna be really important. So let's actually just say on wrap entered. Get rid of this. On wrap entered. Sync object area. Okay, cool. Create duplicate object. Right. So it's gonna sync. We definitely have a problem. It's gonna, because we're not differentiating between right and left, so there's gonna be some issues. If it even works. Okay, so the first thing hit, which is good. Enable and access a property or key global transform on a base object of type callable. Yeah. Wow, that makes sense. Yeah, it's gonna do some stupid code that doesn't make sense. All right, so it's trying to do a global transform on a duplicate, but yeah, that's just a callable. Why are you like this? Why would you even write this code, ChatGPT? So I don't really understand what the heck it thinks it's doing here. So we're gonna just look up if there's some cool code here. So I'm gonna say GDScript duplicate node in code. How to duplicate a node with code. Node.duplicate. I'd recommend creating a custom clone method since duplicate won't copy variables properly. Oh, that was 7 years ago though. Duplicate nodes for nodes is hackish and not recommended. It's there because some people insist it can be of use. Preload instance is a better choice. Oh, so that was what Raphael was saying. If you find yourself in need of duplicating a 7 years old, so we got to keep that in mind. If you find yourself in need of duplicating a node, turn it into a possibly inherited scene and use preload or load instead, where X is the TSCN template. All right, yeah, I mean, I could do that. I don't want to do that. I don't even want to duplicate it. I actually don't even like that because the player has to be able to get moved around. I can't delete and reinstantiate the player. There's gotta be a better way to do this. GTScript 3D wraparound effect. I don't know if this is going to be easy to find. Screen wrap in 3D, best method 3 years ago. Oh yeah, I feel like I read this. Oh yeah, this page didn't work. I think, yeah. Great, awesome, awesome, awesome. Adjusting the position and integrate forces. Yeah, so that's the other thing, is maybe we say when it gets into the wrap area, we literally just move it and freaking flip it around. You don't even have to flip it around. Teleport the objects. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do, Raphael, is teleport it. I got a fun idea. Make an exact copy next to it and move 2 of everything. What? What? Wait, so you're saying like constantly have like 2 of them in sync, like opposite of each other, but it only becomes visible or not visible depending on which side it's on? That's kind of cool. All right, that is a fun idea on both sides. That is a pretty fun idea. I'm gonna try the Raphael kids can code approach, and then that's my fallback. I gotta give you guys some credit for talking me through it though. I appreciate it. Oh, I didn't save it. Cool. All right. Well, I gotta open up the credits. I guess similar to how they do Shell in Portal. Welcome, Johnny. I gotta be honest, I haven't even played Portal. I played it a little, but I didn't really get there. Douglas Allen, welcome to Mega Hypers! We got a Mega Hyper! Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. That's how they did it in old games. Let's try, I'm gonna try the position thing first, and then we're definitely gonna fall back on that. Thank you guys. All right, we definitely gotta give Douglas Allen a song. But let me just get these credits given real quick, and then we're gonna give you your Mega Hyper song. Such hype! Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. That means you're gonna get access to a Monday member stream where I work in Blender mostly, but I just do visual design tasks for either my Game Like Jam game and or my main game that I'm working on. It's a lot more laid back too. Like I'm less like I have to work. I must work. Do nothing but work. I'm a little more like let's go on your adventures. And you know what coding or discussion adventures do you want to? Yeah, I gotta open the other one. Do you guys want to go on? And then that tends to happen in the member streams. Plus you get access to the emoji wall. I'll sing you a song in these longer devlog streams, and there's a lot of things. Just a bunch of things. Extra content, there's a bunch of stuff. And you're supporting the jam and the channel. All right, so yes, Raphael Godot consultant. What are we saying? Player movement, wraparound effect. Let's give one to Raphael. Let's give an extra one to Pawn X Pawn. Didn't someone else say something too? I think it was just Pawn X Pawn. I think that's all. I feel like it was just Pawn X Pawn. All right, I could be wrong though. If I'm wrong, I beg you to correct me. But I think y'all are the ones. Enjoying your streams, and I'm working on my Frogger-like. Yay! She does something to share soon. I can't wait. Yeah, use that Discord channel, and I will be more than happy to show it off at the beginning of the next My Game Like Jam devlog stream. That's so awesome. I'm so happy and honored to have you here, Douglas. It means a lot. All right, we got to get that song in here. I think those are the credits. Let's get the song. Let's get the song. Where's my member song overlay? Well, let me also pick the song, because there's some songs that just like I can't sing to that we have in our playlist, so I need to pick them right. Random credit, yeah, and I'll put your name in the game, and you'll actually get in my main game as a credit too. No compensation entitled to you for that, but because I'm gonna embed it as a mini game into there, so that'll be cool. I didn't show yours? Oh, so here's the thing, Raphael. The only way that I show them is if you put it in the Discord. So if you haven't put it in the Game Like Jam channel in the Discord, then I'm not going to show it on stream. Because the entries, the submissions themselves are hidden, right? And you did? You put it in there? Did I miss it? I might have missed it. That's possible. All right, let me check. Forgive me. Let me check. And it's in the Game Like. It has to be in the Game Like Jam section. Anti-Frogger. Oh, no, I did. Didn't I? 16 minutes. Oh, you did it after I started. So that's at the beginning of the stream. At the beginning of the stream. I can show it off. But like, you know, it's not at the beginning in the same way. But if you want, yeah, let's check on your progress. Let's check it out. But let me do the member stream, all right? Let me do that, or the member song real quick. Let me do the member song. You added it 16 minutes ago. So you have to let me know. You can't say I didn't show you if you just now put it in there. All right. Oh, this is like a nice song. All right, this one's for Douglas. I got a corny rhyme queued up. A very corny rhyme. Oh, Douglas, now that you're here, Hyper Game Dev, you'd never be luckless. Oh, Douglas, we're not so luckless with Douglas here. Oh, Douglas, thank you for being part of the channel. Now that we're got Douglas on board, we're never gonna be luckless with Douglas. We're not gonna be luckless. Oh, Douglas, you're keeping us from being luckless. Thank you, Douglas. I'm sorry for this bad song, but it's what I do to show you that you can't be wrong. For support in the channel, Douglas, now we're not luckless. Send you a mega hyper, that's fantastic. Oh, fantastic, Douglas Allen. Now we're not luckless, yeah. Thank you, Douglas, for making sure the channel is not luckless. There's your member song. I'm really sorry for that very terrible song. But that's what you get for being a member. Ding! Thank you for supporting. I do appreciate you very, very much. And yeah, enjoy all the emotes and stuff like that. All right, where is your game, Raphael? Let's check it out. Nice. Oh, we done been playing it. Let's go. Hey, I'm glad. Look, I'm not like a good singer. I don't come up with good songs, but I like to do it just as a way to show my appreciation in the most vulnerable way possible. Whoa! You got arrested in a car accident. Nice. It's the old version? Okay. All right, go ahead and update it, and then we'll check out Anti-Frogger. Okay, so it's trying to access it on a... Right, oh yeah, it's saying we shouldn't do duplicate. But what if it works? What if duplicate just works? Can I just try it? Am I allowed to just try it? What if I just do it anyway? Okay. What if we just do it anyway? Even though we're not supposed to, can we just do it and see what happens? Okay, I saw a little glitch, a little performance hit, but it definitely did not crash. But there is no other enemy coming around. Look at all these errors. Yeah, this is terrible. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna do the position teleportation. So we're gonna get rid of all this garbage crap, bunch of trash that Gen AI made for me. I hate it. I don't like it. It doesn't work for me. All right, you updated it? All right, so this is Raphael's anti-Frogger. So they've got some progress on their Frogger-like game. Where did it go? I lost it, but I found it again. Playing the next stream? Well, let's look at it real quick. I will, yeah, and I'll make sure I do. Whoa, this looks awesome! Dude, this is so cool! What? Love that it's 3D, Raphael. Yes, 3D. You got some like ambient audience or traffic sounds. And there's all these like frogs. 0 close calls. What is a close call? Yeah, I love this. I love the like Subway Surfer-ness of it. Oh, I got arrested. Was that a police car like coming after me? Yeah, so we did check this out, I think in the secret stream that I do every Friday. Did you guys know I do a secret stream? It's a way to check out people's like games and progress without it being like a lot of pressure. It's just like an unlisted live stream. If you head to patreon.com/hypergamedev and join for free, you can get access to that. Now again, it's free, all right? This isn't like Patreon, like come get charged money. It's not like that at all. I use it like as a newsletter service and a way to kind of keep the unlisted stream hidden, but still accessible. Someday I'm gonna switch it to my own HyperGameDev website, but for now, it's there. Yeah, so it's a cool way if you wanna share like your projects and stuff. So yeah, we got to check it out. And yeah, this definitely had a lot less awesomeness. It was still awesome, but this is like leveled up considerably. Like really, really nice. Still so giving Frogger vibes, right? But with like a Subway Surfer twist, which is really, really nice. I love the idea of like you are the car and the frog. Like it's almost like, you know what, it's like you it's like you're playing as the cars in Frogger. And there's all these frogs who are trying to cross the road and like play the game, but you're the like enemies. It's so cool. It's like so creative to set it up that way. I love that. Like it just dawned on me. I like the close call thing too. Like oh right, like a player who's playing Frogger could stop themselves if the car was right in their way. But like, I think I want to run them over, right? Oh, you get arrested for running them over. Who knew? Lore, Frogger lore, I never knew I needed. Was that the cars actually get in trouble for killing Frogger. So you're actually, you're not only are you losing the game in Frogger when you get hit by a car, but you're making the car lose the game too. That's awesome. Really, really great. Nice work. Arrested. You ran over too many frogs, you're going to jail. And if you guys want to play that one for yourself, it's already got an itch page, so I can actually link it to you, which is pretty cool. So there you go. If you want to give it a play, it's available. Okay, let me get the music back. I gotta solve my wraparound problem. Yeah, I've got a little bit of a wraparound problem. So, yeah, I don't want to use any of this crap that ChatGPT did. It's dumb. But it was very interesting. Thank you very much. So we're not going to duplicate anything. We're going to try teleporting. I think that might work for us because we're not using, like, rigid bodies or anything like that. So I think it, like, might be okay. I think it, like, might be fine. So we're going to get rid of literally 100% of all the code that ChatGPT made. It was useless. It was useless. But it was stimulating to my mind. And that's something. So we do need to check whether it's on the left or the right. That will be the most important thing. So really you can just detect no matter what. When something enters the area, we are gonna wanna say teleport object, all right? Func teleport object. we are going to want to make sure it calls with the object. Yeah, we could do something nice here, and we could say variable area. We don't really need to know the position. We need to know, oh, so let's actually call this object. And then we're gonna say variable object position. I don't think we need any more than that. I feel like global position will be sufficient, probably, right? I don't even know if we need that. I mean, we just need, yeah, because we need to update its global position to be something new. All right, so we're gonna say object pos equals, if I can type, equals object.global position, and we're gonna say that that's a vector 3. Okay. Then in teleport object, we do want that to call with the object position, and we just really, if I do it right, which I probably won't, but I could fix it to be right. It would be awesome if it could just be like straight up just switch it from negative to positive. That would be awesome. Let me see how like actually possible that could be. So this would be in that area right now. And if it was, let's see. This one is sitting at this one's sitting at 12. So if I switch this to negative 12, oh, it's perfect. Look at that. All we gotta do is switch the polarity, baby. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's so easy. And then we just have to switch its Y rotation. Now, the only other thing we have to think about actually, is its direction. So it will have, so if we go to this enemy here, you can see it has this direction variable up here. And this was just an export variable that I created, and it's gone now. Okay, it's back. So we have this direction up here, and this direction, if it's +1, then it's going to the right. If it's -1, it's going to the left. If it's 0, it's stationary. So I'll need to make sure we invert that polarity as well. All right. So in that sense, we don't just want to call with that. We want to call with object, and let's do object and object position. So that way it has both of them. So let's make sure that's in there. So we're gonna say object position, because that's a global position. So let's actually say that if is right, so if the one on the right is the one that it hits, it's gonna be positive, and we need to make it negative, right? So I'm gonna set up a variable. We're gonna say, let's do this way. Variable polarity flipper. I'm so sorry. We're gonna call this polarity flipper, and it's gonna be an integer. Then we're gonna say if is right, polarity flipper equals -1. Otherwise, polarity flipper equals 1. Then we're gonna say object position this object, this is dumb. I don't need to do this. This is stupid. I'm not doing this. We don't need to do any of that. Get that out of here. Object global position X, right? No, Z. Global, wait, I don't remember, I forgot. It's X. Global position X times polarity flipper. Get rid of that. Then we want to say object direct. This might not actually be that hard. I can't believe I was trying to make it too complicated. Direction times polarity flipper. And then the last thing we have to do is we have to flip around its rotation. So we're going to say object global rotation Y so that's a little tougher. I mean, I could just make it like 180, negative 180 by default. Oh, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, so we actually have to set it to either 180 or not. So we're going to say this is, let's just call it position flipper instead of polarity flipper. Use times equals to change a variable. Times by its own won't do anything. Oh, it's not a variable. That's true. Oh, you're right. Here. Nice. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I was going to find that out, but I was going to find it out later and be like, huh? Huh? Why isn't this working? I was going to be so confused for so long. But you saved me that frustration, so thank you. Thank you, Eagle Eyes Raphael. That is a straight Eagle Eyes credit if I've ever seen one. Nice catch. Thank you! Wouldn't you always multiply by -1? Since it's wrapping to the other side of the screen, it doesn't need to rip. You guys are smart. You guys are really smart! Oh gosh. Yep. Again, something that I would have realized, but guess what? It would have taken me so long and I would have like been confused. It would have been like, why is this working? But you guys are I think that's Eagle Brain, because you were like, you had to think about that. They're pretty hard to differentiate between. We're going that Eagle Brain credit. These credits entitle you to no compensation, but they do entitle you to a credit in the game. I just have to say that. All right. You guys are awesome. Okay, so that's the wrong thing. And we're gonna go back to, what was it? Wrap. Oh, it's not called that? Oh, we're in the wrong project. That'll do it. Yeah, you're right. We don't need to make it, it's always gonna be -1. Wow. Wow. All right, let's call it pause flip. Pause flip. Right, no matter what, if it's on the left or right side, if it enters it. Now, what will be different is the rotation. That definitely is gonna be is left or right. So variable rot flip. I think this one we actually do need to say if is right. Then rotation flip needs to be, so if it's on the right and it needs to go to the left, but you're kind of right. It's just gonna be 180 either way. Dude, you're so right. You guys are so smart. Rotation flip 180. Cause like me, I'm like, let me just do what makes sense, find out what happens, and fix it. Right? That's kind of like my approach, and I don't see steps ahead very well. That's my ADHD talking, or acting. My ADHD acting out. So that you guys are able to see those steps ahead and then help me is just saves me so much time, which I really appreciate in a game jam context. All right, so you're right. We don't need it no matter what. That's wild. So we're gonna set the global rotation Y to, well, but we do have to unset it. We actually do need to check, because if it's already 180, it needs to be unset to that. So we'll do degrees to radians rot flip. So it kind of needs to check it. We need to say if object global rotation y is set to 180. I'm not sure if it, I think it does report that. I think that would work. If it's set to 180, then we want it to become 0. Probably don't need to do degrees to radians, but whatever. Degrees to radians. Otherwise, set it to the rotation flip value. Dude, literally, that may be it. That may be all we need to do. You guys really saved me some debug time. All right, oh, they're coming, baby! They're coming! Wait. Dormouse, I like how Dormouse realized it. See, my method works too. Dormouse realized it at the same time that I realized it. But Dormouse realized it by thinking. I realized it by doing. Yes, we don't want to change their direction. They're ping-ponging. We've set up a ping-pong. If ping-pong is desired, we have achieved. But it's not, so I'm gonna fix it. Okay. So I think we don't want to actually change the direction. We want the direction to continue. At least. And so it's a little further. I think I'd want to bring the wrap area a little closer, but in Frogger, it is a little off. It isn't like directly as soon as it goes off screen. Uh-oh. I think something is not working right, because even in that ping pong, it still didn't really make sense. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually gonna play it again, except this time, we are going to look at it from a bird's eye view. Let's see what's happening here. They're just flipping around, but they're continuing to go. So I feel like their global position isn't actually changing. That one isn't happening. Global position X times position flip. Now, why isn't that working? That's a little surprising to me. 6-2 is done in your game. Nice. Look at you. You're getting really far ahead. One more level. Dang. I mean, what are you going to use the rest of the jam time for? 1 month was too long for some of y'all. You teleport to the same side, but you should teleport to him. Well, that's what I'm... Well, yeah. Well, yeah. But, like, why are they going to the same side? Because I'm saying that their global position X is supposed to be multiplied by -1. Right? Times equals... Oh, you said that! Dude, you said that earlier, and I was like, no. No, only for variables. This isn't a variable. All right, let's check it out. Let's check it out. Oh, whoa, whoa. Nice. So we... Oh, and right, we don't need to rotate it. Oh my gosh. We have some problems here. The platforms specifically. I can't believe how overcomplicated I made it. Like, why did I do that? Game over, and he sends you back to level 1 of the world, so you gotta make that work. That's fair. So we do have some problem. Okay, we do have some problem here. So this is why this is not gonna work. This is why I don't like this. Okay, I just realized why this is wrong. And again, we could go back to PawnXPawn's idea of the, Oh no, they're getting caught in the other area. Yikes. So they're just infinitely going. But as far as the platforms go, this is a problem because we want it to be like half of the platform is here, the other half is there. That's why I would want to duplicate it and mirror it so that way you can see it in both places at the same time. So we'd almost want there to be like when it starts showing the other side of the platform and when it starts, when it removes the thing. I feel like there has to be a way to mirror it, you know? There has to be a way to mirror it. And obviously we have to, you guys actually can't see it. I just realized for some reason it's happening so quickly. I can see it on my screen just fine, but refresh rate wise, capture wise, it's not actually working. I don't think there's a way. Can I change like the way the capture works to potentially make it visible? Nope. It's just not being seen. But what's happening is when it gets to one side, it immediately gets caught in the next wrap and it just keeps bouncing back and forth. It's happening like very rapidly. You just kind of have to trust me because you can't see it on screen. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. I think we need to duplicate. Oh, this is tough. You know, in 2D, it's much easier to just like mirror it. There's gotta be a way to mirror. I need to look this up. We need to regroup. Okay, so I'm gonna look up GDScript mirror 3D viewport. How to make a mirror in Godot. Yeah, but it has to function is kind of the worst part of it. I don't just want it to be like visually mirrored, it has to functionally be mirrored. In which case, I think we do have to duplicate. The player we can teleport around. This is gonna be very complicated. The player we can teleport around, but the platforms themselves need to be, I mean, we could do the chunks. The chunks thing could also work because the only things that need that done to them are the platforms, right? The enemies themselves, you won't even know if I get it working right. You won't even notice them wrapping around. That's a good idea. An offset for the teleportation. That's a really, really, really good idea. That's super smart. So if right now, whichever one, which one is this one? This one is at 12. Yeah, you're right. Like one, like maybe one or so. But we would need, would it always be subtracted though? Oh, but you're saying like multiply it. I see what you're saying. Yeah, we might need to do a little more than that. I don't know. All right, I'll try it. I feel like it needs to be more than that, but no. You know what? Pawn's idea of breaking it into chunks is starting to look really good to me. I think for this, it doesn't need to be that complex. Can you make up each platform out of... Yeah, well, that was Pawn's idea before, and I think it actually is probably gonna be the best thing to do. Okay, yeah, that's not enough. I feel like we have to make it a lot more than that. Like, what if I do like 1.2? Let's try that. Zoom it out. I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna go ridiculous. We're gonna double it. That's not gonna work. I think we have to make it less, right? You did already say that. Rorik! Hey, well, it's Dr. Leaves Octopus! Yeah, I think you're right, Raphael. Welcome, Rorik. We're doing member songs today. So we gotta get you one. We gotta get you one. I'm gonna watch Spider-Verse one of these days. I'm gonna do it. Okay, that did not work. Oh wait, they did! So they're going here, so we just need to adjust it. It did work! They're just not going to the right spot, but it worked. It worked good. It's just a little too extreme, so we might want like 0.98 or something. And to that end, I would also like to adjust these positions a little bit. So let me hop back in overdrive. We're gonna get you that member song, Rolrick. Thank you for supporting the channel in the ways that you do. It means the world. Let's get this collision shape adjusted. So they're both gonna change. What do we have in it before? 2, let's make it like 4. We'll see where that gets us. All right, scooch that in. Scooch that in. Might want to even go bigger than that. I'm gonna try 5. Let's see what that's like. Okay. And then with a smaller teleport position. Yeah, I'm thinking that for this game jam project, that's just gonna be the easier way to do it. Oh, look at that. We're going to make it very tiny. How do you determine when to sing member songs? I mean, someone else is asking. So I do them during these long jam streams. Or sorry, devlog streams, I should say. And if I'm feeling like stressed or in a bad mood, I won't do them. There was one day when our cat was having health problems and I was having a really bad day. I couldn't do member songs. Last week I didn't do member songs because it was like a new live stream type and I was really stressed. And so I didn't have the brain capacity to do it. But today I'm more used to what we're doing here, and so I'm ready to do them. That's how I decide. You know, because I'm not gonna force myself to do it. If I'm doing it, it's an expression of my own happiness. And if I'm not happy, I'm not gonna fake it. That's no fun. Why is this like not really, it's just, wow. I mean, we're gonna have to go like infinitesimal here. Like very, very small. At least in the inspector, Godot only accepts up to 3 decimal places or whatever. Dude, why is it? What is happening? If member song set to Lisa's happy, bring them on. Yes. I'm not sure exactly how this is gonna work and why it's being the way it's being. But we're gonna have to fix it. Alright, member song time. Member song time! It's a member song time. Oh my god, it's not a float! You guys! Oh man, oh man. Oh, the eagle eyes are real. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh man. That is... Still needs a little of adjustment, but it's actually moving now. So that's a very good thing. I wonder what it was switching it to. It must have been switching it to something. It's so weird. All right. Member song. Which one are we gonna do? Let's do that one. What's it called again? Turbo. Rora gifted a membership! Chthonic boom! Congratulations! You just got gifted a membership. I need to put that up on the screen so we can make sure your name is seen for the world. Thank you, Rorik. We're gonna have to give you an extra long member song for that. Okay. Turbo. It's gonna be this one.
Perfect.
Oh, Rorik is making sure we're full of love. Thank you, Rorik, for keeping us full of love. Oh, Rorik, we're full of it. Love that is because of you and your gifts to the channel. Oh, Rorik, I'm so full of love for you for supporting the channel. Rorik, I appreciate you. Thank you for giving a membership to Chthonic Boom. Chthonic Boom, enjoy all the gifts that you're gonna get from this membership. Oh, Rorik, I'm full of gladness for your gift to us. Oh, Rorik, I'm so full of love and gladness because of you. Oh, Rorik, I'm full up on it, the love that you share. And I was good. Only if Chthonic Boom says something. That's the rule. The rule is that you have to actually be present and make yourself known. Then you get the membership song. Now that doesn't seem super fair to lurkers, but it's just like, look, I don't wanna be singing a member song. Oh, look, the cat's behind me. I don't wanna be singing, I don't know how to get out the way. Singing a member song and then the person's not, I guess you can see him through the chair. Singing a member song and the person's not even here. But if Chthonic comes through and says something, we will get them the member song, I promise. Thank you, Rorik, for being such a great supporter of this channel. I appreciate you. I appreciate your vibes. You bring good things here. I act like I hate these even though I love them. Oh, I see, that's why you said damn it. Dude. Look, I act like I hate them even though I love them. So you're just modeling in my image. What are the names of my cats? The white one. Where'd he go? Wait, oh, he's there. Oh, he just lied down, so he's actually under the camera. Wait, maybe I can bring him up though. This one's name is Travi. Where you at, Travi? Let me get him up here. Let's see if we can. You can kind of, there he is. Travi. I love you, buddy. That's Travi. And then the other cat, who's here too, but not always visually. Her name is Lili. We named them based on circumstance. So, Travi showed up in our backyard one day via the cat distribution system, as happens. And we asked around the neighborhood, like, is this your cat? Like, did you lose your cat or whatever? Because he's so sweet and amazing. And my microphone got cut out. So we asked around the neighborhood. A couple people said that they had heard of the cat, and the cat was known around the hood as Traveler, because he would travel from house to house looking for food, whatever. And so we eventually found out nobody was gonna claim him, so we took him in, and his traveling days were over. But we wanted to honor the name that the community gave him, so we call him Travi. And then Lili, I also found via the cat distribution center. She was wandering around the streets of Brooklyn and New York, and I asked around, but nobody claimed her. But at the time, she was scared. She definitely she was like following me, but she kept hiding. And so I wanted to try to get her to like come and be safe instead of on the streets. And it was like Rosh Hashanah at the time, like this Jewish holiday. And I was living in this like neighborhood that had a lot of Hasidic people, and they were celebrating Rosh Hashanah. And so you could hear like from everyone's houses them singing these like songs, right? And one of the songs was like la 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 la, and so I was using that as a way to kind of coax her. I was singing along, and it seemed to help and make her trust me more, and so Lili became her name. So those are my cats' names, Lili and Travi. They're my babies. We've had Lili for a long time, so I wouldn't say she's a baby anymore, but she still is, you know. All right, let's adjust this value so we can get these enemies platform wrapping around. I hate to say it because to me it's not as like fun and like nerdy to like do it this way, but for the purpose of the game jam and getting this task done, I am just gonna indeed chunk up the platforms, but I know there's a better way we can do it, but I think this is gonna be the easier way, is if we just chunk those platforms up. Whoa, and right, because it's animatable body, the player moves with it. That's interesting. Wow. That's pretty cool. We don't even need to move the player. That's wild. That's nuts. All right, let's make this adjusted just a little bit. I'm gonna try, do we wanna do it more or less? I don't know. I just try things. I do the heuristic approach. And just change stuff and see what happens. Nice, that seems further back now. I think that went the right direction. So let's make it 0.8. Can't believe it wasn't a float. So many little things just can happen. Wait, that doesn't look further back. Wait a minute, is that the wrong direction? Let's try 0.99. Barely moving. Nice. So it's getting closer. Give me 0.999. Okay, eventually it has to stop actually working. That's got to be too cutting it close, right? No, and look, it's still not. That concerns me. I think we can only do so many before it stops mattering, right? It's getting to be a bit too tiny there. I mean, it's not worse. I guess just moving the position a bit. What if I just add more 9s? Just let me do it. Let me see what happens. This is not that different. So I guess what I have to, I'm very disappointed with how that's turning out. I mean, I guess the best thing to do would be to actually move these inward a bit. So let's make them size 4 and tuck them in. I think that's the only way. I can just go to the 999,999. You're right. Raphael is referring to our 1 hour game jam, which I do every Friday. I have a whole, there it is. I have a whole other game jam that I do. And it's called the 1 hour game jam. It's every single Friday. We literally make games in 1 hour. It's nuts. I love it. I've been doing it for like 2 years and I can't stop. I'm addicted. I think how it only worked for the one on the top and the rest of them are getting caught. So it looks like, unfortunately, there might be a case-by-case basis here. But yeah, and then so we had a topic recently for our 1 hour game jam. It was 999,999, and you had to either set some value to that or implement 9s into your game. And yes, this would have been an absolutely perfect one. If you want to get in on the next 1 hour game jam, just head over to the channel page. And you can see when the next one is. I schedule it every week. Okay, so I think that these other ones are getting stuck. Oh, now you can see it. Now it's happening slower than before, so it's actually showing up on screen. But hopefully we can get away with making it a little smaller and it works even for the longer ones. Maybe, yeah. So I'm gonna probably have to adjust that too for like the chunk size on these platforms. Okay, now we got the walkers are looping. Wait, no, they're not. Nope. We're still getting those caught. It's weird, those kind of just like disappear entirely. We don't even like see those. Oh, you know why? I bet in part, actually I don't know why, but I did change their why. Actually, I have exposition. I actually have no idea why they're happening that way. I do have one that's like loading in like in there. That's probably bad, but I'm actually not sure why they get lost. All right, let's make it smaller. Now, earlier Raphael did say negative 0.95. Maybe that's the way to go. Nice, that's not popping in a bad way. These are working. I don't know what's going on with our tall boy, but the tall boy just ignores it entirely. There's something wrong with the tall boy. It doesn't actually get noticed. So we'll have to figure out what's going on there. These, however, the little legless, slimless ones are doing fantastically. We're getting there little by little, baby, little by little. Awesome. Okay, so what's going on with the walkers? Why don't they get detected? What's their deal? Their collision is above, I bet, the collision area. That'll do it. If anything will do it, it's that. Okay, so we just need to make it taller, which is such an easy fix. No problem. All right. We got enemies wrapping. To that end, I wonder if the player will wrap around. I don't think the player is in area 3D though. The area is a character body, so the player actually isn't gonna wrap around, which is good, technically, because the player shouldn't need to wrap around down here. Oh, I'm kind of seeing it. I'm seeing them pop in. Oh, now that it's taller, this guy's collision is hitting sooner, and we can see it popping in over there. So let me see if I can't adjust this a bit. We just get a little adjustment here, little adjustment there, little adjustment here, little adjustment there. Just popping in undesirably. Now 0.97, that was bad for the other ones. It might be that all of them were messed up because of the collision height. That one's still popping in. And are these ones broken now? They're not. All right, keep going. I'm back to 0.98. Whatever. Let's go back to that orthographic view. Now those are getting stuck. But how good do these look? Do these blend in neatly on the edge, the long boys? They look good. Oh, no, I can still see it popping. All right. Oh, well, but that's because you had, did I put it back to the normal camera? Hold on, let me just check. Yeah, I think I did put it back to the normal camera. Yeah, they're popping. Oh, that's tough to get that just right, isn't it? That's a little tough. All right, let's make it a little smaller. I'm gonna make it 3.5 width, the collision. Man, you guys have just been saving me today. I'm real appreciative of that. You know, because like I was gonna have to figure out all these problems one way or the other anyway. But at least now I get to solve these a little sooner. Oh, just the little ones are getting stuck now. But the walkers and the long ones are fine. I mean, that almost makes me think, can we adjust the collisions? I really don't want to adjust the collisions, because the collisions I've kind of set up to like match the size of the enemy, and it would be nice if it like did. match the enemy size. So I'm just gonna go back to min-maxing this stuff. Let's see if we can get away with 0.97 now that we've adjusted that collision a little bit. Maybe not. And then who knows what this is gonna be for the platforms. I mean, I guess I just have to make sure I chunk up the platforms in a way that lends itself to these values, so that way I can keep everything else the same. All right, long boys don't look like they're popping in anymore. Nice. The walkers and the little hoppers, they're all doing good. We got the long, the hoppers, long boys, the hoppers, and the tall boys. Beautiful. That's perfect. Except for the platforms. Nice, you guys are amazing. Thank you for helping me get that together quicker. This is dope, dude. Why is this so good? Wow. I love it. I actually died, technically. I ran into something. Oh, I ran into that. This is awesome. It's fun just to like move around and practice and try it. It works. And I'm smitten. I'm absolutely beside myself that this just works. Like, I don't even have to worry about teleporting the human. Like, it's just gonna teleport itself anyway. But we do have to make sure that the chunk is chunked up properly. All right. Now, right now, they're just blocks. But ultimately, I'm gonna want that to be like a mesh. I'm gonna want that to be like a design. I'm thinking the longest one, I mean, it's probably just gonna be like a friggin' plank of wood or something, you know? Floating in water. Because again, Harvest Earth is about being this alien. That's the game that this is based on. And visually. And that alien can destroy buildings and things. And that's like a fundamental mechanic. So it makes sense, I think, to have that. The question I have to myself is, do I want to try to design that mesh now? So that way when I chunk it up, I know how that's gonna work. Or do I just work, because it's obviously super easy with just these like basic blocks to break that up. But those are placeholders, and sometimes placeholders can be a bit of an issue, you know? It's tough because it raises the question, like, do I need to design those chunks? Like, make, like, a mesh and then, like, cut it up in Blender and then stitch them back together in Godot? That's gonna be tough, like, from, like, a shadow perspective. I feel like we might get some weird, like, overlap effects. I think that's gonna be really hard to reline them back up, which is why I don't really like that idea. It's just kind of messy, and it's gonna lead to a lot of goofiness, potentially. You know, there could be a shader, maybe, to use to, like, hide, like, sections of the mesh, so have, like, the full long mesh, and then put the shaders so it breaks it up into those pieces, and then have each of the shader in a different place for each chunk, if you will. That's probably the best option, but I have to make my own shader for that, and I think it's gonna be a little complicated, because I don't think there is quite a shader like that, like specifically like that. I don't know if that shader exists. I think we'd have to make it ourselves, and it'd be hacky because we'd be exploiting like some things that weren't designed to work that way. And that also can cause a lot of performance issues if it's simultaneously moving. That is to say, I think there's a lot of problems with that idea. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to assume that that's kind of what I'm going for. And I'm gonna look for some shaders. See if there's anything to help. But basically there's this tutorial. Hide mesh Godot shader. I think it was like water in a boat. It was like a YouTube video. Here, this one. So this is a cool YouTube video that shows you how you can hide a mesh by making like this mask. So you see how there's like two boats in the water here, and then one of them has like water clipping into it and the other doesn't. So the way that they do that is by using this kind of like exploit, if you will. Like it's shader code that isn't really intended to work that way, but it technically does work. And it just, if you put it in a certain area, it hides it. Now, it doesn't work at every perspective. Luckily in our game, because it's going to just be one camera angle the whole time, that is actually really good. And we don't have to worry about looking at it at the wrong angle and it gets revealed. So that's a good thing. So this might be a solution. It would be awesome if there just was. So I'm just gonna look on Godot shaders real fast and just see if I can find, it would just be nice if there was something a little bit more cohesive, because I am gonna wanna change it. Again, you know, I wanna make sure that it actually equally lines up with these chunks that I wanna make. And you know, on some level, I think it's pretty doable because if I, so that other shader, right? That other shader that I was talking about with the YouTube video, it's like you have like a mesh like on top and you move it around. So we could just make sure its position is specifically in the right spots. Multi-mesh instance, don't care about that. UV normals and unwrap mesh projections, circular plane. So I'm just searching this awesome website called Godot Shaders. It's the best. It has so many cool things, and you can make sure that you're getting CCO code as well by checking the license at the bottom of each shader. By material ID masking on a second visibility layer. Selective selective post-processing, that's awesome. Oh gosh, so be careful. I just want to warn you guys, if you come to this site, be careful. You might want to put everything in your game. So like, take care of yourself. This is 2D, so that's probably not good. Those are all the ones. Wow. Let's see if we can just look up mask, maybe. Again, that's 2D. Like, cool, but also no. It's because the shaders are quite different when it's 2D versus 3D. Texture masking, polygon again, same thing, but it's you can tell because it says canvas item, right? If it says spatial, oh, circle mask. Whoa. Why does it have to be a circle though? Canvas, so canvas item is not gonna work because canvas item is 2D, but spatial can be 3D potentially. Blend damage revealed. That's a little different, but it is a spatial shader. I think this one's a canvas, so I don't think this one's gonna work. Yeah, shader type canvas. Guess I should update my task. We got the enemies working. No small thanks to you guys, of course. Dude, this is awesome. I need to like it. I need to bookmark it. This is super cool. This says that it's spatial. So it's specifically taking a texture that's on a 3D object and it's revealing or hiding it, which isn't really what we want. Maybe if I had like the hiding shader on there, maybe that would work. I don't think so. Okay. What else do we got? Canvas item, spatial swap. Right, the circle mask. Tell me about the circle mask. I wish it wasn't a circle. I specifically absolutely need it not to be a circle. I need it to be like straight. Couldn't find a spatial masking shader. That was a few months ago, so that's concerning. Includes parameters for radius. Maybe you can like make it have, I don't know. Paste the code into a shader material for the material override. Apply a base texture. Negative feathering value will invert the mask if you want to poke a hole. So it's setting the radius of the circle. We might be able to hack it together to make it be like a square. That's possible. Let's just make sure there isn't something else that exists. UV normals and unwrap. Circular plane, that's awesome. Love that. Mesh terrain blending slash aura dirt cleaning. Post process outline, distortion. I mean, this almost looks cool. Like, it does look like it is like hiding it, but it's doing a lot of extra stuff. Terrain maker, dynamic depth field, cartoon grass, that's awesome. So many 2D ones. Redacted? Oh, I see. I was like, wait, is this cool? No, it's just a joke that it's redacted, I see. No, it's not what I need. I mean, this is the closest, and I'm sure it won't prove very valuable. Is this CC0? It is. I'm sure this won't prove to be very valuable, but I am going to give ChatGPT another chance. I am. So first off, I'm gonna take one of these platforms. So let's get the longest one, which is this one, platform 5. And let's try doing it on this. And again, the reason I'm doing this is so we can break it up in chunks, but I want to make sure that I can seamlessly, literally seamlessly do this with any mesh that I want to do it with. So I think they said to put it in material override as a shader material. That's going to be in geometry, material override, create a new shader material. Let's edit it. Create a new shader. We're going to call this mesh hider 1. Alright, and we're gonna paste that in. Interesting. And you know, the preview image just showed like a flat plane type of thing. This is not what that is, so it might not work so well on a non-plane object. There's definitely something here. Now, I don't really have a lot of experience with shader code, so a lot of it is gonna be me like guessing around and experimenting and asking ChatGPT to help me. No feather. Yeah, this is tough. It's not really made for a 3D object. And as you can see, even at its best, it's very rounded. So this is a long shot, and I feel like it's not gonna go well, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT if it can make it be gooder. It probably can, but what if it can? You know? Let's give it a chance. And it could inspire something better. Otherwise, I'll go with this option, which is my fallback. Using GDScript 4.3 only, please adjust this shader code to, it's not really a GD script, but that's okay. Please adjust this shader code to work on 3D objects and also have a flat edge instead of circular. Include necessary adjustments to hide a 3D object in adjustable parts. This shader goes on a material override slot and originally cuts out a 3D radius on a flat 3D object, or it cuts out a radius, whatever, a radial shape on a flat 3D object. I would like it to have a flat edge, like a cube / rectangular shape, and apply to all axes of a 3D object. Now, I doubt it's going to be able to do it. But we're going to try it anyway. Because we're giving it something it can work with. Okay, so it's totally gone now. Oh. Okay, alright. It's definitely less circular. But I wouldn't say it's applying quite in a 3D way. It's like almost okay, but not really. And I think that's probably gonna be a little hard to communicate to it. Okay, let's change, if I change the center, yeah, but it's just, you know what? With a little tweaking, now that's with this mesh, right? If we're doing a different mesh, is this still gonna work? I'm not so sure. And it's still not terribly perfect. You can see that those aren't quite lined up there. And I doubt it's going to be, because we can't do more than 3 decimal places over here. But I mean, you know, this is pretty close to what I want. I mean, I do want it to be able to do it on each side. Like, we're only going from one side. I mean, this is fine. This could work. This could work. It honestly might not be an issue. The worst part, the hardest part is going to be, no, I actually think this might work. It's actually pretty acceptable. I really need to test it. Oh, and maybe I can get more exact with the center in the code. I just need to be able to test it with other meshes to make sure that that actually is gonna work. But I think here, oh, it still won't accept more decimal places. Oh, I see. We need to set it to default. Gotcha. Okay. Reset it. If I add that, nice. Okay, so it's just in the inspector that the decimal places become an issue. Just a lot of 3s. That's a lot of 3s. And this really doesn't actually need to be perfect. Dude, I think this is gonna work. I actually think this is very sufficient, if I'm being honest with you. Okay, cool. See, sometimes ChatGPT can be useful if depending on how what you give it to work with. Oops, meant to come down here to the shader. Feather, I don't want any feather. No thank you, no need. I'll pass. And then rect size. So we're probably gonna have to adjust that. Okay, so let's try a different mesh. I'm gonna go into Blender and I'm gonna make just something different. Now I do actually want it to have a very similar size to this. Oh, you can see there's actually a little issue here. Not perfect. Kind of doesn't matter for like our view and purposes. But it would be nice if it was gooder. So let me just see if I can fix that at least. Yeah, I think it's not gonna get that much right, unfortunately. So it's definitely lacking in perfection. If you know exactly what you need and with good prompt, it can help a lot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And to some extent, you have to be a little patient. And you have to know the tool, in my opinion. I don't think you have to. I think you can get by. Like, for example, I have some familiarity with Godot. I have some familiarity with the shader code. I have some familiarity with GDScript. So I'm able to catch, like, no, that's wrong. That's not going to work. Or I can explain it in a certain way, yeah, with a good prompt. Trying to do it with something I'm less familiar with, it's just kind of like you're just kind of spraying and praying and like hopefully that like it'll make it correct. Yeah, I agree. You know, I don't think it's good enough to like do all the work for you. It's just a tool that can help. Not everybody's workflows are gonna be compatible. So yeah, I think this will be probably sufficient. We'll see. Let's go into Blender and let's just make something that's kind of long and a little different. So like what I'm imagining, I'm just gonna delete all this. What I'm imagining is actually not that different than the object we already have, but a little bit. Just like flatter. Or did I want this one? There we go. And maybe like a little jagged on the edges, like it's been chewed off a bit or something. Like it's like a broken off piece of wood. Probably have some of these assets laying around. I don't know if I'm gonna use this one, although I guess I might as well. Oh, I forgot to cut through. So I'm gonna get my knife tool and pressing K. Alright, when I do Blender, I like to show you guys my keyboard. Because so much of Blender is about using shortcuts. And you kind of miss out on what's going on otherwise. So I'm gonna press the K key, and I'm gonna press C for cut through, so that way it goes all the way through this 3D mesh. And I'm gonna hold Control, so that way it's not snapping. Usually I do Blender on like the member streams. Wait, you don't need that many. Okay, cut through. But sometimes it's just necessary to do it here. Okay, now have a cut through bit, and I'm going to delete that, and delete that. Sometimes it's nice enough and it'll let me just bridge it cleanly, but you know what? Let's just do it like this. Fill that in. I probably could just bridge the edge loops, but just make sure I didn't accidentally fill something. Okay, good. Maybe on the other side we can be a little more extreme with it. Just like a broken off piece of wood. Maybe on the other side I'll start like way up here or something. Cut through. We'll have a cut on each side. Get rid of that, get rid of that, and all of these. Let's see if we can do a bridge edge loop on this one. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't fully understand why sometimes it does work and sometimes it doesn't. Oh, I think we could just do control click. Bridge edge loops. Nope. Okay. Whatever you say, boss. Fill it all in. I think we could make some adjustments just to give it more of like a natural appearance. These. Just give it some wonkiness. Alright, platform. Of a such. I mean, you could also grab this, maybe put that up a little bit. Just like give it a little story to it. Make sure our faces are all blue. No weird overlap. I mean, you do have a horrible end on there, so you should probably fix that. Let's just turn some things into some quads, some tries. May or may not be the best idea. That looks pretty messed up. It's pretty scuffed. Doesn't make a lot of sense that way. Be honest with me, I think that that's actually not a good idea. I mean, obviously we could shade smooth it, but that feels like weird to do. It's not gonna be a piece of wood. All right, never mind that part. You know what? We're just gonna not rotate them around. It's easier that way. Yeah, never mind on that part. We'll just keep them flat. All right. Still got n-gons for days, but that's okay. I'm gonna save this. If it was like deforming, if we had like certain parameters we needed to worry about, I would care. So I'm gonna come to my Frogger-like. This is gonna go in platforms. And we'll call this platform 5, I believe. Platform 500. Alright, save it. Probably should call it something else. I'm gonna call this, because platform 500 is actually what I'm calling this anyway, and so then we're gonna have a problem. So you know what? I'm just gonna call it Broken Wood 1. Okay, now we're gonna come back to Godot. It's gonna automatically import it because we do have that integration one y'all was mentioning earlier that I also love. I'm gonna make this a new inherited scene. It's pretty straightforward, right? Not very fancy, not very pretty, but it's just kind of a test. I'll make all these prettier in the Monday member stream. For right now, I just want to try something. This isn't very complicated. I probably would do better to have a more complicated mesh, but that's okay. All right, so this I'm gonna save as in the platforms. brokenwood.tscn. Then we're gonna come to the platform scene, and instead of having this mesh, I'm gonna add in our new broken wood. Okay, so it's facing the wrong way. Let's fix that. It's actually remarkably similar in size. It's a little bigger, but it's very similar. Not bad for an approximation. I'll shrink it down, which is fine. Just so it actually fits. See if overdraw helps me here. Oh, it does. Sharp edges look very painful. As they should, I guess. Okay, so maybe like that. Let's try rotating it just a little bit. So it kind of makes sense as like a platform. Okay. Get its height right. It's a little tougher. I think you want it to be up higher, I guess. That's always the problem with placeholders, you know? Is then you design around those sizes and then you get the actual assets in and they don't necessarily match. So like I could either make this taller or bring the collision down lower or keep the collision there. Well, I think it has to be the same height. So you have to bring the wood up to the top. Okay. All right. Let's get out of overdraw. Dungeon Martian is here. Welcome. Good to see you. I'm setting up some wraparound for the Frogger-like. Also, Dungeon Martian's a member. We're gonna sing her a song because I'm singing songs today. I'm in a sing-songy mood. Working on my Frogger-like, trying to get platforms to wrap around and stuff. It's going pretty well right now. But there was a complicating factor. Let me just put it kind of back. Well, let's just do it like this for now. There was a complicating factor where the wraparound method that we came up with, and I do say we because y'all did help with that a bit, involves, so the enemies are actually all good. They wrap around just fine. It involves detecting if they've passed a certain point on the right or left, and if they have, it just reverses the polarity of their X position, more or less. That's pretty much it. That's basically all that it does. But the platforms are much bigger, right? So for these guys, they go off the screen and they wrap around just fine. But since these are so much longer, you actually see the effect of them going. Hold on, Dungeon, hold on. So yeah, definitely on-screen notifiers are a cool thing and could be useful here, but we don't really need them, you know, because all we need is, in fact, I feel like that'd be less useful because an area 3D is going to just, I think, be plenty. I mean, it's like, you know, what's the difference at that point? Yes, that is a thing. So on-screen notifiers, by the way, they're sort of like area 3Ds. And you put them off to the side and then they like will tell you this thing has exited the screen or exited the area. But what I like about this is it works, right? But yeah, that could work too. I wonder if it'd be more steps though. So yeah, so anyway, so these long platforms, they're getting fully reset. Deborah? The Deborah? It's doing what I said it would do, but I do like the Deborah. Who knows what you're saying? Okay, so the long platforms, obviously, are wrapping around in a bad way. So PwnXPwn last week had mentioned chunking them up, and a couple others backed up that idea. And so I don't really like that idea for like a big project. For this, I actually think it's the perfect idea. So it's what I'm gonna do. But in order to chunk them up, I need it to work with like different types of meshes, right? So like one of these platforms is gonna be like a submarine, right? So with a block, it's super easy to break those up into clean chunks. Although even then, you know, you still have to think about like shadows between them and weird effects and stuff. So I found a shader on Godot shaders. Hopefully this will actually work. It is not exactly the shader that I need. Oh, did I close that window? Nope. It's not exactly the shader I need. So this one only works in 2D, but it works in 3D. It just works on one face. And it hides it in a circular way, which isn't what I wanted. So I fed it into ChatGPT with a nice prompt, and it actually did a pretty good job on the first try of rewriting it to be for like a rectangle. And yeah, Godot shaders is awesome, man. So it refactored it to be like a rectangle shape and work in a more 3D way. And so that actually turned out pretty good. It's not ideal for every scenario, but for my scenario, I think it might actually be perfect. I still have to fully test it. And to fully test it, I wanted to do it with something other than a perfect rectangle block, because a perfect rectangle block is just like not what they're gonna end up being. So I mean, I slapped together this really simple thing. There's not a lot going on here, but it isn't a perfect rectangle block, so it might give us some insight into how well it's going to perform on these other things. And that might not be well. But the shader that it came up with, based on the Godot shader, hi, I'm huge, based on the Godot shader, kind of lets me do this. So you can see that I'm able to hide sections. So this way, when I chunk it up, there won't be like individual shadows, and we can get it more or less seamless. Now, is that going to work on a different shape? I don't know. We're about to find out. So I'm going to copy this. I probably shouldn't do it that way. Let's hide this. Let's bring this up. And then we got to get you a member song, Dungeon, for being not only a great supporter of the channel, but being a mod. I appreciate you for that. Let's go to geometry. Oh, so we have to do editable children on this so we can access the mesh. Right, that's the other, see, that's where that does get complicated. I have to make sure that every platform is one single mesh, right? It doesn't have to be, but it's gonna make it a lot easier if they are one single mesh. All right, so then we're gonna come to geometry. We wanna add an override shader material. And then let's load the mesh hider. Oh dear. Oh dear, I'm concerned. Oh, so I think with the normals being so different here. Okay, wow. It is like flipped differently, but yeah, and then it looks like we have to change that center position a bit as well. So there is a case-by-case basis here, depending on like the mesh. Oh, so do you want this one to be 0.3333? Oh my, yeah. So there's some little caveats here, that's for sure. There are some little baby caveats, no doubt about that. And you can see it isn't lining up evenly right there, which actually isn't really a problem. Because if it only disappears off screen, it kind of doesn't matter. Really, as long as this right edge, well, but what if it's coming on the left side? I kind of need it to be able to apply the other way. That's probably doable, right? For things that, is anything gonna wrap around that way? Yeah. I don't know. Actually, I'm gonna look to original Frogger, because personally, I'm trying to make it as similar to original Frogger as possible. That's just like my own ambition. A lot of you guys are not doing that, and I love that you're not doing that. Thank goodness we're not all doing that. But for those that are, like me, I want to use it as my inspiration here. Let's see if I can actually get the embed to work. And then we'll get your members on, But that's where I'm at. I think a lot of the game design is going to be smooth sailing. This is kind of a trickier thing. Okay, so from what I'm seeing, if we look at this row right here. So you see how this one is like a descending turtle? It like goes underwater and then comes back up. I don't even think we'll see the other end wrap around. Oh, we do! So this is the same one as that. So we do have ones coming from the left. So I do need to be able to make sure that the left side, if I want it to be as true to it as possible, which I could let that go. Then I will want to make sure that we can apply that shader on the left side as well. But as you can see, like the logs, the longest ones are all going to the right. So when it reappears on the right, it'll be fine if the ones that are disappearing. Okay, that's interesting. That's good to know. All right, let's get Dungeon this member song. Let's get Dungeon a member song. Now that I've gone through where I'm at, and if I do the member song, I can come back and not be lost. Very important. Another way? Feel free to tell me. I may not do it. I may not like it. But I'll love to hear about it. All right, we've got this song. Member song approved. Oh, it's kind of dramatic. Oh, Dungeon Marshal, came out the dungeon, yeah you did. You're no longer hiding, you're free from your cage. Dungeon Martian crashed from Mars into a dungeon where you were imprisoned for life until you became a member of this channel, and then you were free, no longer bound. Dungeon Martian has come out the dungeon to be with us today. Oh, Dungeon Martian crawled out that dungeon to be with us here right now on this day. I'm so glad you're here. I'm sorry you weren't on your home planet, but maybe now you can be free. So glad you crawled out of your dungeon, you're done. Alright, there's your member song, Dungeon Martian. I'm really sorry for that, but also, you're very welcome, and thank you for supporting the channel. Thanks for having the fun. You have like one of the most fun usernames. I didn't mean to like shame anyone else, but like I feel like I never bother to rhyme your song. I'm just like, dude, let's just go on this imaginary journey of a Martian in a dungeon. But yeah, thanks for being a moderator. Thanks for supporting this channel in the ways you do. I really appreciate you. Use a follow path on the debris, and the only one that wraps around is the player. Oh, like it like literally like circles around every time. The thing is, the debris had to be exactly the same distance away to give the optical illusion of it wrapping. I mean, at that point, like, what's the point, you know? Like, that would be another way to, okay, I will say, fascinating, cool, neat. But, you know, right now it's so simple. Like, literally all that's happening is the polarity is being reversed, you know, which is, like, so simple. And at the end of the day, I would still have to divide it up, you know? I'd still have to divide it up. Uh-oh, this is not looking good. It looks like we're missing some of the, faces on there. Oh dear. But it's a cool idea. I can't like personally really envision how that would work. Okay, so what if I remove that shader? What does it look like? I'm a little afraid here. This shader isn't gonna be it. Cause see, we get all these. When I put it on, we lose all of those. That's not good. Yeah, this one, it's like something is like fundamentally different with like a lot. Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem. Cause it's just like all missing. Like it's cutting off too much of it. Whereas with now, what about the block? Yeah, I was doing it with the block as well, unfortunately. Where it's cutting off too much and we don't get that 3D aspect. Whereas if I remove the shader, you immediately see it have the 3 dimensions. So this is no bueno. All right. I don't think this shader is gonna cut it. Maybe there's some way to adjust the code to make it work. I don't know. I don't think so. Like, I'll give it one more chance. This was the first iteration from ChatGPT, which, I mean, come on. But I think what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna need to use the sort of workaround trick. I think we're gonna have to do that. So that's okay. That's why we had a fallback. But let's just give it one more chance. I needed to preserve each 3D face of the target mesh, i.e. it needs to, it's not going to figure this out. It needs to keep the front, back, side faces. I don't think I'm explaining this right. I don't feel like dealing with this. I don't think this is right. Adjust it to handle it. All right, let's see. Let's give it a chance. Give it a chance. Give it a chance. That wasn't my best prompt, but it did seem to act like it understands it. Okay, all right. Well, it's all there. But is it doing the removal part? It has an error. That's why it's all there. Unknown transform. What did you make up? What did you make up? What did you do? Why are you making up stuff? It says transform is an unknown identifier. Is this up to, is your code up to date for Godot? Now, I don't know GDScript shader code very well, so that's gonna be a problem for me. Is your code up to date for Godot 4.3? And let me just add this code in here. I'm right? Okay. Don't let it get your hopes up with its exclaim of "you're right." Never. Oh, you made up something new? Okay. Same thing with World Matrix. Stop making up things and make sure it actually exists. There's a screen coordinate function for 2D. I think it's trying to do something like that for 3D. See, that's what I'm saying. Having that knowledge makes it a lot easier, right? Because I could tell it that. I could say, oh, hey. I mean, I will now. I could say, hey, like that works in 2D, but not 3D. I think it just broke it at this point. It doesn't do anything. It used to be a thing. Yeah. Yeah, this is, I think we're done here. I think there's no hope here. I think it's gone. That made the whole thing disappear. Also, earlier, were you trying to do 2D stuff even though it's 3D? Please don't use old things and don't make it disappear. Alright, I promise, this is the last time. Unless it's like really, really, really close. I have an alternative solution. We're not gonna be in an endless ChatGPT loop, I promise. Oh no, it's still making up stuff. Nope, you made up something again. The model matrix thing. Really, seriously, for real, the last one this time. That was technically close because it was just an error, and maybe we can. Okay, this is actually the last one. All right, didn't work. Nope, it's dumb. All right, next thing. We're gonna use this. Again, I'll put the YouTube video link in here. I'm avoiding it because it's a little hacky of a way to do it, but I think it could get the job done. And one of the big problems that I have with this method is I'm afraid it's going to hide other platforms behind it. I think it seems like basically impossible to use it with multiple different, like saying like applying to this one but not that one. Like that works one time, right? I'm pretty sure. I don't think we can keep saying, okay, now that you did this one avoiding that one, make sure this one avoids that one. Like it's, anyway, we'll see. All right, so the code's pretty simple. I've actually already set this up. I'm gonna go to my other project and pull out this code. So I think I call it grass hider. It's this right here. And what it does we need to put it on something. So we're gonna put this back to like the way it was when it like kinda actually still worked, even though it was pretty terrible what it was doing. Save that. And let's remove it because it sucks. And then what this will entail, let's set up, do we make it just, is it like a quad mesh? I can't remember actually what we apply it to. So let me just check real quick. That's just a mesh instance 3D. Nice. So in that case, I'm just gonna duplicate this mesh and we're gonna call this mesh hider. And then on here, we're gonna set it as its material, its main material. Create a new shader, and we're gonna call this, what do we call the last one? Was it like hider 01 or something? Mesh hider 01. So create a new one, mesh hider 02. Okay, paste all that in. Now I just have to make sure that it's actually set to like apply. To this particular thing. I don't remember how to do that. How do we do that? Shader type, spatial, unshaded. I actually don't remember how to make this work. Alright, let me look at how I use it. Oh, it's probably one of these other settings in here maybe. Cast shadow off. Oh, we're setting it as a material override. That's probably not necessary, but might as well be consistent. So let's put it on there. Yeah, it doesn't make any difference. Same result. Doesn't have any. Oh, we set the render priority higher or lower. Nope. You can actually see it hiding the gizmos, which is pretty interesting. But that's not really what we want. Like the outlines on there. Alright, let me go into where so I use this to hide grass. Should have that on one of my levels here. So right in here, see this grass on the ground? This is my other project. See those like green triangles? You actually can kind of see them from a certain angle in here. But if we get from this angle, you can't see them because that hider is making sure that it isn't visible. And I'll show you, right? So it's hiding it, it's revealing it. So I just need to make sure it's set up in that same way. Whatever that way is. It works. So that's basically what I'm setting up. But, you know, it has some problems where it can hide things you don't want it to hide, and I'm not sure I can set it up to avoid hiding other things that I also want to hide with a different hider. So like that's where I'm a little concerned about this, but we're gonna try it. But now how did I make this work? So this is the grass right here. The grass is on -1. Oh, okay. So we'll keep this on a 0 render priority. We'll take the block here. Give it a material, set it to -1. That's not enough. That's not enough. It is not vanishing. What else do you need? Transparency. Gotcha. Okay. Transparency alpha. Oh, there it goes. Mesh hider. And there you have it. Disappearing mesh. Now here, it looks like this is brown on top of it, so that's kind of concerning. Oh, it's affecting other things that it's not really supposed to be affecting. So we'll have to just see it in the game to see if that works correctly. But I guess you can already see the problem, right? If other things have that low render priority, why wouldn't it work on that? Yeah, it looks pretty good. So you can see I can hide that whole thing there on one side only. But getting it to not affect platforms it's not supposed to affect is going to be a challenge. It's weird because you can also kind of still see it a little bit, which is interesting. I'm not exactly sure why. What that's about? It's like just a little bit still there. I wonder if that's like a shadow being cast, because that was another setting that I had turned off. Cast shadow off. It's not a lot better. What else did we do over here? Because I'm not even sure if this doesn't happen here. It could be, let's see here, unshaded. Oh, that's not the hider. That's the actual grass. On the hider itself, cast shadow is off. Not much else has really changed on it. It's otherwise pretty much the same. Don't know why we still see a little bit. I mean, I could let it go, but then I think you're gonna notice it in a weird way. So I don't know what that's about. What happens if I like rotate it? I wonder too if I set, that doesn't do anything, yeah. That's useless. What if I make it like invisible? Nothing, yeah. Could also try changing. Because it's only happening on, is it? Let me see. Let's make this a little different, the mesh hider a different shape. Oh, it's linked. Make it unique. Oh, we have to restart it because that's a new resource now, so it doesn't recognize it. Oh, look, it's huge. So it's hiding something else. It's not just hiding the block. It's like hiding the lighting, the shadows. Some's getting hidden that's not supposed to get hidden. Yeah. I wouldn't even know what to do there. Could be the light. Of course, I would need to... I don't even know if there's like a render thing here. And it's not great. It's not gonna be very useful if it's changing that. And you can see it's applying in 3D space as well. But it kinda isn't gonna be good here for this. I kinda need to change like the render priority, you know? Can you explain one more time what you're trying to achieve? Yeah, of course. Oh yeah, sure, totally. No problem, you're not dumb at all. It's just, it's confusing to be working on something and you just drop in and you're trying to follow. So let me even make this more specific. Platforms break into clean chunks. So for the wraparound effect here, to wrap around better. That's quite a description. So you can see the enemies, when they get past the edge, they come back the right side or the left side, whichever one they're supposed to move to. They wrap around. Now the platforms are much longer, and since they're so long, instead of seeing them wrap around, they seem to jump from one side to the other. And so what I'm gonna try to do is break them up into chunks, so that way the front chunk can jump to the side, and then the back end can be left there so it looks smooth. Basically make sure it's at its longest, as long as this long boy here, and then that will jump and it'll look smooth when it goes across. And so I'm trying to use shaders to cleanly cut it, and I need it to be clean, because if I were to like try to make this object in like multiple pieces, they're gonna cast weird shadows on each other, they might overlap, and again, I'm gonna be making like meshes that are more interesting than just blocks, and so I need it to be able to be scalable and modular depending on what asset I make. So I'm experimenting with some different shader tricks to try to get that to hide, and what I would ultimately do is I would break up this mesh into like whatever 6-7 chunks or something like that, and it would basically be the same mesh with different hider things here, hiding part of it in different spots, so that way it would be a clean separation. Make the seam wider and make multiple of the logs. Right, okay, well, so as I said, I think that's gonna be a problem. I see what you're saying, but I feel I don't really see a path forward without it getting overly complicated. I mean, this is tricky too, right? But you know, for scalability's sake, I don't know how that works, because I want it to be half and half, right? So I want to see half of one log and then half of that same log on the other side, right? I want it to actually be able to occupy both places at once. That's what I want. And I think what you're describing, that wouldn't be the case. Make an extra log. I mean, there might be a way to do it the way you're saying it, Raphael, but I'm not really sure I understand. I wish I understood why this almost could maybe work. There are other problems that, so I kind of hate to be trying to solve this problem when I know there's going to be others, but this visual issue is definitely hurting. It'll be another log that you see, and then the players would think it's the same log. Right, I get that, but like how? Like, and it would have to be in the exact same position. So, I don't know. Something about that doesn't like make sense to me. Like, I guess we could do that, like fake it. Yeah, maybe that could work. You know, it hurts flexibility a bit, potentially, because there's gonna be some things that's not true for. I really don't want to move the position. I don't know. There's something about that feels like I'm gonna run into other problems as I try to build the level differently, you know? It's clear now, I don't know Godot at all, but I'm watching a lot, trying to learn. Why don't you make a few types of planks as scenes and then instantiate and kill them when they go off? Yeah, so, yeah. Well, again, remember, I want it to be half and half. I want half of it to be visible and half of it not to be visible. So we could do that. We could have this continue, and when it gets to a certain point, it instantiates another one at that exact position on the other side. I'm just not really sure, like, mathematically how to make that work, personally. Like, that doesn't just, I don't, my brain can't do that. I hear you explaining that. And like, I get it, like we tried, I imagined that, but we don't, again, the enemies work great, right? We're not doing that. We're not deleting and reinstantiating it, and this works fantastic. So I really want a system similar to this, but for the platforms, right? And so what I'm thinking is going to be best is to break it up into chunks and have it gradually repiece it back together. Yeah, and that is gonna mess up, right. Yes, that's a whole other reason why I don't want to do the instantiating, is because it is going to hurt performance a lot. But still, even with that, I still think it's not a great solution in my mind, because trying to get it so it truly works where it's half and half, that it is the same thing on one side and the other side, but just a different part of it, I just feel like that's going to be really, really challenging. Maybe it's not, you know? Maybe it's way simpler than I'm able to. I'm just not like a very good math person, so I'm not really sure like what that would look like to achieve. So yeah, so I'm just going to faff around a bit with trying to get that white. You see how it's like kind of like, what is that? I feel like I know, I feel like we can fix that. I just have to remember how to fix it. Or figure out how to fix it. So that way we don't see the hider hiding something else. I feel like I've had this problem before. Although I thought it was like already dealt with. I wonder if it's like one of these. Let me look at the original code that this person has. I don't know if I think they make us look at it in here, which is irritating, but that's okay. Breaking into chunks would create more overhead. An extra log with different boundaries would utilize what you already have with a couple more adjustments. Yeah, that's true. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. You make a compelling point. And then we would just be teleporting the player instead of the log. I'm like, I still can't really wrap my head around how that would work. But I am incredibly intrigued. I'm definitely leaning towards it. I'm definitely leaning towards it here. All right. I am. I just am. Render mode unshaded, uniform scale with 2D screen texture. Oh, I see. This is a new line. That makes way more sense. Okay. Got it. I'm leaning towards it big time. Trial and error. Yeah, right. I think the trial and error is what I wasn't able to like envision, but you know, I'm actually starting to think maybe you're onto something. I think maybe we should do that. I'm already obviously bored with doing this. Yeah, it's pretty much the same, but I feel like there might be like an extra render mode we need to like add in or something. I'm not sure what. You need the logs to spawn and disappear further away from the camera limits, yeah. The way I made things ramp around in my game is just by drawing the sprites like 2 or 3 times with different offsets. I don't really understand what you're saying, but it sounds nice. Alright, so I'll scrap the chunks idea. Because you're right, as far as overhead goes, I hate it. I despise it. All right, experimenting with platform wrapping via trickery. I mean, it was all trickery, but different kind of trickery. Okay. All right, I'm willing to experiment with this. Let's try it. Let's try it. Screw it, let's do it. Because yeah, you really sold me on the overhead argument, you know? Because yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure every single thing that every platform that I set up is designed to have the chunks, which is kind of a pain. All right, we'll give Rorik credit there. So, in order to make that work, we're going to need to have a different point, different overlap point for platforms. I'm actually going to need a different one for the player, because the player is going to have to jump. That's going to be one of the trickier parts. I'm actually a little concerned about how easily that's going to work. I actually am very concerned. To me, that's the biggest challenge of your suggestion. Because as it is right now, the player will already move on it. So you can see that the player, without me having to do anything, is teleporting because it's physics-wise tied to that platform, which is super, super nice, and I don't have to set up anything for that to work. It just works. Now, in order to get, if the same log is moving, and therefore I needed to teleport over, I don't think just changing its position is going to be enough. It might be enough. It might be fine. I don't know. But I'm a little afraid that it might not be fine. So that might take a little experimentation as well. So there's still some unknowns in this, for sure. Games equal trickery. I know, that's right. Welcome, Bentham. It'd be funny if there was a chaos mode with a boss in it or something. That's true. So this is a game jam, by the way. You may already know that. But just in case, this is a game jam. It's called the Game-like Jam. And if I'm not saying this to you, I'm saying this to whoever else might not have known. But you can join this jam, actually. I'll put a link in the chat. There's a link in the description as well. And it's all about making a Frogger-like. So your idea, Bentham, could easily become a reality. Maybe you saying that here inspires somebody. Maybe you yourself want to make games and make a game. You could do that. It would fit within the boundaries of this game jam. I think that's a cool idea. I don't want to do it for mine. I want to try to keep it as true to Frogger as possible. But there is a ranking criteria here for creative twist on the original. I think that would definitely be a nice creative twist. I like that a lot. I think some people are already doing that for theirs. So it's definitely happening. That would be cool though, like a giant car or like a monster that goes across and you have to like dodge it with different mechanics. That would be awesome. I agree, that'd be cool. And also welcome. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, yours has a boss in it. That water is way down there, didn't even realize it. Yeah, it is. That orthographic camera makes it all look the same. I don't get why the player is involved here. Oh, I see, the player should teleport from side to side instead of dies or whatnot. Well, it's both. So that's a good point. So the reason why I want to set this up in the first place is, again, because I'm interested in emulating the original as much as possible. That's my own personal interest. I want to do that. I don't have to do that, but I want to do that. That's why I started this jam, was an excuse for me and others, but especially an excuse for me to try to emulate these original games. Pawn X Pawn has 3 planned. Amazing. So if you notice here in Frogger, it could be any, who knows what's happening? What's happening? Is it wrapping around? Is it spawning a new one? I don't know. But the way you can tell that it's definitely wrapping around, if I go up on this big log here, whenever you, and yes, you do die, but when you wrap back around, your dying is happening on the other side. So I'll show you. You ready? Pay attention. Here we go. See? We wrap around. And to me, that is like an interesting challenge that I want to explore. With y'all and myself, I want to just like, I want to make it be similar. Like they were able to do it, now I want to do it. Yeah, well, yeah, 2D is super easy to wrap. Yeah, exactly, I know. But now we're doing this in 3D, which complicates it, totally. But I like that challenge. So yeah, so this is how you know that it's actually wrapping around. With ease, right? It's done so easily here. So yeah, that's what I want to try to emulate. It sure is awkward, you betcha. But I love doing 3D, and so I'm here for that, you know? It doesn't mean you're gonna be watching me succeed, but you'll be watching me try. They didn't have to add code to make it in the old hardware. It's just what it did automatically. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. And here we are, just trying to like emulate it, and it just worked before. Yeah. That's okay. Alright. So. Yeah, it makes it awkward. Oh, now you see why I wanted chunks. Okay. Alright. Now you're like, maybe you should go back. That's the thing about taking advice from chat. It's hard to keep everybody up to date with the same context. So it's good to ask questions. That's why a lot of games had wrapping around. You can make 3D planes with texture and wrap them. What? Of course I want it to be 3-dimension. Mario Bros, Frogger, Pac-Man. Yeah. Right, those did all have it. Totally. That got really tiny. All right. So we're not doing the hider for now. Even though I still think that that might be the best way to go. I'll be honest with you. Let's experiment with something else. Oh yeah, totally. So tool assisted speedrun, but also in the jam page. So on the jam page in the community tab, I added some resources. And specifically, we have this long play video here, if you're curious. And it's somebody trying to do like a world record, basically. And yeah, they play it for like 4.5 hours. And they're just playing Frogger. And similarly, you can see what happens in the later levels in an actual playthrough scenario, which I think is really cool. It's not much different, but there are a little bit of changes. Yeah. Yesterday, World of Long Plays uploaded a Frogger gameplay video. You can watch that too. Yeah. So like I said, I've got this in the jam. Thank you guys for being so helpful. I appreciate it. Crazy Climber is a good arcade game. So yeah, so that's there if you guys are interested. There's a link to the helpful resources if you want to see what's already in there. So yeah, I'm gonna need some different stuff. I'm going to need, I'm gonna need to be able to have a separate, if we're gonna do it this way, the way Rorik is talking about, that means I'm gonna need to have a separate detection zone than the one we have right now, which is right here, that detects enemies. It's gonna have to be further out so it can account for the longest, but that's good. See, what I don't like about that is that's gonna be different for every platform. I don't know, I have some problems with that. So we could do that for the longest platform. Oh, it's just gonna be a lot of like fudging. I guess it would need to be enough to account for the longest platform. And then So that would be a separate collision area. And then we need yet another separate collision area that would check for the position of the player. So it would actually be very similar, if not exactly the same place as this one, except it would not be this one because it needs to look for something different, which would be the player. Or we could have it also look for the player. That would also be an option. And then, but it needs to be different. Right, but so I want to try to make it emulate Frogger as much as possible. Again, that's just my own interest, right? So for me, I want to have it be similar pixel widths. Again, that's just the game that I want to make. I don't want to make them shorter because it's just, I want to make it like Frogger, you know? I want to make it similar. That's my ambition, right? For your game, I definitely encourage you to do that, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'm interested in challenging myself to make it as similar as possible. To me, that's the point of the jam in part. Personally, for me, for you, it should be different, but for me, it's that. But you're right. That would work around the problem, but I want to try to solve the problem. That's my interest. All right. There are no logs that are full screen long. Yeah, well, there's none here that are full screen long either. All right, but they are like, so this one actually, this is, which is too long. That's actually an excellent point. This is too long. I will make it shorter, but look at these ones, right? This is like testing purposes. Ignore that. But this is going to be, right? If you look at it, you see this one still jumps. So ignore that one. Forget that one, right? Look at these. Watch. Jumps, right? So if I made it shorter, we wouldn't get that nice effect of it being able to go around. So having this long one, yes, not what's actually going to be in the game, but for this purpose, it illustrates what needs to be dealt with. But yeah, you're right. This is too long right now. That's true. I actually kind of want to recalibrate what the longest. You make a good point that I probably should use realistic ones. The trouble with placeholders, I'll tell you. Okay, let me come back to the game itself here. So here's the thing, like relatively, that long one is as long as that. But like for some reason it feels very different here. 0, 1, let's see here. It should be 14 across, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Right, the pixels are a little different, right? They're like longer, like higher than they are wide. But it's the same grid size, technically. So if we come into Frogger here, and not die, ideally. Oh, I'm trying to count, but it's really hard. Especially because the right end of all the collisions are kind of messed up in Frogger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 6 blocks wide. Let's see what my longest one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is, we do have the longest one. This is our longest one right here. But again, you can still see that it is too long to do the wrapping thing perfectly. So this is our longest one here. Okay, good to know. So actually, I should change the positions of them. Let's put this one, not that one, platform 2, we'll put this here, get rid of platform 5, and then for the one that's supposed to be, let's get rid of the shaders, we're not using those anymore. The one that's supposed to be here, it's a little bit shorter than that one. I kind of like the idea of counting the number of blocks. That's probably the easiest way to do this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. But it's just like a shorter 3. So they're both about 3 blocks wide. It's just one is like a shorter 3. Which is a little wacky, but that's okay. Okay. So we probably want to actually switch these. I guess we want this one up here. This one... That's not 3 though. Let's try that one. I'm gonna move this one out of the way. Might need to redesign these blocks. Yeah, so it used to fit better before I changed the size of everything. 1, 2, 3. So that could be the longer one right there. And then we can make a slightly shorter one. Wow. Yeah, that's a whole complicating factor. So originally, the game was zoomed out more, but I zoomed it in to make it like fit better. But now all my sizes that I mapped out so carefully are incorrect, as Raphael pointed out. So now I have to deal with that, actually. I kind of like to ignore it. I'm going to ignore that for now, and I'm going to fix that later. I think for now, I'm just going to drop these in here so we can try to experiment with the different platform sizes, or the platform wrapping. I think that'll be a better use of my time right now. So I'm going to make these be similar directions, since we know we already have the longest one. So we've got one going, it goes left for the first platform row, right, left, left for the first platform row, right, right, so left, right, right, left, right, left, right, right, left, right. This one is going left, that's going right. This one needs to also go right. Welcome, Kai Guy! We got another member in the house! That means another member song! Good to see you, hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. And for supporting the channel. Left, right, right, left, right. I knew I'd forget it. This one going to the left, and this one going to the right. And then this one is not actually a row. That would be like the last one. So we don't need that one. Okay. So that's more or less how it would be, although there's going to be some differences in the sizes and things like that. But technically that's how it's going to be. We need a ChatGPT emote with a spinny loading stuck icon overlaid it. What? What's a ChatGPT emote? What does that even look like? That's an interesting, highly specific suggestion. Highly specific. It would look like ChatGPT logo. Yeah, you're right. Whatever that is. I don't even know what that is. Yeah. Okay. So what we're doing is we're creating a longer wraparound section for the platforms, and we're going to try to line it up so there's an extra one, and then the player gets moved over. All right, we'll see. You're in the past. When you were struggling with ChatGPT, you look, oh, okay. I was like, that is the most random thing. Okay, it makes sense. Now it all makes sense. I see. Yes, yes, yes. Within that context, that was very witty. Alright, let's get you your member song. The playing position goes beyond the screen's right edge, immediately reset to the left edge minus its width, so that it smoothly reappears on the left while it's still disappearing on the right. They do a Wile E. Coyote move when they start falling. Nice. When you say that, do you mean like duplicate it? But then it would disappear. It would have to be duplicated in some way for that to work. Right? I'm trying to avoid duplication. But mathematically, I really like what you're saying. So the left edge minus its width. No duplicating required for that? But how could it be on both sides at the same time? Not that you've ever been random. Never ever. Not usually that random. It's the same plank, but with length that draws any races on the sides. Wait, why can't I understand that? Why does that not make sense to me? What? So how could it be on both sides at the same time? Very confused. Are you saying like, I don't know what you're saying. Like and also remember, they're not gonna be blocks like this. They're gonna be actual like assets. So it's not gonna be like identical on the whole thing. So keep that in mind. That would be when it fully goes off screen. Oh, so to make sure that it does come back to the same place? All right, well, let's just set that up. Let's just get that set up. All right. So that way we can actually try it. If you break it into chunks, it would be for each chunk. Right, well, we're not doing chunks probably, maybe. I'm not sure anymore. All right, let me tinker. Let me tinker. All right, so I'm gonna do oh, Kai Guy, hold on. Hold on, we gotta sing a member song. Hold up. Oh, Guy, Guy came through and said hi. Guy came through and said hi. Oh, Guy, say hi to you. Guy, you came through and said hi. Now I say hi right back to you. Guy hanging out with me, and now I'm hanging out with you and saying hi back. Guy came through and said hi. I'm so glad that you did. Hi right to you. Guy came through and said hi, and I say hi right back to Guy. Alright, there's your member song. I'm so sorry, but also, you're so welcome, and thank you for supporting the channel, Guy. I appreciate you very much. Continues to be a pleasure to hang out with you in the member streams. I did not mean to say BRB. and here as well. Hope your day's going as good as it can. Welcome, Mindslide. Good to see you. You're coding in C# so much you forgot how to use GDScript export. Now you have access to it. Enjoy. You deserve export. Hopefully you'll be able to do that with C# soon for those of you who use it. All right, I'm gonna tinker now. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna make a new wrapper over here. Yes! Spam the emoji wall if you're a member, because you can't access it if you're not a member. Look at all those beautiful, adorable emojis. Dude, YouTube has some fun ones, I have to say. All right. So we need some, so now we need to actually clarify different types of wraps, right? So this would be, because I guess if I wanted to detect the player differently, you gotta take advantage of floaters. If you use it, if you got it, you know? That's what I would say. That's what I would say. So do I want different areas? Or do I want to try to use the same one? Oh, I thought you were talking about exporting WebGL. Oh, you mean export variables. Oh yeah, that's different. Yeah. You're making devlogs yourself, just not live? They're on your channel though. Alright, don't self-promote, that's tacky. But also, nice. Dude, I love, like, making YouTube content, you know? Like, honestly, making YouTube content helps me, work on stuff, which can be really cool. And videos are nice as well, because then, you know, you can actually work on your own time. But it still can provide, like, a nice motivation to get things done, whether you're live or not, I think. Although as the channel grows, I have to learn to set more boundaries. Right rep, so I need different, do I want to use this to detect the player separately? So the objects are all area 3Ds. We could have it also detect the player. Right now on these, we just have an area entered. We could set up like a body entered as well. And then that could behave. Here, we're gonna change this to on area entered. We'll make this on body entered. Func on body entered. Well, we can just say that's gonna be the player. We could just print it. I mean, you could just do it. You could just try teleporting it. I have a feeling that's not gonna work. Yeah, let's actually test that first. So that's the kind of the easiest thing to set up real quick. Let's test that first. I'm sure this isn't gonna work, but we could try it. I think that's the only body around, but we could just do a double check. If is in group, if player, well, I guess we'll call it a body. Yeah, I'm gonna refactor it. Area. If body is in group, player, then teleport the body. I have a feeling that's not gonna work, but what if it does? I would be delighted. It doesn't have, so there's a problem. It doesn't have, oh no, we don't change direction. All right, just continue, sorry. I panicked. I forgot we don't do the direction thing anymore because it turned out to be useless. All right, I like how we're on the slowest possible one as well. No good. Yeah, that did not work. That did not work at all. Let's see how not it worked. Wow. I mean, we're gone. I don't know where the player is, but it ain't around. It is gone. Now I could also just try walking off the side as well. It actually worked here very effectively. Actually. It was when we were on the platform that it didn't work. Interesting. So this worked super well. Now what happens? Oh. when we're on the platform. Okay, all right. Wait, it is working? Oh, was it because I was on the edge? I see, it was just because I was on the edge. Can you be normal? Thank you. So I fell off when it wrapped around. Nice! Oh, it did work! It did work! It did work! I was just so close to the edge that it knocked me off when I teleported back around. Nice, dude. Well, it's actually a little hard to tell if it's working, if I'm being honest with you, because the platform is already teleporting. So probably a better way to try it would be to make sure that this doesn't apply to these guys anymore. So in order to tell it to ignore them, hold on. In order to, it might work. It might well be working, but I do need to actually do something different. Because remember, we're going to be switching it to a different platform, and the platforms are already moving. So if you think about it, it might not work, because the platform, it might work too. The platform is hitting the boundary before the player is hitting the boundary. So the player isn't really hitting it. But if the player hits it first, it teleports it into the void. So we technically haven't tested it yet. But it seemed to work when I was just walking on the ground here. So that's a really, really, really good sign. I think it might be okay. Maybe. So we need to tell it to ignore these platforms so it doesn't teleport them anymore, because we're going to create something new. So in order to do that, we're going to look at the way that this works. So the enemies, we set up a globals collision, right? We did. Ground wall enemy. We're calling that what, a ground? Can we make a platform one? Let's make a platform one. So on the platforms, we're not actually defining any collision for it at all, so let's do that. I'm just gonna borrow what we're doing for the enemies, who I believe do have some collision. Oh, they don't have it set up. Travi, yeah, that's how you spell it. Healed up nicely from getting impaled. The other cat, no, oh, yeah. Dude, what is that? They love, like, going up against the tripod leg on the camera. I don't know why, but they do. It's just a nice thing that they like leaning up against. It's funny because he was, on Monday when you saw that, he was wrapped around it. It's actually going behind her, but you kind of can't tell. But yet, either way, it looks like an impaling. It does. Yeah, it just so happens that the place they hang out is right by the camera tripod. So it's just like in the way. But they're like, you know what? I like this. I'm gonna snuggle up with it. Bless their hearts. So I actually didn't set up collisions on the enemies at all, which is very surprising. Yeah, you can tell better when it's enlarged. Yeah. Where did we set up collisions then? On the player? Somewhere. Somewhere collisions are set up. Set ray masks. No, that's... Oh yeah, we did with the raycast. Okay. Alright. Wow. So let's come back to the platform. We're gonna add in a ready function. Set it up like this. Cat kebab skewer. No. I'm not even gonna make a joke about it tasting good. That's just too messed up. So we want to set this on the layer. This is for platforms, and we want to set it to be an platform. And we don't need to do any of this. I don't think it is extends detectable. Gotta find my platform. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? I didn't just make it? I think I just made it there. Thank you. Okay, we just had to save it. Cat kebab. Why does that work so well? Set collision layer value. Set it true for platform. I'm gonna make a false one as well. I don't want it to be on the first one, which is ground. It's a little troubling. Well, I think you can keep it on ground. I think it's okay if it's on ground, actually. We just want to make sure it is on the platform, or the platform layer. And then for enemies, I'm going to set them to be on the enemy collision layer. Now for the player, so the way we're detecting that stuff is it's looking for bodies. So the enemy is in area 3D and it looks for bodies, and it prints based on that. Its layer is enemy, we just set that, but we want to set its mask to be looking for player. We're just gonna set all this up right now. So it's looking for the player layer. There's no player? Let's make it. Okay, now that works. So the enemies look for the player, and they are on the enemy, which makes sense. As for the platform, I don't think right now we need it to look for the player, but maybe someday we will. So for now, it's just on there. We are going to need to look for, well, you know, we don't need to look for anything. Okay, so that's good. Now on the wrapping, we want to set its collision layer. We don't really need to set its layer. Well, we're going to set its mask, as to say what it's looking for, to enemy. Yes, we do want it to look for that. I'm going to remove it from ground. I don't want it to be looking for ground. So we're going to set its mask ground to be false. Did I do it yet? So we should still see the enemies wrapping around. Good. But not the platforms. Excellent. So the platforms just keep on going, but the enemies loop. And now the player does not loop. So it's not seeing the player. We do want it to see the player, though. For this jam, still in brainstorming stage. Nice. Very quick pencil sketch planning yesterday and testing use of Pixel Mash, a 2D pixel art app for art. Neat. Pixel Mash. Next gen pixel art and animated sprite editor. Neato. Nice, I've never heard of it. Looks cool. I mean, I don't do 2D stuff, but maybe I would have heard of it if I did. Looks clean though. Nice. It's awesome. I'm so glad you're gonna try to put something together. 20 days left, about 20 days left. So you got time. Yeah. I mean, you know, if nothing else, you're learning, right? It's part of your growth arc. That's what matters the most. Oh, I didn't tell it to see the player. Well, that'll do it. Okay, so we're gonna put its mask to player. And now it should wrap the player, the enemies, but not the platforms. Let's make sure that works. Nope. No, it did not. Let me see if that's happening. Print. Body entered. Sometimes things get weird when I set this up for bodies. It's not as popular an app. It had to say, oh, was intrigued. Fair enough. Fair enough. So we're not even getting a print for it. So it's just ignoring it. Did I put the player on the player layer? No, I did not. Break's over. All right, Kai Guy. Thanks for stomping in on your break. I appreciate it. Looks like Lila's break is over too. I'll see you when you get back. I'll be here. If you want to come back through. See you later, Kai Guy. Hope work goes the best it can. So I need to actually add the player layer to the player, which makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. All right, it's player, layer, set. We're gonna stop with that printing. I think we'll be okay now. Probably, maybe, yeah. Would be nice. Enemies wrap, platforms don't. Yikes. So, I don't know if you saw that, but the player is visibly teleporting across each side. That right there is what happens when you try to do, physics bodies and change their position. So one nice thing is we could just make it invisible while that's happening. Harvest Earth, look how well different. Yeah, so I decided to make my Frogger-like Harvest Earth themed. So that way I could still work on, yeah, it's my Frogger-like. That way I could still like work on Harvest Earth in a way. And I'm gonna actually implement it into Harvest Earth as a mini game. So that'll be fun. Yeah, it's a little different, but it's the same. Mindslide got an online leaderboard. Nice. That's awesome. Because then you can make it even more Frogger-like, right? Oh, there goes my keyboard. Then you can make it even more Frogger-like because it'll actually have like high scores on it. Nice. I love that. Yeah, we can just make it invisible. But, you know, on the other hand, I think we have other problems, right? Because I bet it's going to collide with enemies when it goes across. Which, by the way, isn't the end of the world, right? Because the only way the player is going to go across is if they're dying. But, you know, then I just have to write code to tell it to ignore. It still just like complicates things a little bit. But yeah, let's see so when it says overlap down here, that means it took damage from an enemy. So let's see if an overlap appears when I wrap around. I just have to make sure. Oh, and then we gotta get Tincho a member song. I just have to make sure that we're not setting it off in an unintended way. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, I couldn't tell. It's actually really hard to test. I think it did overlap. Yeah. Right, exactly. Yeah, we'll have to turn collision off. You know, but it's just, you know, it's messy. It's messy. You know, it's becoming a bit hacky. Yeah, that definitely overlapped with them right here. So yeah, just handling it one step at a time here. Yeah. Oh my. Okay. So yeah, it definitely appears to be doing that, which is not great. It's not wonderful. All right. I hate it. That's really stupid. Because, you know, now it's like we have to be able to determine the time, you know, allow the player to wrap around. That's fair. That's fair. I want it to wrap around. That is definitely a solution. I'm just like fixated on imitating as much as I can from the original Frogger. That's just like my own personal interest. Definitely a valid solution. But, you know, if we come here into the original Frogger, as someone pointed out, this is a lot easier to do on older hardware. But you can see that when the Frogger dies, it comes around the other side. And so part of the challenge for me in this jam, like why I want to do this jam, is to be exposed to techniques that I wouldn't normally do, right? So instead of just like kind of necessarily coming up with like a workaround, I want to take on the challenge of trying something that's like different than what I would normally do, like I said. So I like that challenge of doing that and trying to get it to work. But that's totally a smart way to get things done, is to just say, you know what, do I really need it to wrap around? Okay, the original did it, but does that mean that mine has to? No one's gonna notice, who cares? I'll notice. But I'm not voting, so it doesn't matter what I notice. Anyway. Alright. So, Tincho, we need to get you a member song. Is this one of the approved member songs? I feel like it is. Oh, and it just ended? I feel like that's one of the approved member songs, right? We already did one to it, but let's do it. Member song time, member song time. Remember what? Remember you. I remember that you remember. So Tincho gets a member song. Oh yeah, Tincho said, oh. Tincho inched on in and then said, oh, the member song. Cause you didn't remember that we do the member songs. You didn't remember we do the member songs. Tincho inched themselves on into the stream and they said, oh, the member song. Cause they didn't remember there's a member song. They didn't remember there's a member song. Oh, Tincho, you inched on in. And you said, oh, the member song, cause you didn't remember there's a member song if you're a member like Tincho is. Oh, Tincho inched on into my stream, Tincho. Oh, Tincho, you didn't remember, but now you got a member song cause you remember. Now you got a member song cause you remember. It's your member song, Tincho. I'm really sorry, but you're also very welcome. Look at all the aliens on the screen. Beautiful. That was probably the best emote that y'all came up with for the channel. It's so good. Oh, right, this. Right, so I have to actually determine how long it's taking for it to go from one side to the other, which is stupid. Like, I could check to see if it's over there yet and then make it visible and not collidable anymore. But, like, it'll probably already think it's over there by then. Would be my guess. I mean, I could be wrong. Like, we could try it. Ugh, I hate this. Alright, so, I hate this. So, we're gonna say... It's tough, because how we, like, determine that it's over there? Oh, this is so annoying. I am not happy with this. Like, other than, like, a stupid await or something, which is not something I really want to do. But again, the only circumstance where this happens is the player is dying, right? That's the only circumstance that this happens in. If the player is dying, it wraps the death around. So... I don't think an await is gonna be that dangerous if we make sure that something happens that nothing like can happen that's too weird and different after the fact. So I'm gonna risk it. We're gonna do an await. I think it's the only way this is gonna work well. So teleport object and then await. Get out of here with your little peeking dungeon. Get out of my face. We're gonna await. Get tree. Create timer. Dungeon's trying to get me off of awaits. I'm not ready. I think they have their place. Sometimes. Not always ideal, but sometimes gets the job done. Let's say 0.3 or something. So we're gonna say it teleports it. We could even make it invisible first. So let's say body visible false. We then need to adjust the collision of it. So we want to say that it's no longer on the player anymore. So we're going to say body. I should make this its own function, honestly. Let's make it its own function. So we're going to say deactivate object, deactivate player. Deactivate player. We want to call it the body and like true or false. In this case, or I guess we'll say player let's just do player visibility. And visible true or false. So at first we're gonna wanna say false. So let's make that function. Func player visibility. Player and is visible. Or we'll just say, is visible. So it's gonna be not visible at first. So we wanna say if is visible something, otherwise we wanna say body or player visible false. And then we're gonna set its layer value. Player false. So we don't even have to, you don't even have to do an else here at all. You can just say that is visible goes into these spots. All right. Nice. And then when it, after the await, we're gonna call it again, except this time it's true. We'll see if it actually works. So first of all, let's just test the visible aspect. I'm not gonna worry about the overlaps yet. Oh, I still saw it. Why? Why didn't I still see it? That didn't help. That didn't help at all. Is it? Like, is it working? Hey, Pressifier, welcome, we got another member in this house. Yeah, it's supposedly working. I don't think 0.3 is too short. I think it just isn't working. Good to see you, Pressifier. We gotta get you a member song. We must. The chat is very green today. I know it. I know it. It's the member songs. We got member songs galore. Yeah, dude. It's just like not happening. It's just like not doing it. So maybe I need to take a look at what the heck body is. So print. What is player to you? What do you think player is? Character body. Okay, what if I just set it to false? What if we don't do is visible? I don't know. I don't know why that would matter. Something's going wrong. We gotta figure out what it is. Okay, go around. Okay, so that is, wait. Yeah, that is making me invisible. So why isn't this working? Print player visible. Just tell me about that. What's that about? What do you think that it is? Oh, that's something. Oh gosh. Okay, hold on. We're getting all kinds of prints. Okay. Come up here. False, true. So I mean, it is becoming false and then true again. I mean, I'm saying for an oh, dude, look what I forgot. Do you guys see what I forgot? Also, look, I forgot to add timeout on here. See, that's what I mean. See, someone could have eagle-eyed that and saved me those couple minutes of testing. Or I eventually realized what I did wrong. which happens. All right, so now for an entire full second, it should disappear and reappear. In theory. Okay, where did it go? The classic timeout await problem. The classic timeout await problem. It's so easy to do. Maybe that's too long. Let's go back to point 3. Happens way more than anyone ever admit to. It's so easy, right? Because you know, you're not used to like adding like a little signal at the, I'm not used to adding a little signal at the end of things. So we do have some kind of problem happening here. Something is not going right. Let me try commenting out the visible part. Something is not right. Something is very not right. Oh, it's going too far. Oh, so it's... Oh dear. I think changing its collision is causing a problem. So this is where it gets complicated. I need another type of collision, right? So we need like, let's go back to globals. We need player detect player wrap. We'll say there's a special one just for wrapping, and then a special one for anything else. Enemies, we'll just say player. Yeah, why don't we just add one for player and then a special one for player wrap. That'll have its own. That's how that'll work. So then for the wrap, instead of detecting player, it's gonna look for player wrap. On the player, we have to make sure we set that to true. And then back in the wrapping code, wait a minute, oh, it's body. Here we go. Wait, where do we go? There we go. So I got confused. When we're in here, we can do the player not being visible, but yeah, right. Player wrap. Oh, I already changed that to player wrap? Okay. Cool. Yeah, right. Player wrap. Well, we don't want this to actually collab with the player anymore. We need that to collab with the wrap. Did I do this right? Something I got confused at some point. So for player, that goes to player wrap. It also has player collision. Okay, that should be fine. All right, let's see if that works better. Wait. Why is that gonna work better? That's not gonna work better. That's the same problem. That's the same problem. That's not better. Why did I think that was gonna fix that? Because it's still gonna be detecting the same thing and then not being detected anymore. This is so bad. I hate this. I'm about to go back to the chunks thing. All right, I'll stick through it. I'll stick through it. But what we're gonna have is that. Oh wait, why did it work? Wait, why did that fix it? Why did I think that that wouldn't fix it? Okay, it doesn't fix it. Okay, I thought so. We just got lucky. It's like a sometimeser that it's actually gonna fix it. Because what's happening is I think what you have to do, at least, so first of all, you didn't have to do any of the things you just did, right? So just stop it. Just stop it. Come back here. Get rid of this. I don't know why I thought that that would help. I know why. But I'm not at liberty to say why. Okay, did we get rid of all instances of player wrap, please? Alright, good. We don't need that. I need to move the position. You can do chunks with your same setup, right? Just build large logs with smaller logs, cubes. Yeah, no, because the problem with that is you're gonna see like visual glitches. It's not the same because there's shadows. We're gonna run into like overlap. I think it's gonna be really hard for like complex meshes. Well, I mean that's what I was working on that, but you kind of convinced me not to do that anymore. I was working on that, but what I was trying to do was use a shader. I just needed to tweak the shader a bit, but you were like, no, don't do this. So it's not, I don't have to listen to you, but I just think it's funny that you like changed it. And I think it's you made a good point about the overhead, but this has overhead too. It's just like, it might not. What this has is an investment of time to set it up, which that did too. And it would have the overhead of having to keep setting it up for every different obstacle. What the advantage of this one is I set it up once and I don't have to worry about it for future implementations. So it's kind of a toss-up of which one's gonna be better. But yeah, just breaking it into pieces isn't gonna work as well because, like, for example, you know, if this is a 3D mesh and that's a 3D mesh and they're all supposed to look like one, the shadows, the lighting is gonna hit it weird. There's gonna be weird potential overlap. It's just, I don't think it's possible, in my opinion. My expectation is that it wouldn't be possible to divide it up. It's also gonna be really hard to divide it up, if not impossible, right? Because I'm gonna be setting that up in like Blender, right? So I would need to do like sharp edges and like cut it. And then like the topology has to like keep in mind, because I'm gonna have like a submarine, right? So it's gonna have like, it's gonna be like a mesh with shapes. It just gets really complicated trying to think about how I'm gonna divide it up into chunks. Whereas like the shader was nice because it could just cleanly do a slice, right? So anyway, all right. We're moving forward with this attempt right now. Let's get Precipier a member song before I get too deep into trying this out. We need a member song approved song. All right, let's do this one. If it wants to be a song. Oh, it's got like an intro. It's like dramatic. Love dramatic. Oh, Precipier, oh, Precipier. Precipier's on the precipice of being on fire. No precipitation can put him out because you're so hot. Precipier is on fire. You're on the precipice of not getting put out by precipitation. Precipier on the precipice of being on fire today. Tell Precipier is on fire because you're here and a member, and that makes you be so hot and so on fire. Precipier's on the precipice of being on fire. No precipitation can put you out because you're so hot for being a member of the channel. Oh, Precipier, you're on the precipice of being on fire. Oh, no precipitation can put you out. Precipier. All right, there you go. I'm really sorry about that member song, truly, deeply. But also you're welcome, and thank you for being a member. It's weird, at least once a week, I spontaneously combust out of nowhere, and nothing seems to put it out. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to tell your story. You know, the world must know about your struggle. It's very serious. It's actually super serious. And I hope some precipitation. Maybe the problem is using precipitation. People just think because it's similar to your name that precipitation is a solution, when in fact your name is a warning. Use like sand. I think we should start using sand to put out your combustion. You'll be okay. You'll be safe. I'm also amazed that you spontaneously combust and you're still here. Like, either there's holes to your story, Or there's holes in you. You should get that looked at. Yeah, right. There's something that needs to change here in your life, buddy. Feel better soon. Yeah, well, I'm glad that like Dungeon Martian could say that advice because I put out the word about your experience. So you're welcome. You're not sorry for that member song at all. You're most welcome. What the hell are we doing? Something comes with the country being in Australia. Yeah. Along with the skin cancer, sometimes you just spontaneously combust. All the discussions we have in member streams. What was I do? Oh yeah, I think I just need to change the order of this. I don't think I had to do all that wacky stuff I was doing. I think if we change the order where it teleports it, then it changes the visibility. I think that'll actually work better. Please work better. I'd really appreciate it if you did. Nope. Nope, it didn't. No, it did not work better. It didn't. Cool. Yeah. No bueno. Wait, let me see it. Yeah, cause it just like keeps teleporting back and forth. Oh my god. What if we make it a longer period of time? What do you think about that? Cause normally that collision would just stay there, but in this very specific one instance, I mean, it's not even doing the offset, you know? It's so weird. It just breaks it. I think the other problem is, I think just like turning off and on, I think turning off collision on physics bodies is, I just remembered, I think you have to do a call deferred for that to work, I believe. I actually had a similar problem, but it's not a physics collision. Oh, wait. I hate this with all of my heart. I'm about to go back to the shader thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't enjoy this. I don't want to do this. I despise it. I hate this. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm going back to the shader. I'm sorry. I think this is actually much more annoying to me. And because it's just like trying to move a physics body. Maybe there's a solution here, you know? Maybe there is. All right. But I don't want to deal with it. Oh God, press the fire. All right, just give me a second. Let me just clear this out, all right? And then we'll talk. I would be happy and honored and appreciative. But at this point, I just need to get reset back to before, because I just don't like this idea. I don't like it. Should have gone with my gut. I don't really like it. So I'm just gonna keep trying to tweak that shader, which is gonna be a little tricky in and of itself. So we're just gonna say, and I could just also let go of the wrap, all right? So I should probably put like a deadline on myself for this stream. Like, when do I give up on this and just say, screw the wrap, it's dumb, it doesn't matter. You know, that's totally something that I could do. Trying to get the hider shader working, a mesh hider shader working. So I'm trying to wrap around platforms. The enemies wrap around great, but the platforms are longer and they don't visually wrap around well. And there's some different ideas to fix that. And I was trying an idea that I no longer like anymore. So with the wrap, we don't really care if it's an enemy or whatever. And we do want it to see platforms though. So we'll go ahead and, it's better that this is like specifically looking for certain things, I suppose. And then probably right, like goes off the left. Yeah, exactly. It's simultaneously. So it could literally be on both sides at the same time. There's separate areas with 2 collision shapes. Separate areas with 2 collision shapes. All right, and then the platform. So it is gonna, let's make sure this is set up better. Okay. So it's currently happening with the enemies. Okay, it's still ignoring the platforms. I gotta set it up correctly. So the enemies are doing that, right? And you can probably see it if we pop up here. So there's an area here and there's an area there. They share the same script and they do the same thing, but it's just depending. Could it not be one area? I don't know, maybe. I mean, it probably could be one area. Probably could be one area. I don't know. Would that get around it? Yeah, because then it wouldn't be entering a new one. But it shouldn't be entering a new one anyway. The fact that it's even, I don't know. Crazy thought. I have 2 sets of the platforms that are identical and just move the teleport nodes further out. Yeah. Well, that's what I was working towards. But the problem with that is, so that's what I was doing. But I'm feeling really frustrated with trying to move the player because the player is a physics body. So if we do that, I want the player to wrap around as well. So like the other solution there would be to not have the player wrap around. I don't know if that makes sense, but the player's a physics body, so I can't just teleport the player from one platform to the other without what I'm experiencing right now, which is significant grief. Because even if, suppose we solve that Dungeon Martian, I'm worried there's going to be other problems still. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Just moving, like teleporting a physics body around. It's just like, it's very messy. There is potentially like an integrate force that we could use to move it. Yeah, well, so the thing is you do die, right? So in Frogger, yeah, I wouldn't rather play. So I'd have to let go of that, right? But at that point, I mean, there's no really reason to even do the wrapping. So the only reason why I like the wrapping, really, I mean, there is a reason to do it. So here, when Frogger dies, you see the death come around the other side. That's the only situation where the player is visible on the other side, is when it wraps around on death. Because you die out here anyway. I'm interested in emulating it, though, as closely as I can, for fun. Yeah, I'm doing a bad job at managing taking advice from chat, though. And, like, keeping true to what I'm trying. So anyway, I guess I'll take my task off of here, because who knows what we're doing. Yeah, it could help, Dungeon. It might help. I don't know. Seems wrap anyway, just kills the player for fun. Yes. Oh god, I don't even know what we're doing now. I think if we change the position of a platform to be on the left-hand side of the platform rather than the middle, it will look half correct. I don't understand. Adding a second platform, well, yeah. Right, and so, like, all of that is fine, guys, but I still have to get the player to go across, right? That's the real challenge here. Like, that Dormouse is doable and possible. But, okay, fine. I'll go back to the player. Oh, man. All right, so this is the platform. The ready second collision layer value. Platform, we can't have it has to be one or the other. So the platform itself, the layer is true, that's fine. For the player, we'll add... We don't really need a player wrap, though. That's pretty useless, if I'm being honest with me. That's not doing us any good here. But on the wrap code, we do want to put all the player stuff back in. It's kind of like that. How about just queue free the player and instantiate a death scene? Well, we could do that, but, you know, how do I get that position, right? That's a good idea, but I would need some way to actually get that position, right? All right, I think this is back to the way that it was. Which is doable. All right, so this way, when we go across, right, I'm wrapping and it's doing well. But because it's a physics object, sometimes you see it jump across in this really hideous, horrible way. See how visibly you see it jump across sometimes? Hopefully you can see that. Let me try to get it to happen again. It's just like a sometimes thing. So obviously we can change its visibility, but that's not really enough, is it? I could make the enemies... I mean, it kind of doesn't matter. I'll be honest, it kind of doesn't matter. Yeah, you know, screw it. Maybe we do... Okay. Maybe we do... You know what I realized? And I'm glad you guys were here to talk it out with me. Even though as the channel grows, the chorus of suggestions increases. There's not gonna be... But there are. Dang it. I was gonna say there's not gonna be enemies. I mean, you'll already be dead. You know, just what happens if you die twice in a row? Is the game gonna glitch? So if we just set, because the problem is, even if I just turn off the visibility, which I can do, right? So if I come up here, and we don't mess with the collision at all, it's actually probably gonna function a lot better, and we don't have to worry about it appearing to jump across sometimes. But if there's enemies across the platforms, okay, that timing wasn't great, so we gotta work on that timing a little bit. If there's enemies across the platforms, then you're gonna hit the enemy again as you're teleporting, which, well, maybe that's not such a big deal if you're already dead. I'm not sure. All right, so visibly this looks a lot better. I'm not seeing it jump anymore. Looks really good. So we do have, okay, all right. You know what? Let's keep up with this. You know what? Let's keep up with this. Let's keep up with this. Let's keep up with this. I guess we're just gonna cross that bridge when we get there. I think that's probably the best way to do it. If it's gonna collide with another enemy, maybe I turn off the enemy's collision. That would probably be a lot easier. Rather than messing with collision and something that's physical. Oh, so then what you'd want, okay, I know a way to future-proof that. So like I was trying to do with the player, and having, oh, that's why I was doing the player wrap collision. Because, but let's do it with the enemies instead. Because the enemy, we could just say that the enemies no longer can detect the player in that little moment. Maybe we say that the player can no longer detect the enemies. All right, let's try that. So I'm gonna say that there's player wrap. We're gonna go ahead and do that. Player wrap. It's kind of confusing. Because we'd want player wrap to stay intact. It would be this one that we turn off. That's what I meant to do earlier. Okay. Now I'm less frustrated. Okay. So we need to say that the player is on both of these, player and player wrap. And then the enemy is only looking for player. And the wrap isn't even looking for player, it's looking for player wrap. And then when the visibility changes, what it's going to adjust is the player. That way it won't collide with enemies, but it will still be consistently detected by the area. So if we wrap around, it wraps, no problem. But hopefully we won't collide with enemies. So you can see it says overlap with player. That means that we ran into an enemy. So I guess if I were going to try to test this, it should work, but it would be nice just to see. Let's do this one since it's so infrequent. So I'm going to clear all the messages. What I want to not see is any overlap print, as long as I don't actually get hurt here. Okay. So we're going... Oh, it's so easy. That looks like that worked. It was just really hard to tell, but I think that actually worked. Okay, here we go. There, no overlaps. See, I went from one side to the other. That works. Okay, that's the way to do it. We turn off the collision with enemies during that visibility change. It's a little hard to test, but it works. Okay, now we've dealt with the player wrapping. Thank God. See? No overlaps. Let's go! Okay, good. I am gonna commit it because that is actually a nice thing. I'm glad you guys... Alright, or here. I am. I gotta give credits because I appreciate you all chatting with me. I do. Sometimes it's like, oh man, I don't know which idea to go with. Really, it's just an amalgamation that we have to do. So I'm gonna say, yeah. Enemies wrap around, plats don't. Enemies plus player wrap around, but plats don't. Pester till it works! Alright, we're just gonna commit that as such. Push it. Okay, now. As for the doubling up... Welcome back, Ponix Pawn. Did we give Ponix Pawn a member song? Yeah, we did. You just were here earlier. I was like, do I need to sing another stupid song? I'll do it. So... in terms of getting these positioned, so we need a further out, because right now the platforms are just going off into oblivion. We need them to have their own special wrap area. Another round of songs! That would be a cool, like Dono Redemption or something. Has to sing. Oh, you just said hi. Are you saying like, hi, I'm the Pester? A redemption that like Lise has to sing another round of everyone's member song. That would be nuts. Oh, let's get rid of that true false print. That's a waste of time. Waste of space. Okay. So this is right wrap, that's left wrap, but really we need to kind of refactor that a little bit. Right wrap. I mean, we can just leave that. And then I'm gonna duplicate each of these. And we're just gonna call these like four platforms. Wrap the platform! Right wrap plat, right wrap plat. Okay. I think this is potentially gonna get complicated for like enemies that aren't super long. Maybe not. You know what it makes me want to do? Because like in Frogger, and I'm not gonna try to play to get to this level. So let's just find the video. This is still going in the background. See these like little otters here? They kind of actually have like a speed of their own. Wow, dude, they're glitchy as heck. Did that really... Look at they just appear and disappear. So actually, the otters don't have to wrap. Actually, that's awesome. The otters just appear, and they stop at the ends of logs. And so I think what these do is if you're standing on the log on the end, the otter will get you, and you'll die. I think that's how the otter works. I've gotten to the level with the otters one time, and I didn't actually die to it, because I didn't want to die. So that's the one complicating factor, is like this, you know, how would that wrap around? But from the looks of it, it never actually wraps around. Yeah, there is. There is. Yeah, there's this video in the community tab of the Jam page that is like a 4.5-hour world record playthrough. And this is from level 3 on, basically, has this in it. Where you get this special log, I think it's actually on level 2, maybe, you get the alligator log, where I think it's just dangerous on the right end, and then otherwise it's a normal platform. And then the speed changes a little bit. And then by level 3, there's also the snake that will either be here on this formerly safe area, or it'll be on, like, I think the long log. Maybe sometimes both, maybe. And then this otter will appear on, I think, any of the log rows. Oh, any of the rows. Wow, sometimes it comes from the other side, too. Wow. So maybe it's not a big deal, because it doesn't appear to ever wrap around. So I guess it'll actually be okay. All right, cool. Excellent. I mean, maybe this small one, you know, this small one will behave more like the truck does, or our long boy in ours. So that'll be a little tricky. Maybe I should size that out, actually. How many movements? Can you get 3 movement? It's kind of pointless. Oh, and then before press bar, you're asking about the grid. So the way that works right now is, well, I'm trying to make it exactly like Frogger. And in Frogger, you're on a grid. So this is completely on a grid, right? So one end to the other end, you always end up at the same spot, and you're sitting on a grid. You're moving the same distance. However, if you get on a platform and get back off, you are now off of the grid. So I actually have some adjustments I need to make so that works with collisions, but yeah, that's kind of how that works. So mine is the same way, where you're on the grid until you go on, then you're off, but it still moves in the same grid-like increment. So that makes it a little tricky to try to like measure the length. That's two grid blocks if I've ever seen it. That is 2 grid blocks. Okay, so let's just go and make these platforms again, unfortunately, for my effort. So I think this is our longest one, the 3rd row, right? That's the longest one. Remind me? Yes. 3rd row is the longest one. Alright, let's make the 2nd. Oh, I died. Let's make the 2nd longest one. Oh my god, I died again. Yeah, before I start setting up these logs, I just kind of want, because I changed the size of the game, and so I need to refix all these. 1, 2, 3, 4 wide. That's 2 less pixels than the longest one. And the shortest one, shortest log, is 3 wide, which is also this one, just with a slight difference. So we've got 4, 2, 6, 3, and 3. Alright. And I think we've already got the 3 set up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 3. It feels a little longer than 3, if I'm being honest. Kind of don't need that one. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. That's 3. These are pretty much the same. And then that's our longest one. So I want a 4. Let's see here. That one is 3. I actually want to make this platform 5, which is a little unfortunate. Let's actually just delete every single one of these. So 3 and 1 are the ones we're keeping. Platform 5, I'm actually just going to delete it completely. We're just going to get rid of it. Let's close it here, and I'm going to delete platform 5. And platform 3, I'm going to refactor to be platform 5. Don't get mad at me. Another resource is loaded from where? I deleted it. It's like, I don't care. I'm confused. Of course you are, Godot. All right, let's try to make it as simple for it as possible. I've deleted 5. I hope there's no more resources available referencing it. Let's close it. Let's reopen it. I like keeping things familiar and predictable. And so that often means I rename files, and Godot gets really angry about that sometimes. I just have to cope. I have to cope. Okay, project reloaded. Platform 3, rename platform 5. Rename platform 5. All right, no complaint. Nice. Good. This is our new platform 5, or that is to say, our longest one. Let's rename this to 5 as well. Platform 2. I don't know, I don't care. I'm deleting it. Platform 2 is dead. Platform 3, we've already closed that. And we said platform 1 was our 3x3, which is not our platform 1, because I'm trying to make the lowest number the smallest size. And our actual smallest size is the 2 pixel wide. So this would be platform 2 now, if I wanted to make it the consistency that's going to make sense to me. So I'm going to rename platform 1. We'll see if it complains at me. Oh, we got delete platform 2. Yeah, you probably have to restart the engine. Platform 2, nice, no complaints. That means it's fine, right? If it doesn't complain, it's fine. All right, now I'm going to duplicate platform 2. And we're gonna call it platform 1. And we want it to be 1/3 of the size. So open up platform 1. Well, that's not as easy as I thought. It's 4 blocks wide. Is platform 5, it's 6.4. Okay, so we had to adjust it a bit. All right, so we'll just you know what? We'll let it rock. We'll just let it be what it is. I'm not gonna worry about it, I've decided. We'll just guesstimate it. So platform 2, we're gonna make it, I don't know what 1/3 of 4 is. It kind of doesn't matter. 4 times 0.3. Nuh-uh. That's wrong. That's not how you do math. It'd have to be a third of 10. I don't know what math is. I'm asking ChatGPT. You guys can judge me. I don't care. I'm doing what I gotta do. 1/3 of 4. Just tell me. Sorry. 2/3 of 4. 2.67. Thank you. See, I don't even know how to ask her what I want. 2.7, we're gonna say. Alright, so that's what we're gonna make it. Come down to the collision. I'm just gonna make sure that's unique. I probably should have done that with the other one too. 2.7. Let's just double check. Nice, that looks good. This is also good. Excellent. So that's, in theory, our 3x3 platform. So let's just make sure that looks good. And we're gonna drag in our platform 5, which is our longest one. That goes 1, 2, 3 back. Because I don't want to design this new system if I don't know what it's actually gonna be like. Our second biggest platform, which is basically the first two, with a bit of an offset. Direction-wise, platform 5 is going to the right, so it's going to have a direction of 1. This platform is going to the left, so it's going to have a -1 direction. And this one is going to the right. Alright. I must remind myself again. Left, right, right. Okay. Now, why does Platform 1 still exist? Platform 1 is supposed to be the smallest. I mean, I can just... It's called Platform 2. That's cool. Platform 2 is called Platform 2. Okay, so we're gonna make this 1. And this one needs to be 2 blocks wide. Somehow. So we kind of want to do half. So we can just try 2 on this one. But it's 4, which is supposed to be 3. This is very confusing. I have no idea. I have no idea. Just imagine what half of it is. We're just gonna use our imagination. We could say 2. That's probably fine, right? Hopefully this is unique. I don't know what I'm doing. You guys know that. Ah, it wasn't unique. So we gotta come over here. Put that back to 4. Then make it unique. Then make it 2. Or wait, why is there something extra out here? Ground platform. Oh, there's a second collision on each. I forgot about that. Alright, paste that in there. Make sure that's good. Platform 1. These were actually connected. It wasn't connected on Platform 2. Platform 5. They look the same. Okay, very good. So let's put Platform 2 in there. In the main scene. Or Platform 1, rather. Not as a child of that, ideally. That one goes after the long log. And then we have the 4-sized one. So, I don't know. Maybe just make it like 5 or something like that. So we ended up with less platforms this time. That's gonna have to be okay. So we're gonna say, I'm gonna duplicate 5, and we're gonna call this platform 4. It's a little chaotic, but I don't care. And you know what I'll do instead? Actually, I've changed my mind. Let's not make that 4. No, because, you know, actually do that. Duplicate it. Just kidding. Alright, platform 4. Because ultimately, platform 3 is just going to be a duplication of platform 2, but it's going to have a different mesh. So we are going to want 3 to go in there. Alright, so platform 4. Let's just try making this one. It's 6.4. I don't know. 5.4. Okay, something. Just give it something. You should make it unique first. So make unique. 5.4, who cares? Box shape, make that unique. 5.4, who cares? We're gonna delete that collision and duplicate this and drag it in as a child of that. I did just realize that I might want to rename the collision that we duplicated over here. Nope, it looks good apparently. Okay. So let's see if those sizes are good. It might be nice if I stop them from moving while I test it. Okay, drag this in. That one goes in the back. It doesn't look small enough compared to the longest, so we're gonna make it smaller than that. It just looks too big to me. So platform 4, let's make it 5. Maybe we'll do like 4.5 or something. I don't know, just guessing. Okay, 4.5. Come back to the main scene. Let's close all this crap for now, since we're not using it. Looks better. And then I'm gonna set all of their directions to actually be 0. Just so I can actually count correctly. Okay, no, that's fine. It doesn't have to work. 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. Is that all of them? Okay, test it. See where we're at here. What? Who's moving? Stop moving. That one. Okay. Let's go. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Good. It's a little off the grid. I'm gonna actually make sure it's on the grid. So let me just reset this. Oh, because we made it a fractional size. That's why it looks like it's off the grid. All right. What if we don't make them off the grid? What if we don't? So that one's perfectly 3. What is it? That's 2? It's 2.7. What if you just make it 3? Just like humor me. And just make it 3. Does that also function basically the same? So that was fractional, but it was like on the grid. 1, 2, 3. It's still 3. Dude, just make them exact. Like, save yourself the headache. You deserve that. The longest one is supposed to be 6, so just make it 6. You know? What are we doing? That one's already 2. Platform 4. This one's supposed to be 4, so make it 4. Why experience grief? No need. Unless you're trying to process trauma, then grief is very important. Alright, so that looks like they're on the grid. Counting, I don't even think I need to count it now. You see? Easy. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That does not appear to be on the grid. Let's add it in again. I'm a little confused why this has such a weird position. Is it... I mean, it's 6. Is its position being messed with over here? It's not. So I'm just the confused one here. Maybe the grid only works... I don't know. Well, we can do it like this. That way I can test it correctly. Let's just make sure they are like lined up with the others. Just for the sake of testing. Okay. I know, it's so much, but it's okay. 1, 2, 3. We know that one. The other one's 1, 2, 3. I haven't set up any dying. 5 hours in, no dying setup. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there you go. Different platform sizes. There is the alligator one, which is a bit special. We'll have to deal with that. Uh-oh. That's a mistake. What's going on there? This is platform 5-1? No? Oh, I think we forgot to change the name up here. There we go. Change that, save it. Dragon 4. Now, why did that have extra collision on it? That's very confusing. I think... I thought the player collision was exactly the size of a block. What? What's going on? Why are you like this? Does it happen on this one? No. What is your deal there? So the rest of them don't do it, just that one. What about on the other side? Only on the right side of that one? Why? Why? Well, that's very confusing. Is that true anywhere that I put it? Let's put a fresh one in. Let's move it over here. Oh, is it because I moved it off the grid? I think that's why. Because it's off the grid, so the player in relation to it is off the grid. Therefore, you're able to hang off the side a little bit. That's why. It makes me think that the player actually needs to have its, like, physical collision be smaller. That's what I think. Because, like, yeah, I do want to give the player, like, some... I know what's happening. I do... I mean, I kind of don't. I do. I want to give the player some allowance to an extent off the edge. Where's the player? But then won't it fall off in ways that look wrong? We'll see. So the player collision is just that. Am I going to regret this? Possibly. Let's bring that in a bit. Because that's not how it determines that it won't bump into a wall. That's a totally different collision system. All right, now we actually fall off that side. Now, if it's moving, you know, that could be different. As long as we can get on the end of each of these, I think this is better this way. Now, that will change how the player collides with enemies. So that is to say, the player will have a little more wiggle room. Not much, barely. A little bit. Barely, though. All right, this is good. I like this. This is a good change. Okay. Commit. Platform sizes reworked. player collision smaller or less wide. Okay, now that I actually have the right platform sizes, let's get the trickery platform wrapping. So the idea that was being put forth is that we have enough repetition of these that when they do wrap around, it lines up perfectly and it appears that it's wrapping or something. And it is, just in a different way. So I actually do need to make these right and left platform wrappers. So let's set it to the overdraw view. I'm gonna go orthogonally above it. I'm gonna drag this up and let's move. I'm not sure how far out we're gonna want it to go. I mean, far enough that the longest one is off screen, basically, is how far we want it to go. So we're just gonna do a test for now. Let's make them both the same distance. Really only need one for now. Let's make sure that they're all actually moving. So platform 5 moves to the right. I always forget. I think it's left, left. So platform 2 is gonna be -1. This one's also gonna be -1. Right. This one I think is also left. And I think the top one goes to the right as well. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set this other one. How are people's games going if you're co-coding along? Oh yeah, if anyone's here and feeling chatty, which they may or may not be, Presspire wants to know how people's games are going if they're co-coding. Yeah, so there are a bunch of cool posts in the it's an excellent question, Presspire. In the Game Like Jam Discord. We went over those earlier. And I know Traumatized Edgeworth is, like, I think almost done with theirs, which is amazing. But yeah, guys, Presspire would like to know if you're co-coding along with me. How are your games going? And even if you're not working on the Game Like Jam, how's your project going? Presspire would like to know. I'd be curious too. So I kind of would love to keep the same code. So we kind of need to make this a little different. Traumatized is co-coding. I like co-coding so much better than co-working. You're still on the final level, nice. So we need to clarify. I don't think we need to clarify anything. No, we do. We need to clarify what the collisions are for. So I'm gonna say, we don't just want to know if it's on the right or left. We actually, I don't think we even use is right anywhere. So we don't even need is right. Make it a cool extra surprise level for the final boss. You're working on surprise levels? Let's go. Yeah, super awesome. It follows a world level system just like Mario. Nice. I love that you're like embracing the whole like retro aesthetic. Like even from a conceptual standpoint. Last level goes 6-4 and suddenly it's silent and the final boss appears. Whoa. That's a vibe. I'm gonna call it once plats, and you're just gonna have to deal with that. So it's like it wants to see platforms. So it's gonna be false by default. And then, well, yeah, let's make it false by default. And then on these platform ones, those are gonna want plats. So then when we're setting up collisions here, we're gonna say if once plats, well, either way, we don't want it to collide with the ground. If it wants plats, we don't care about enemies, probably, but I don't think it really matters. We don't really care about excluding enemies. I'll leave it in for just the else, but technically what we really care about are platforms. So if it doesn't want plats, it will look for enemies, and either way we want it to look for the player wrap. Although it kind of doesn't matter for the first one. Well, in that case, we can actually say that just for the platforms one, it does the player. First player is still getting the visual back-end stuff working at the moment. Just got a cool water shader, nice, working, that I politely stole from Godot shaders. I mean, as long as it's CC0, like, that's all you, even if it's not CC0, just change it. Nice, dude. Sorry, microphone came unplugged. MIT, so basically CCO. All right. Yeah. All right, you just gotta like be careful with your distribution and stuff. That's fair. That's fair. Dang, my microphone came unplugged again. So yeah, I actually had Pressbar. I checked yours out at the beginning of the stream. Dude, it's looking freaking amazing. I can only imagine what you're getting added in right now. Because it already looks so good. It looks so good. But yeah, you can check the beginning of the stream if you missed it. I did give it some love. If once plats, then we actually only care about platforms, naturally. Okay, so that should mean that everything works normally. Actually, we should see wraparound happening with, if I've done it correctly, which I may not have, but if I have done it correctly, yeah, check it out. It's just starting working. Dude, that's awesome. That's super cool, like the different screen sizes. I'll be curious to see what happens in the web version. It probably just puts like black bars around it or something, right? Like what happens? So the enemies are still wrapping. The platforms don't seem to be wrapping even far away, which is a little surprising. Oh no, it just takes a while. It just takes a while. So this is basically what we wanted, right? So they're wrapping, but it's wow, it's slow. It's just taking a really long time. Hopefully it does the same thing as desktop full screen. What does it do? Does it put like black wrapped around it, basically? Yeah, because an itch, you like set like a resolution. So it probably does do what you think, right? You should really test it. All right, so this is good. In order to get this effect to work correctly, first of all, we're gonna speed it up. It's going a little slow. In order to get this effect to work correctly, I'm gonna need to make multiple platforms that somehow line up just perfectly. Those vids you watched were recorded full screen. It added those black bars in to keep whatever content centered on screen. Let's make it, is 2 too fast? Or is that good fast? I'll be really curious to know what happens embedded. It's pretty fast. I'd almost like to see faster. Just for testing's sake. Let's give them speeds of 4. Lickety splickety. It's so fast. It still takes a long time. I feel like we put them out further than they need to be, would be my guess. So I think we should adjust the position a bit. I don't think it makes sense to put it farther than it needs to be. Welcome back, Tin Show. Because the point where they're off screen is actually right here. This little block here represents like a wall. Those white blocks are moving, definitely. Are those logs? Yes. Those are going to be logs for all intents and purposes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I'm trying to get them to wrap around, but unfortunately, to get it to be the effect I want, I have to treat it not the same. I have to make it different than the way that I have it with the the enemies. I gotta kind of fake it so it looks like they're appearing on each side. So I actually should take the longest one, which is, we can probably measure this. They're the Harvester trademarked floating white blocks, copyright reserved. Yes. Very important that these be patented. It's super necessary, yeah. Oh, absolutely. If you steal these blocks, you will be subject to litigation. No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. I can't say that. You shouldn't say that. So this is, we should probably put it at the end right there. So it actually goes right to that wall. It's actually right aligned with that wall. Trademark it immediately. I want to, I'm sorry for yelling. I want to get this. We're gonna go back to orthogonal view so I can actually see, or overdraw so I can actually see things. Always nice. Then we're just gonna put that right on top of that boundary. Right against that wall. We'll see, that might be too close. We're gonna find out. Okay. Let's see if that looks a little better. Or at least more immediate. It's still got a way to travel, but I don't see it disappear. So I think that's working really well. Look at this one. This one's cruising great. But like what I want, like the reason why I'm not happy with it yet is, so you see this longest one that's right now in the middle? Right there, right? I would want this half of it to now be on that side. So in order to do that, the idea that chat has convinced me of, which by the way, did I garnish the credits with your guys' like extra discussion and suggestions? I feel like Dormouse chimed in, Pressipire chimed in, Raphael's done been chiming in, Ponix Bon. I don't remember if anyone else. I feel like there were some thoughts from Traumatized Edgeworth, but it was like different. Oh, Dungeon chimed in. I don't remember. If I'm forgetting you, I apologize. I try to keep up with it. Oh, Mindslide says I don't allow my player to wrap around. Let's put that in there too. These credits do not entitle you to compensation, okay? But they do entitle you to a credit in the game. And by extension, Harvest Earth, because I'm gonna embed it as a minigame. Mindslide, what's your full name? GameWorks. Alright, done. Credits given. Okay. Do you have a fix for the collision shape? If it's just a mesh that's being wrapped with the shader. Do I have a fix for the collision shape? Oh, yeah, I do. So, what I'm doing is I'm actually not changing. So I separated out the collisions. So the player has two collisions right now. The player or two collision layers. The player has the player layer and the player wrap layer. And so the player layer is what will detect if enemies are overlapping, which was the problem and why I needed to turn off the collision. And the player wrap layer will be what the areas detect when it goes around. So I just turn off. The player layer, so that way it can't collide with enemies, because that was the issue, and now it's working totally fine. So that issue is literally fixed. There's no need to even think about it. It's done. Black is on both sides of the screen. Its collision shape won't be on both sides, right? I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Why are you asking these questions? Everything's fine. There's nothing broken. Stop it. No, stop it! Stop it! Unless I'm just missing something important, but I don't think I am. Everything is fine. There's nothing wrong. It's all good. That issue, despite having been very frustrating earlier, I had just realized my brain just needed to like straighten itself out, and we fixed it, and it's good now. So it was honestly, I was getting so many like different suggestions. I like didn't know how to keep it all straight, and my brain was just like fraying, and so it fell apart. But then I got it back together. Everything is good now. So the way that it works, so if we go into overdraw mode, it's going to make it a little easier to see. Still kind of hard to see. Maybe if I hide all of this, you'll see it better. So these shapes on the right and left, see this? This block right here, let's make that visible, or that one, this one. So this one that I'm hiding and showing right here, that is what enemies and the player run into. And when the enemies or the player run into that, they come out on the other side. And there's one on the left side, which is over here. There's one on the left side, which is over here. I'm flashing that right there. Boop, boop, boop. And there's one on the right side over here. Boop, 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 boop. Then there's a second set here. This is the one on the right. That's the one on the left. And those outer areas are looking for platforms exclusively. So when the platform runs into that, it resets it. There's no issues. It works great. Nothing needs to change. All right. That's how that works. All right, so I'm going to make my game visible again, ideally. A diagram? Why? Why? Why are you doing this? Stop it! Stop confusing my little brain. Everything is fine. There's nothing that needs to be fixed. Stop fixing things that aren't broken. I already told you, it's fine. How is collision being handled for both sides of this? This is adorable. Okay, this diagram is the best. Also. Look at the person. Hi. Hi, I'm gonna die if I run into a car. How is collision being handled for both? What does that mean? I explained it. I don't know what else I can do. I explained it. Hopefully you saw it. If you didn't, please rewind. I don't know what else to say. Like, it's handled. It is handled. What more can I say? You saved the frog! Yay! I guess I'm still not really sure what the question is. Like, I don't understand what the question is. Oh, okay. Let me help you here. So there's also the same script. Okay, this may be what you're asking. So on the left here, right? This one, this one, this one, and this one. These are all of those areas I just showed you. These all have exactly the same script. Same script, different area, but they all have the same script. And that script is this right here. So if it's left or right, it actually doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's on the left or right. It works either way. Because the only thing is that we're multiplying it. We're just reversing the polarity, and we have a slight offset here. I think Raphael gave us that tip, which was super awesome. I mean, Raphael, I gotta give Raphael, thank you for giving me an excuse to give Raphael another credit, because that was awesome. Like, You just saved my butt there, Raphael, back in the day. Today. So we set the slight offset on this polarity reversal here. And whenever, whether it's on the left side or the right side, whenever that collision is detected, it just multiplies its global X position by that, and it's done. No more needed. Now, for the platform versus the enemy/player one, we have this once plats variable behind Precipier there. Once plats right there. And so once plats is checking to see, where is it? Here. It's checking to see, am I detecting platforms? If it once plats, it detects platforms. If it doesn't once plats, then it detects enemies and the player rat. So, does that help you understand how it works? It works. I mean, I was very confused for a second, but I eventually got there. I don't mean to like be like, don't ask a question. It's just like at some point I was like, I can smell Dungeon Martian about to make a suggestion. And I'm just like, stop it! Alright. Sometimes I appreciate it. Usually. That in particular was making my head hurt. Oh, that's what Precipier was saying that too. That makes way more sense. Traumatized says, does anyone have ideas for the ending of my game? I don't want to do the, you saved the girl. Please don't. So boring. You saved the frog. Oh yeah, it's a ball in there. Yeah, so you saved the ball. Wait, but is the ball what you're saying? So wait, you say, oh right, because you're trying to guide the ball to the end. The ball didn't get smushed. The ball didn't get crushed. All right, so Traumatized Edgeworth is looking for advice if anyone who isn't lurking has a suggestion. Their game is Ballor. Check out the Discord Game Like Jam post to learn more about it. You're a ball and you roll around, and I guess by the end, you saved the ball from getting crushed. Make a pink ball with a little bow. Oh no, you're just doing the save the girl thing. It does fit the theme of gender bias. That's how every girl character from every arcade game is. I know. Ugh. No, do you? If that's the expression that you want to make, go for it. I just thought you were trying. When you said you weren't gonna do it, I was like, oh, you want to do something different. But then you're like, you know what? I'm not gonna do something different. Although to be fair, no one said that the pink and bowed ball is a girl, but I think we all culturally know that that's what that means. But you know what? If you changed your mind, I change my mind all the time. I thought I was gonna do it this way, then I did it that way. I never always know what I'm doing. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna go back to making the game work. So, I need to space these out in just such a perfect way that it literally happens half and half, and it looks perfectly perfect. I don't know really how to do that, but we're gonna guess. I'm gonna make it the same length across, even though I don't know that I really want that. Yeah, I guess that's my biggest fear. Right, and I guess we're supposed to, like, make it, like, be... I have some concerns here. Girl ball gets crushed by an enemy. It's a setup for the sequel. Ah! That's actually awesome. I like that. So that is not really good. Can we just look at Frogger for a second? How many long logs does Frogger have at the same time on the screen? 2. 3! No, 2. It's just like, so there you have like one in the middle, and then each half of it on each side. Barely a half. Put in a little jail cell. Well, then that implies that you can rescue it later. I like the crushing. That's more fun. The John Wick Revenge Plot sequel where the ball has a gun. Nice. I love it. I don't know, just crush the pink ball. Crush it. Although on the other hand, if it's crushed, you know, it's kind of like, what was the point of all that just for it to die? Okay, so I'm going to make this be further apart. Let's restart it. Because here's the thing: is I need it if I want it to be like Frogger. And how far apart, if I could guesstimate, are them? Let's actually use Frogger as more of a basis here. So it would appear to me that it's 2 to 3 like units apart. Let's experiment here. Maybe the girl ball's getting jailed again. A setup for the loop, like how arcade loops when you beat them. Oh, nice. The game ends how it starts. Nice. That's clean. I like that. That's actually a really good idea. I hope you do that. I'm gonna pull out MS Paint here, so I can just try to measure these a bit. Oh, that was wrong. Screenshot this much. Let's try to get that pretty close. So it's, wow, look at that. It kind of like perfectly line up. That's wild. Like if you sawed off that log. So yeah, so it looks like it is 3 apart. 3 steps apart. So let's go back to our game here. 1, 2, 3. Not that many. So I want to duplicate that again. 1, 2, 3. Now I have a feeling that that's not gonna line up as perfectly as I want it to. What if it does? Wait, something is really wrong here. I mean, my play area, I'm so confused. Wait a minute. Are they on top of each other? Oh, 2 of them are on top of each other. Oh, because we went outside of the... Yikes. Oh, that's tricky. Because now... Oh, so I guess I do need to stretch out the distance more. Okay. Because, yeah, alright, I see what's happening. Because we have that right on top of the spawner, which is a no bueno. So, let's make this overdraw. Come from above. It's getting there little by little. So that would be the furthest out that I technically want it. I would even be a little afraid that that might ping it. But we'll see. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It doesn't really have to be the same on each side, though, does it? Actually, why does it have to be the same on each side? I don't think it necessarily does. So that's like so far that it's not even like looping correctly. Let me try that. I wonder if that'll work. Let's put this back. Just out of curiosity. One of y'all might have even been saying this earlier, and I was like, what? No, they're doubling up too much there. We don't want them to double up on each other, so we gotta move it out further than that. They're still offset from each other. That's not bad. That's not bad. Hey, that's not that bad right there. With the, I'm just looking at the long one. The rest of them are messed up, but the middle one is looking pretty good. It looks like this is a little longer, so we would maybe want it like a touch sooner. What if we do it like right there? That might be too much. Okay, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Yeah, that's too much. Let's try it right there. What's the girl ball's name? The ball's name is Ballor. Ballerina. Ballerina. Obviously. So that's actually a little too short. But aren't we then just putting it in the same spot? It's so sensitive. So particular. So I'm just gonna keep adjusting this until it's like the same blocks apart. Now that's gonna work for the long one. I don't know how that's gonna go for the other ones. So we'll see. It's pretty good. I want better. It could even be Ballorina. I can't tell which one's too long and which one's too short. I think it needs to be a little further. Yeah, this is kind of what I was trying to avoid having to do, which is what I didn't like about the original, about this idea originally. It's just having to like come in here and do this like little testing, and then like making sure this actually scales with other size platforms. But unless each platform has actually its own position, that would be interesting. So now I'm having a hard time even telling if it's the same or not. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wedge one of these small ones in the middle, which is pretty wild, I will admit. Welcome back, Raphael. I'm gonna actually delete that because that is the wrong name and I can't abide. Ugh. Okay, make this 100. That's supposed to be 1. Save it. Come over here, save that. And then I'm just gonna wedge. Wait. No. This one's supposed to be 1. Oh dear. Okay, there we go, I think. I'm just gonna wedge this one in between, just as like a measurement tool. Of course it's not exact. Why? Why are you like this? But I thought, isn't this exactly 3 steps away? 1, 2, 3. Well, that's 2. Okay. Put this back. This one should be exactly 3. Okay, there. That fits perfectly. I didn't really want it to fit perfectly. You hate animating cutscenes? Yeah, that's fair. I don't know if this is gonna work like I want it to, but I'm gonna try. So I guess I'll want to put one up here. Maybe it'll be good if I change the color of it. That might help. I think it's still gonna be kind of hard to tell, but we'll cross that platform when we get there. Okay, let's make these magenta. See what happens. I spent half of a 1-hour jam frantically animating a tragic life plus death of a character. It was a lot. Oh yeah! Oh, that was awesome. Yeah, it did seem to take a lot of time, but it was so worth it. It was deeply epic. It was very moving. Sometimes you do what you have to do. Okay, so it's these 3. We need the direction to be the same for this to work. Whoa. What? This is wild. That was useless. Right, because, I mean, it's all set up for the single platform here. This is why I don't like this idea. So, like, other platforms aren't going to behave the same. Which is weird because it's exactly half the size. I wonder if that's almost indicative of our offset being less than ideal. I actually think this is actually helpful. Those two are exactly the same. That one's actually pretty similar. And then, wait, what the hell's going on? What's happening? What is this? What am I looking at? So there, it's that size. That one's that size. Looks the same. That looks the same. They might actually be pretty well aligned. Like, obviously here, I don't know. I don't know what to think. What do I think? Like, if I get rid of those, you don't even, like, notice, because I don't think the long ones are really changing their position all that much. This is not a good test. What would probably be better is if okay, let's try something different. Well, let's do this a little differently. I'm gonna delete all these. I'm gonna put this back where it came from. And instead what I'm gonna do is on platform 5, I'm gonna duplicate the mesh, and this isn't gonna have any extra collision. And I'll make this half the size. Right? So make this unique. Make that half the size. Put it right up against the end. And change its color to our magenta test color. Okay. I think this will be a better measurement tool because it's not going to be affected by the looping. Okay, 3 exactly, 3 exactly, 3 exactly. Okay, so actually this looks, it's still kind of hard to tell. Let me do one extra thing here. It would be nice if it had like tick marks on it. I'm gonna make it a little shorter. Show me what that's like, please. Nice. Centered. Centered. Ah, there you go. I knew one had to be off. It's a little off. So that's centered. That looks centered. And then that one's a little off. That's what I was trying to catch. Your game's hard? Uh-oh. I mean, Frogger's hard, to be fair. I'm gonna have some trouble with it, I tell you what. I'm not very good when it comes to a lot of the games y'all make. You know, like games that are like supposed to be very dexterity challenging. I struggle with that. So we need to get that, but that's cool. I think that's very fitting for this era of games. So let's move it out a little bit further, restart it. Yeah, this is the way to measure it. Again, I have a feeling I'm gonna need a different area for different platforms if I want them to loop perfectly. That's probably the way to go about it. Oh, that's very close. Actually, that might be perfect. We might have just been one step away. I think that's perfect. So I'm just looking at that pink in the middle here. Like a Wagyu steak. Looks nice. Love it. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So that one is perfect and looping around really well. Let's try it with the player on there, obviously. I'm going to keep this as measuring, and we'll hide it. But let's see how the player can handle being on top of it. Assuming I can get there, it's going to be very difficult, which it should be, right? Right. Okay. No platform. Oh, it's going to take a while. You miss your chance. Come on, pink one. Come on back. Do we have one down at the bottom? Oh my god. I don't know that we... Wait. Where is it? Where'd it go? There's one there, right? Oh no, there is... Wait. What? Oh yeah, we're missing one there. So that was supposed to be... Platform 2. Wait, let me remind myself. I keep forgetting. Oh, that's the wrong one on top. The one on top is supposed to be 4 wide. Oh, that one is 4 wide. The first 2 are 3 wide. I'm confused. This one should be down here. This one, oh, I see. Okay, now it makes more sense. Okay, got it. Sorry. I forget that the top row is actually going to be like where you're trying to get to, not where a platform goes. Okay. Oh God. Yeah, this is not it's not very easy. Yeah, you might want to make those not move so you can actually ride them. Where's the second one go? Where's the second one going? Wait, is that one disappearing? This one. Oh, that one's getting stuck and infinite looping. So some of them are infinite looping if they're too short. Because of the offset, I guess. Well, that's super annoying. I think they're each gonna need to have their own area. I think this about, for me, confirms it, that they each need to have their own area. Yeah. I think that's gonna have to be the way it is. So for now, let's just stop them. It's pretty annoying, but it'll work. So I'm gonna make these have no direction, therefore they will stay put, just so I can at least test how does writing the middle one actually teleport the player. Does it? Nice! Is it in the same spot? No. It's in a different spot. Yeah. The player is just gradually moving more to the left every time. And that makes sense because the offset of the collision is different. That sucks. So that would mean that we would not only need a unique... I mean, there must be some other way to do this. In theory, not only would I need a unique area for each platform, but I would need a unique area for the player for each platform. It does teleport. That is progress until it kills you. Which it will kill you anyway. But it's irritating me that it's not teleporting us in the same spot. That is disappointing. I could... Okay, an idea... Each platform is handling its own teleport code? Not yet, but no. Well, so the way that it works is there are these, currently, the way that it works is you see this box right here, and then you see this box right there, right? I'll flash them so you can see them. There's that one. And then here's that one, right? So those are what the platforms are recycling on, or are wrapping around on. Currently, yeah, it's such a good one. Currently, it is only optimally affecting the longest platform. I have a feeling I'm gonna need a separate arrangement of these in order to make the smaller platforms loop in a way that makes it look like it's the same one coming around and around again, unfortunately. So yeah, so they don't have, the code is not handled on the platform, the code is handled on the areas. But I'm thinking I'm gonna need separate areas that are looking for different platforms so that can loop it uniquely for each one. Maybe, possibly. So something that I'm gonna try, although I don't have a lot of confidence, is that we realign these to be centered more, because currently they're not. Oh yeah, the gizmo's gonna disappear in overdraw. That's the thing about overdraw. Are you able to launch the game camera in heist mode? No. No, you are not. Unfortunately. The gizmo's in the middle. Because if I just play it right now, it just does it normally. I have no idea if that's ever possible, but it is, as far as I can tell, editor only. Because even if I go up here and I switch to the camera position, it's just that. It's just the position. It doesn't set the effect, as far as I know. So it's just for that. Ice mode shader time. Yeah, I mean, that could work. The problem is collision shapes, right? Because if you wanted it to truly be the same, right? What makes this so useful is that you can see collision shapes through meshes. That's why I'm using it, right? So if I go to normal, I mean, those collision shapes are basically invisible for all intents and purposes. They're not, but they're super, super hard to see. Whereas if I go into overdraw, suddenly they're really easy to see. So, so to me, that's like the real benefit of it. You could still make it and it'd be cool. Like, don't get me wrong. Also, like, you know, would that be like if it was a post-processing shader, that would be ideal, but that seems kind of hard because it has to like check for like overlaps and stuff. It seems difficult, but obviously it must be possible to some extent. But then again, the editor has like different information. So anyway, I have no idea. All right, so it would be cool though. It would be cool though. I'm sure there's some way to do it. Oh, we got the gizmo. Yes. Okay, good. Sweet. All right, so I think that's pretty centered. So I don't know if this is actually gonna work, but like right now, the right side and the left side are a little like offset. And I'm just gonna adjust it so it's centered and hope and pray that that actually makes it be gooder. But I don't know if it will. I don't know if this is gonna make much of a difference here. Now that's gonna actually cause a problem. You have to not only move those, you have to move the platforms as well. Oops, those are enemies. Platform. And then adjust it like that. It's gotta be possible, right? Like if they can do it in the editor. Okay, so that should look... Nope, it looks terrible. Wait, why did that mess up the appearance so much? All I did was move the same thing. I kind of thought that that would work. Why did that work? Huh. Strange. Surprising. Because everything is the same. but it's you know, again, I'm looking at the longest ones here. And then this one is just completely different now. I mean, why? Why? Why would that be so different? Because I'm not actually changing the distance between each area. The area is staying exactly the same. Odd. Oh wait, it's not the same. Hey, be the same. Oh no, oh no. I might have been moving this all along the wrong ways. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's why. Because the areas and the collisions weren't lined up. So I actually have to kind of redo. Alright, we have a bit of a do-over here. Whoops. Alright. Let's try putting the offset back in there. Apparently these collisions were not centered with their area 3D, and I did not realize that. So I need to fix that very badly, very much. Huh. Wow, and the collision is at 1? What? Yeah, that's the vibe. That's probably true for these other ones too. Yep. All right, let's fix it. Reset. We gotta change all this. God dang it! I hate when that happens. Okay, so these were pretty simple. Those are just right here. I probably don't need to test it again. No, I probably do. Wow. So actually, the enemies might all be messed up too now, unfortunately. So I'm gonna look at the long boy one. That's the one that was the most carefully set up. It actually looks good. It looks fine, thankfully. Disappears well, reappears well. I don't think we have any problem there, which is perfect. Now we just need to adjust the platforms to be correcter. New cannon named Longboy. I know! Technically that one isn't even in the game. That one's just a Frogger-like exclusive character, apparently. But maybe it has to get worked into the game now somehow, as a long boy. Let me get that preview back in here. Deploy. Wow, that was loud. I apologize. I'm sorry. Alright, so it looks like we need to move it closer, I think, is what that would be. So we're gonna come to the right side. Let's just do it a bit at a time. Test it. See where we're at. So that looks good, that looks good. This is the one to test. Oh, it's dang close. Just a little bit more. Not too bad, but like, ugh. Okay, that looks even, of course. Of course that one's even. It looks pretty good. As long as it stays that pink in the middle across all of them. In roughly the same spot. I'm happy with it. Alright, cool. Good. Then now I'm gonna try adjusting all of them at the same time. Hopefully that goes well. It may still not go well, and I may still be confused why it's not going well. So I just want it to be a little bit more centered. basically. But I don't know, that might break it. Dang it, it breaks it. Why? Why does that break it? I don't understand. Because they're still the same distance apart from each other. It's just offset. That's very confusing. What did you miss? You were doing this also? You didn't miss much? I'm not sure. You tell me. What was the last thing I was doing when you were here? Help me help you. I wonder why that doesn't work. And we're sure that that's actually the right ones that they're colliding with? I'm gonna turn off the collision on these for a second. Just like, it has to be, because otherwise they wouldn't have been working. So the enemies aren't gonna loop anymore. Getting the character to loop around with issues. The character loops around without issues now. The character loops around without issues. Yeah, it's not that. Well, that's very irritating. All right. Whatever. Anyway, so what I have here at this point, it does loop around. And so now I'm trying to get the platforms themselves to visually loop around such that it looks like it's connecting on each side. So I'll show you that. Hey, Kai, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, we got a member song to sing. It goes well. I've got my Frogger-like, looking very Harvest Earthy, and then I'm trying to get the wraparound effect to work, which is obviously going to be taking up a vast majority of my jam time, but that's okay. It's an interesting problem. What was I going to do? I was going to make some of these stationary. I'm definitely spending a lot of time on this. But I want to, you know? Okay, we want these directions to be 0. But yeah, it's going fantastically. Fantastically. I love getting to work on something fresh like this. Oh, and we died. You know, this is definitely consuming a lot of the time, but that's alright. So here, the player pawn will loop around, as you see, with a little issue. However, there's one little catch, and that's that the player is shifting to the left a little bit every single time, to the point where eventually it falls off. So if I'm all the way on the far right side of that, when it comes back around, I'm down there, which is not what I desire at all. So I was hoping to realign those blocks a bit. So I think I'm gonna have to approach this a little differently. Yeah. So that means I'm going to need to loop the player. So right now I have an area that detects the player and enemies, but I think I'm gonna need something quite separate that's offset a bit that is not for enemies anymore. So we're gonna need a lot more variation. So we've got, so really what I would need to do is make this the enemies wrap. Really we could make these instances, which would actually be a lot neater if I think about it. We don't need to name these right wrap. We don't need to do any of that. They don't have to be called right wrap and left wrap. Although it's kind of easier to see it that way, if I'm being honest. But, you know, they share the same script anyway. So, you know what? Maybe I'll do that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna call this wrapper, and then I'm gonna save this as a scene. I do gotta get Kai, that member song, of course. I'm gonna call this wrapper. And we could do like an enum. That's probably gonna be the best way to do this now instead of that. So I would do like enum wrap types or target types, and then we'll say platform, enemy, player. And this is probably gonna have to be expanded even more. I should probably start with like player, enemy, because I think I'm gonna need like platform 5 and platform 4 and etc., which is just gonna be real. I'm just gonna have to deal with that. But for now, let's just call it platform. And then we're gonna set up an export variable. It does wrap around mine slide, believe it or not. I'll show you. Export variable target type. And we're gonna set that to target types. So that way, we can come in here and set it to whatever we want to set it to. In this case, these are looking for enemies. So we would get rid of that. And instead of if once plats, I think at this point it's time for a new function. Set collision. Func set collision. Grab this out of here. Or set target. Set let's call it what it wraps. What it wraps. Collisions to wrap. Okay. And then in here, we add all of this. We would want to do like a match target type. No, match target type. We want to check its target type, and we would say target types. Make sure that's saved so we can get some autocomplete. Right? Did I type that right? Target types. Player enemy. You don't want to give me autocomplete? I like autocomplete. Give me some autocomplete. Target types dot whatever. Player. If it's that, we wanted to set that player true. If it's target types enemy, that would go to enemy. If it's target types platform, oh, it needs to be player wrap. Target type platform. Then this needs to be platform. That way we can set them all to what they need to be. In this case, this one is enemy, since I duplicated that one. And then if I duplicate this again, oh, so that was actually the left one. The right one. Sorry, that's the right one. Okay, this is the left one. Negative 11.7, negative 6.5. It looks like it's actually the same. Just flipped on the other side. These don't have their positions built in, do they? They do. Please don't. Put that in the center. Come back here. That's gonna mess them all up. So I gotta fix that. Unfortunately. Which is 11.7 and negative 6.5. 11.7, negative 6.5. Come to this one. Make that positive 11.7. So this is our wrapper right. We'll say wrapper our enemy. Wrapper L enemy. Did I actually do that correctly? I did not. Okay. Make this one negative. There we go. Left enemy, right enemy. Duplicate that again. This one's gonna be left. We're not gonna do the player one yet. Plat. So we can delete this one. Left plat, negative 23.6 on the transform over here. Negative 23.6. We'll get that member song in a second. I apologize. Duplicate, and I'll explain mine slide the Frogger thing too. And then this one on the right is 18.4. 18.4. Okay, so now it should be the same as these. Left, left looks the same, delete that. Right, right looks the same, delete that. Okay, and then we gotta make sure that the target type on these is set to platform. Okay, good. Let me just make sure I didn't break it. And this is just, it's just a little, it'll just be better on like performance and stuff, and it'll be easier to like make multiple. Nice. So it's working great. No problems other than what we need to fix still. Bit of a lateral move. Oh, the player's not being detected anymore. The player's just staying on there, which is like fine, but not really what I want. We need the player to teleport sooner, but that's what we have to set up next. All right, so for the wraparound in Frogger, mine slide, I will show you. So you normally can't tell, but there's one way that I've found that you can certainly tell, besides this little lady frog here. And that would be on these long logs especially. So when I go on that long log, I'm gonna write it until we die. And once we die, we're gonna come around the other side while dying, and you'll see that it is wrapping around. Now, someone made the point that back in these days, it was a lot simpler, see? Because those games, perhaps by default, wrapped around. I'm not really sure if that's how the engines worked. I have no idea. But it's at least easier to do in 2D. But here you can see very clearly that when the player dies, again, I'll show you on this big long one here. Yeah, Mindslide, are you watching? I want to show you with evidence. Hopefully you're watching. So look, you do die when you go off the side, but pay attention carefully. Okay? Here, I'll even zoom in for you. That might be too much zoom. Mindslide is like, look, I already made my Frogger-like not be wraparound, and I'm trying to be pure to the original. I know, but it wraps, I promise. All right, so we're gonna keep our eye right here. Okay, you already see it. Good. We're gonna keep our eye right there, just to prove it out. Okay, so I'm gonna be on the right side, and I'm gonna die. Oh, my time ran out. Hold on. Okay, this time, this is the one. We're gonna pay attention right there. On the right side, I'm gonna die. And then, bam. See? We wrap around. And look, for all intents and purposes, it doesn't actually matter, right? Like, you can just not do it that way. I personally am interested in doing it that way. I'm interested in the challenge of trying to do it that way for my own personal desire. They're chromatic aberrated, really? Oh, I guess just, are they? I guess you mean like just the colors that are chosen create like that effect. Because I feel like that's like the wheels. It's just like a design choice, but it is cool. You're kind of right though. The trucks are awesome. There we go. So that's why I'm recreating that. You do die when you go off the side, but when you're dying, you come back. And I want to recreate that. And I want to try to make the game similar in that way. The Christmas aberrated. Yeah. It is a good design choice, actually. I love the colors of this. Like, originally for the jam, I wanted to pick a game that was iconic, for the first one anyway. One that was iconic and relatively simple to recreate. And so when I decided on Frogger, I played through a ton of Froggers, because there's all kinds of different Frogger releases and stuff. And when I saw this one, I was like, this is beautiful. It's straightforward. It's clean. It seems to be the most familiar version of Frogger. And it was only after I chose it that I found out that it's actually the true original. The first one that ever came out is this one. So I think like the colors, there's something to them. Like they are the makings of classicry. And yeah, it's definitely all through the whole thing. I think the colors are super awesome. All right. Kai's member song. Kai, I hope you're still here. I apologize for the wait. And also, I'm sorry that you're about to get member sung too, because, I mean, that's always its own version of a cringe. All right, let's try this one. But that's what it's for. It's for cringe. It's cringe on purpose. Kai's here. It's cringe as a way of saying love, of expressing love. When I see Kai, it makes me high, because I'm so glad that you're here. Kai, you're in this house, I know, because I'm feeling so high up in the sky. I got Kai to thank for that. Oh, I got Kai to thank for that. Oh, when I see Kai, I get so high, because Kai is so great and cool and a really, really nice guy. Oh, when I see Kai, I can't help but get so high, because you're a really great guy, and I gotta say thank you to Kai. Oh yeah, when I see Kai, I just get so high. I can't stop feeling that way. Oh, Kai, you're making me feel so high up in the sky. Oh, Kai, today I'm so glad that you had to say hi. All right, Kai, there's your member song. That one wasn't that bad, actually. Thank you for supporting the channel. The longest member. You're the first member of this channel. And I appreciate that you're still sticking around. The first time we set up memberships, you were right there. I thought I would hear that I make people high. Maybe I should take payments. Don't tell us. You gotta keep that on the down low. You're your own, you are, yeah, if you're the drug, maybe I should be paying you. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Thank you, though. That's the best payment I can give you, is a member song. And all the member content. Yeah, you're welcome. Of course. Thank you. Thanks goes to you, of course. What are we doing? Oh, yeah. Okay. So for the player looping, let's do a new rapper. Let's do a new rapper. This is a ton of rappers over here. We're swimming in rappers. Just for my own sanity, I kind of would like to like organize this differently, if I'm being honest. It's just for my sanity. I'm just gonna drop these in some nodes here. I'm just using them like folders. Because it's just about to get a little confusing with so many of them. Let's add another one. Wrappers, plats. That's gonna be, I'm probably gonna need multiple ones for different platforms. Okay, and then we're gonna add another one. Wrappers, player. Again, that's probably gonna need multiple as well. I'm just gonna, for now, duplicate the enemy ones. We ever so slightly need to adjust them. And of course, we need to make sure... Oh, you don't need to access them as unique names. Absolutely none of them need to be accessed as unique names. We're not referencing them or anything like that. Lerps are gonna save your program. Why lerping adds so much juiciness? It does! It does! Yeah, Tincho in the secret stream I talked about a long time ago during this stream. The secret stream, which is an unlisted live stream. And so I do use Patreon. It's totally free to join up, I promise. You don't have to pay absolutely anything at all. I don't even use it really as like a support way to support the channel. The membership is a great way to do that because you're going to get a lot more perks. But if you head to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you'll get, I use it like a newsletter. You'll get a newsletter in your email every Friday. And along with that comes a secret live stream where we check out your guys' art, creations of all kinds, games and stuff like that. And it's kind of a nice like privater space that's not like public, so you can share like work in progress things and stuff like that and get feedback, see someone like try out, play test your game. And Tincho has been bringing in on Fridays the a media player that plays music, and Tincho's been adding in some lerps to make it look nicer. Yeah, dude. It does add some nice cleanness, right? Not only the visualizer you've been lerping, you added it on the Q navigation so all the movements are smooth. Oh, I can't wait to see it. Yeah, your media player has been coming along really well. I think it's really cool the way you've like gone from Godot to C++, and it's like liberating you to just like, I don't know, create things that are more like practical for the things you want to make stuff for. I think that's really, really neat. Alright, so yeah, patreon.com/hypergamedev. Again, not trying to get you to pay for it. It's totally free, but it's just a way that I can hide the stream and have this like newsletter sort of format. One day I'll get a proper newsletter, but for now this works. Okay, we're getting rid of those unique names. Just gonna set left and right. For the platforms, I'm probably gonna need to get a little more complicated for it, but for now, we'll just leave it like that. So for the player, I gotta make sure that these target types are set to player. Now that's going to give us the same issue we had before where the player was a little offset, which we don't want. I don't even know what's going to happen if it's going the other direction. Who knows? So that's why I might even want to make the player wrappers be like connected to the platforms. We'll see. You know what? We're not going to deal with that right now. So I'm going to push this out. Just, that's going to be probably too much. We could probably just do it like a half. That's not even a half step. Let's just do it the tiniest step to the right and see if that resolves our issue of the player getting offset a bit whenever it wraps around. I have no idea what just happened. Okay, so it's all the way on the far right side. Oh, it's definitely still getting offset. That might be making it worse. So maybe we need to go the other direction there. Let's try it. I'm more taken into software development. Wow. But before walking, I had to learn how to crawl, and that crawling state was my game dev experience. Wow, that's so cool. I didn't know that like you were like deciding to go more into software stuff. I mean, who knows, you know? You try stuff, you see what happens. But I love that journey for you. I think that's moving less. Let's just say that my game dev experience is very low. Experience, oh, like you didn't like it. I see. Wow. I mean, I loved the stuff you were making game-wise, but I do see something different in you with the software development. I can just tell that you're more interested in following through with these projects. Is this better? I think it's better. Yeah, it looks better, ever so slightly. It might have even just been a whole step to the left. It probably was. Oh gosh, I can't tell where I am. Well, we're gonna fall off if that's wrong, and we did! That's actually a great way to test it, is to go all the way to the end, and if you fall off, it's messed up. If you don't fall off, it's perfect. Yeah, you know, if you're not enjoying it, like, especially when it comes to, like, you know, coding and development, like, passion is, like, half of what I feel like drive, if not at least half of what drives most of us to keep doing it. So if that passion isn't there... Oh, you did absolutely love it, but you got interested on a more technical side of programming rather than a Ludo side. What? What does that mean? Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I don't know what you're saying. You said, my game dev experience is very low. So I didn't know what you meant by low. Do you mean, like, you don't have a lot of game dev experience? Which is, like, okay, you gotta practice to get it. So then I interpret it as what you must mean is by it's not very good. So that's why I assume that. You loved it. You got interested on a more technical side of programming rather than Ludo. Oh, that must be a Spanish word or something. I don't know what Ludo is. The software side was exactly the kind of torture that I've wanted. Like low assembly. Well, I would think that your game dev thing would be less low because you're using like a game engine. So I don't know if that, but that's a good guess. We got international folks from all different parts of the world. So language, sometimes interpreting words can be tough. Low for I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. All right. I mean, look. I feel that way when it comes to software development, you know? I feel like I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to that. All right, this looks pretty good. Let's go to the edge. See if we eventually fall off or not. It's kind of hard to tell. Well, I won't make any assumptions about what you mean and just assume I still don't understand what you mean. And I apologize. I like to understand what you guys mean, but sometimes I just have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have that much game dev experience, but what I've learned got you into software. Interesting. Yeah, you know, that's interesting. I think there's like an interesting discussion there. Yeah, I know it. I think it's because I don't know, like I mean, obviously that's a case-by-case basis, right? Yeah, dude, it's so okay. It's so very okay. Oh my gosh, I keep dying. Here's a secret with game dev. Literally no one knows what they are doing. It's such a young artistic field and all the rules are still being established. Well said. That's so freaking true. It is so freaking true. Oh, I think we're actually moving the other direction now. Yeah. That is so true. Like you know, with so many other disciplines, there's like a clear step-by-step process on how you achieve a result. But with game dev, that's not so. There isn't like what's it called? Taxology? There's a word. I don't think that's the word. Something ammonia to I don't know. There's some kind of word. I don't think taxology is the word. But there's not like a clear... What do you mean by young Dugan? What do I mean by young Dugan? I would ask myself the same thing. What do you mean by young dungeon? Oh... Well, young as in, like, what I assume dungeon means is... It looks like we're never gonna get perfect on here. Which is actually kind of okay if it's only for dying. I think what dungeon means by young is, like, only within the last, what, 40, 50 years? As opposed to something, so for example, screenwriting, playwriting, theater, right? Movies and television, right? Like storytelling has been around. I mean, you can find Aristotle, right? On poetics. You know, like that thing was written so long. Taxonomy. I think that's what I don't know if that's what I was trying to say. I have no idea. Like, this was written by Aristotle in friggin'. Can you just tell me when it was written? This is right there. It's right there. 335 BCE. All right, like a long time ago. All right, like over 2,000 years ago. Okay, like a long time ago. And honestly, like, it will tell you exactly how to write something that you could also write today and put on TV and put in a television show. You know, with minor tweaks, right? So over 2,000 years, there has been research into how to tell a story in a way that entertains people. I do want to say this book also says some really messed up things too. It has some. It's Aristotle's kind of a jerk, all right. But the point is it's been well studied. You know, that's true, Kai. Right. And so you're right. Like, you think about like chess or something, or Go or Mahjong. Super old. True. They're very true, but that's so different from a video game, right? Which I guess, if we're gonna go back to the poetics point, I mean, film and you know, film, for example, right? I mean, if you're making a movie, right, having a camera, making sure that camera is set up correctly, getting actors, setting up the schedule for the actors, making sure that there's catering so the actors can eat, having a director, having a script reader, making sure that like everything is the same. There are so many things that are more modern. But I would say video game development is still even newer than that. And the landscape is constantly changing. The way that you make TV and movies has been the same for most of its history. Whereas with video games, the landscape itself changes very often. So to me, that's what Dungeon meant. It's not young, but it's an anarchy. There's not a lot of rules established. Yeah. Something like that. Video games started getting made in the 70s, but movies started in the 1800s, and painting thousands of years ago. Yeah, totally. Codified theory. Yeah, maybe that's what I mean, Kai Guy. Chess could maybe be compared to some early arcade home titles, but modern games are more comparable to movies. Yeah. Well, kinda. Here and there, as a creator, you establish rules, mechanism, what works, but just in a more complex way. Okay. Yeah, it's very complex. I mean, you know, bringing together the art, the sound, the design, whatever other, you know, those all in of themselves have so many components. The code, it's a combination of a lot of mediums. Yeah, with the addition of interactivity, that throws a whole wrench in there. Yeah, play testing, marketing. I'm kind of willing for this not to be perfect, because, I mean, you're gonna die anyway. The only instance where this happens is you wrap around and you die. I guess my biggest problem with this is if you're right on the edge, you might fall off, and that would suck. I would hate that. But we can also make sure that if it's always the same direction, which it will be, it could be fine. I like perfection a lot, but I could let it go. Let me make my snap a little smaller, which I guarantee you I'm gonna forget. Let's adjust this a little bit. It is an interesting discussion. That would actually be a pretty darn good podcast topic, because the person who I'm doing the podcast with coming up in February, as someone who has actually studied this exact topic of how well studied video games are. So you know what? I should really write that down as a podcast topic. I mean, is codified theory, is that what I mean? I think that is what I mean. Coding theory. Yeah, I don't, anyway. They'll have all the language for it that I don't have. So I will defer to them. But I should at least make like a thing for it. Do games have to be fun? I don't even know how to like pose that as a question. Game development. What is the word I'm looking for? Is it tautology? Is that the word I'm looking for? Tautology. No, it's totally different. What is it that I'm looking for? Like study of topic. Gosh, I just don't know. That's what I thought. Science of classify. Yeah, maybe. Oh, that's organisms. Something else. Dang it, I just can't remember. I'm not a scholar. I should really ask my podcast co-host. See if they're around. They're probably not gonna understand what I'm asking though, and it's just gonna be confusing. What's the thing about game dev not having because it's so young? Or like it's so complicated? There isn't a set theory for it. Is there a word for that? The thing you did your research paper thesis on. Alright, I'm gonna ask, we're gonna, I don't know, I'm not wanna mess around with ChatGPT right now. Well, okay, so I'll ask my friend / the co-host of the podcast to tell me, because I don't remember off the top of my head. All right. So I will say we're staying pretty darn steady here, by the way. I'm not falling off. I'm not really drifting far away. So I'm gonna say this is basically perfect right now. Like, we've been looping around here for a while. I think this is acceptable. If it's inching closer to the edge, it's not enough to matter, and it's never gonna matter, so we're good. So we're gonna say this is the right place for this wrapper. I'm gonna make sure I'm actually gonna remember to put my snap back to 1. Nice, very nice. All right, so now that platform size is great, but what about different platform sizes? How is that gonna work? I don't know, let's find out. So we're gonna check the next size down. Let's do, which is I think the top row is the next size, which is going to be platform 4. So this one. Okay, so now I'm gonna try to loop this one around. Is that the same? Is 4 the speed of this one? We've been catching a 4. All right, whatever. If that works, it works. So I want them to be spaced apart similarly to how they're spaced apart in Frogger. So let's go take a look and try to ascertain that. So to me, it looks like it's like 1.5, annoyingly. So I think they're about 1.5 apart, but actually these look different. This is closer together. Oh dear. This is closer together than this is. They're not evenly spaced. Why aren't you evenly spaced? Why are you like this, Frogger? That's very interesting. I mean, is their wraparound area 2D or whatever? Obviously, it's not that. But is their wraparound collision a little uneven? You know, I think that almost kind of reveals a little bit about how their wraparound might be working. So this one looks like it's about 2 apart, right? So these turtles are 2 steps, right? And that looks good, looks about the right size. This one, 2 steps apart. The next one is like 1.5 apart. So I think they have like a weird offset on there that they didn't, whereas this one they aligned much better. Unless it isn't. Unless this one also is badly aligned. Actually, it looks like these are closer together, potentially. Anyway. I love it. I want to keep it as true to possible. So I'm going to actually... Now, I do want to, like, make improvements, like, where I think, like, maybe they didn't mean for that to not be even. Maybe they meant for it to be even. And so, therefore, it should be. But I kind of like the idea of it being offset, especially since it'll make it easier for me to line it up, potentially. So, all right, let's embrace the unevenness. No, but Lise, that's not going to work with your human, because then your human is going to fall off, since it's not true wraparound. Well, now I'm curious to see what happens when the frog wraps around on those. I think... There's too many musics happening. I think that... Okay, let's see. So I'm right on the end there. Oh, it's hard to tell because it takes so long. Oh, we got a response. State-of-the-art theoretical basis. In research, if we're talking about there not being much literature about something, we use a couple words. The literature, or the state-of-the-art, or theoretical basis, and we would say those things are sparse/weak. So if someone wanted to follow a guide to make a game using a theoretical basis, that wouldn't exist. So I think theoretical basis would be the question. Or would be sparse, I should say. Or would be sparse. Research. The topic is usually very, very specific, so it is usually approached from an angle that has similarities to create hypotheses. Okay, now I'm getting bored. All right, so they're very wise about this. More wise than I'm even interested in. Okay. So a theoretical basis. Is there a theoretical... What is the... I don't even know how to even word that. Somehow that made it harder. Why did that make it harder? Where did it go? Where's my podcast discussion? Maybe why is a theoretical... You can talk. Why is a theoretical basis... Why is it hard to develop a theoretical basis for game development? This is crazy. Okay, so if there was a podcast ep about this, how might you reword this? It's time to break out the pipe and tweed jacket. I know. How might you reword this? Why is... Alright. We'll see. We'll get there. We'll put it together. That's Rogie. Rogie's the pipe and tweed jacket. Okay. What the hell am I doing? Right. Looping this around. So let's make a few of these. Let's just see where it's at as it is right now. So we're saying that we want it be separated by 2, 1, 2, usually, which means this one should fit right in there, and it does. But then sometimes it's not 2, which we could kind of compensate for by just making sure that it loops around badly, which is obnoxious, but It's how we're doing things. So I'm gonna try to line it up as similarly to the other one, but yeah, the problem is I think our player is gonna fall off if it's not even. Right? Yeah, that's an issue. We're just gonna set it up and see what happens. Why is there no consensus in research for the best strategies for game development? Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty darn good. I like that. Why there isn't consensus for the best strategy for game dev? Why is there, why is there no consensus for the best strategy to make games? How about that? I'd further expand on that by talking about perspective versus descriptive challenges of games. This is well said, right? Proggy's a genius. I'm making a Discord post. You should post stuff there if you want. They won't. Okay, for a future topic, Aprion, do your thing. I'm gonna put a smug face. Alright, done. Okay, I tagged you in it. So this is obviously a discussion that's up for discussion, and then for the podcast, we'll discuss about it. The podcast is members only, so keep that in mind for now. Someday we might release the episodes, but for now, we're gonna keep it to members only. Because us developers are stingy and don't like to share knowledge we have gained over the years. What? You think that's why? It's so sad. I mean, is it stinginess? Or is it just like a lack of clarity? Like, I mean, maybe it seems like it'd be hard. Like some effort to try and do that. You know? Like, maybe not so simple to explain it. Does everybody always know exactly how they manage to do that? I don't know. AAA guys are hard to get. Oh, true. That's a great point. I didn't think about that. Right. They're gonna want to keep like industry secrets. That's actually a really, okay, that's a solid point. I hope someone will post this in here because it's just gonna help guide our podcast discussion, you know? And it'll just make it more interesting. That may well be a factor. Awesome. All because Tincho is just talking about their experience making games versus software development. Whereas I would say in like software development, I think there is consensus. I think there's a lot more consensus, right? So I would even posit that. Something to consider versus software development. Does software development have more consensus? Someone in a live chat posited that AAA studios want to keep their secrets too. Who said that? Pawn X Pawn. Are you in the Discord? I don't think you are. Oh, you are! Alright, you got it. You got it. Alright. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we're duplicating these 2 apart until they loop nicely. I don't think you can keep secrets. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Well, here's the thing, Dungeon. Yeah, every game can be decompiled, but so that's not really what I mean in the question, though. What I mean is the process. So, for example, like, how do you get, like, yes, you can have all of the code, but how do you get the code to be made from 0 to complete? And how do you make sure that fits with the art and the sound and the feel of the game so it plays nicely, right? Stuff like that. Like so yes, the code can be decompiled, the art can be gotten, but does that necessarily mean that people are able to replicate the success of that process just because they can decompile the game? And I don't mean replicate it as in just make a duplicate of it, but make their own games that are different but still successfully come together as a game, and it's like a guide that you can follow. Like, say, okay, so this is how we make a game. Okay, make a game by doing this. Okay, I see, got it. All right, obviously I have to come with my own code. I gotta make my own art, but I see a good game always has this. This is what games are supposed to have, right? Like, does that necessarily lend itself to a generalized theory or something? To me, it maybe doesn't. All right, let's see how this top platform is looping or not looping. So 2 apart. There's 1 shorter gap. There's 2 with shorter gaps, and then it goes back to 2. So in a lot of ways, this is kind of similar to Frogger, although Frogger doesn't have 2. It has 1 that's a little shorter. So, you know, I might want to adjust its looping position a bit, but I'm curious like how that will mess up or not mess. Oh god, okay, I need to add in a stationary platform so I can actually bridge and get across. So let's pick the stationary. I'm curious what's gonna happen to the player. Oh, it's hard. Oh, it's hard. I like that though. I like feeling the challenge of it. It makes it feel more like a game that's happening. Oh, okay. We got there. I don't even know. This is really hard because I have to like do it on one that's gonna happen on, and I have no idea how to plan for that. I guess 2. So maybe we get on like this one. So we did end up moved over. And then we look pretty stationary. It might be like, yeah, it needs its own. It needs its own everything. So, I mean, it looks like we're in the same spot. Oh, nope, then we move. Yeah, see, we move to a different one. And then we fall. Yeah, I think ours has to diverge a little bit from the original Frogger. You know, I'm gonna chalk it up to them like kind of probably not intending for them to be ever so slightly differently spaced. Maybe they did, I don't know, but I'm gonna make mine evenly spaced because it's gonna make this so much easier, and I doubt it's gonna change the feel of the game all that much, if at all. So that does mean I need to give it its own special area. You've been looking for a GDC talk for the last 20 minutes and you finally found it. What you got for us? Honestly, you guys should really also put these, if you want, in the Discord, because then I can add it in there too, obviously. But in general, yeah, let's go. Failing to fail. Have I watched this one? I don't know if I have watched this one. I don't recognize it, but I like it. Dope. Retrospective on the company's history and how they've managed to stay in the game making business since 1994. Sounds awesome. One of the longest standing developers. Dope. Cool. Nice find. Watch later. Nice one, Dungeon. Yay, podcast discussion! Alright, so I'm gonna move this. We're gonna make a new collision, and I'm just gonna keep it the same. It's just gonna be looking for different things. So that means in Wrappers Plats, we're gonna make a new node 3D, and this is gonna be, so we'll have one for Plat 5. And these will go in there. So that's for Plat 5. And that means on this script for the enum, I'm gonna want to have indeed separate ones. So we're gonna make this a little shorter so I don't have to suffer. Plat 1, Plat 2, Plat 3 will probably be the same, but like in case it's not, I don't know. I kind of would like them to be the same size, if I'm being honest. I think it's gonna be easier. So we'll skip Plat 3, Plat 4, and Plat 5. Okay. Now we gotta come down here. This is for Plat 5. I actually don't need to make separate collision. I actually don't need to do this. Wait, I don't have to do this. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. This is silly. No. We don't have to do this. All I have to do is change the size of it. Dude, that'll be so much easier. Come on now. So for these, well, that's easier said than done, because, you know, remember, these aren't editable. So I do have to make them editable. All right, because they're, okay. Well, that's still a little challenging. Editable children. So we do have to adjust these collision shapes a bit. So that way they are locked to only be detected by that row. So for Plat 5s, I need to adjust the collision shape on both of these wrappers to not be so tall. So I would think the Z-axis we'd want to change. So I guess we have to make these local. Which almost defeats the point of making them. I mean, the other thing I could do is like make it like an export, but that's annoying. Who wants to do that? I'm surprised I can't make it local. Oh, we can. Oh, right. But then yeah, I can't just make the children local. Okay. All right, fine. I guess there's only one child in it anyway. So, okay, fine. Make it local. I don't really want to, but I'll do it because I feel like I have to. So let's make this unique. I guess I'll come over to this side first. It's a little easier. It's closer to this longest one anyway. Let's go to overdraw. It'll just be easier to see what's happening. This is marginally easier. It's still pretty hard to see, truth be told. Can we get rid of the grid? It's like messing with me here. Okay, thank you. Okay. shrink that down to be quite small. We are going to want to adjust the position of the whole thing so it can actually bump into it. We'll keep it just like that, and that way it won't be able to bump into anything else. So its Z is now -10 on the area itself. On the collision, it doesn't really matter because I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it to the other side. So that way on either side it's smaller. But we do want to make sure we make that Z on the area -10. Okay. So now that is only going to apply to the long one because it's in that row only. Okay. So then let's duplicate plat 5 and we're gonna call this plat 4. And so in this one, we need to adjust the areas to be a little higher so they'll actually bump into that top row. And I'm gonna wanna move them anyway, but for now that's where they are. And so that'll only affect the plat 4. And now it's just a game of constantly adjusting it until it looks like they loop around evenly. So it's working normally. So to me, I'm guessing I would actually want to move this like out a little bit more, perhaps. Let's try it one big jump. See where that gets us. Start there. Might want to switch my granularity to 0.5. Okay. Oh, and then the other thing that's really useful, I think, is adding in the little measuring mesh. So I'm going to duplicate the main mesh. Make it unique. Mindslide asks, since I don't normally publish browser games and don't play them, I'm curious, do they need an exit button to quit? They don't. They don't, because actually the game will just kind of freeze and crash if you do that. So they don't need them. They don't need them. We make them every week for our 1 hour game jam. You can also, so you can always play some of those as a test if you want. There's tons on itch if you want some examples. You can also experiment, but yeah, in my experience, it just freezes it. So, you know, maybe you could do like a restart, like quitting could just reload the whole thing. That would be an option. But yeah, they don't need to quit. Good question. Excellent question. All right, I'm gonna make this measuring thing. I think that's unique, but let's just double check. I'm gonna make it magenta so it stands out really nicely. Did we have like a name? Did I call it something? Measuring? Okay. Measuring. I'm gonna move it right next to it. And we're gonna make its size half as big or so. Could make it more than that. Just some way that I can easily determine the gap. So we don't want to make it half as big because, or you want to make it a little bigger or closer because otherwise you actually have to make it a lot smaller. You got to make it 1 because the gap between them is 2. So let's actually see if where that gets us. This is just to make sure that I'm getting it right, lined up just right. Nice. Even, 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 not even. Wow. They're actually like overlapping. Very evenly overlapping. So I wonder if we could even remove a whole one of these. find out. That like makes sense, right? Even. Okay, great. So then we just need to close that gap right there. So coming back to our platform collision. I'm gonna move that right one. Let's just put it back to where. Well, what if it's actually perfect? What if it's perfect? Maybe I don't have to make. If I don't have to make ones for separate rows, A, that would be awesome. B, whoops. Okay, we do. So you can see that's right up against it instead of being gapped evenly. That's pretty close. So let's try a half step. I'm gonna change my snap to 0.5. And drag it a half step out. See if that's better. So that way it has a little more time before it loops. Okay, even. Pink block is even-ish. It's a little off, but it's very close. Very close. I'm gonna switch my snap back to 1, but then just move it. I'm gonna hold the shift key and drag it, so it's just like a tiny bit. I feel like that's not different. I feel like that's the same whether it's 5 or 1, 0.5 or 1, now that I think about it. Oh, it looks very good. It's a little bit too big, actually. So we're really getting min-maxy there. Is the division different? Oh, it is. Yeah, it is a fraction. Okay. So let's go to the left a little bit more. Looks like the difference between 0.1 and 0.01. Looks even. It looks very even. I can't tell. If I can't tell, I don't care. Look at that. Okay, look, there's a process here. I'm gonna go ahead and say we got a process, and it's working. And our player is wrapping around perfectly. Yes. We got there. We got there. Took some time, but we got there. So this is crazy. The way that it's wrapping around right now is the player has its own unique wraparound point position, which is different than each row's wraparound point, which is also different than all of the enemies' wraparound point. So they're all wrapping around at different points, and that's allowing it to look like consistent, as if it isn't all at slightly different wraparound points. It does make me wonder, you know, how the original was made. Like this, I mean, I know someone has access to the code. Like, you can get the code. Like, did they have to do it this way? I don't know. Probably not. But it's kind of fun to think about, and it's cool to like dig in and try to like discover like similar tactics. This is fun. Okay, cool. Yes. All right. So now I just got to do the other ones too. So let's do the next size down. Like, that's perfect. That is done. That is settled. That is ready to go. So I'm going to hide the measuring one. And let's go to platform 2. I do not particularly want it to be pink. And I think now this one was actually giving us some trouble because it was so small that it was getting absorbed. Oh, so actually for this one, I am going to need a different wraparound code or something, because the offset that we set in the polarity, this negative 0.97 doesn't seem to be working well for us. I don't know. We'll see. Let me experiment around. Let's add a fresh one in. I wonder if that, because on some level, I'm actually asking myself, does that even actually make sense? Should it really be that way? So I'm looking at these. Oh, we're translating. I did not mean to translate. We want to be on this cursor. So I'm going to grab these. I'm just going to delete them. And we're going to add new platform 2s in. put that up there, I guess. Duplicate it, put it over here. Now hopefully we can see that wrap around effectively. I'm gonna set the speed to 6, very fast. And while these would have different directions, give them different directions. The one on the bottom, oh, I keep forgetting, goes to the left. I think the bottom goes to the left and the top goes to the right. I think I'm correct about that. Okay. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. So I think they're not gonna loop. Yeah, they don't, because they get stuck, unfortunately. Oh, wait. I haven't added their special exclusive row collision. I forgot we have new tiny collision boxes. Okay, let me do that. I'm not used to our new way of doing things yet. So I guess for now, let's get the smaller setup. So I'll take the plat 4 wrappers, duplicate that. We'll call this plat 2. Technically it's plat 2 and 3. And we're just gonna move those wrappers down so they align. We can put it right in the middle, then it should catch them both. I don't even have to change the size. Nice. Clean. Okay, but does it even wrap? It does wrap! Wait. Only one of them wraps. Why doesn't the other one wrap? Why? Why is that one so different? Alright, well, the top one does. Maybe the offset needs to be, like, inverted for the ones that are going to the left. That's nuts. Alright, I could do that. So I think we don't want to do plat 2 through 3. So this would be plat 2. I mean, technically, this is row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Plat 2, row 10. It's a little chaotic, I'll admit. It errs on the chaotic side. Plat 2, row 10. So I'm gonna make sure I move its position for these wrappers to not be in the center, but to only go to that row. Duplicate this. Plat 2, row 9. Might just be better to put these on rows than plat numbers, but that's okay. It's actually kind of nice to have the plat number there. Okay, so for this, we want to move it down, so it's only going to affect that. And then I'm just going to try inverting their positions. So wrapper right is at -7.975. We're going to copy that. And we're going to paste it over here on this side. Oh, wait, that's the Z. My bad. Sorry. -23.6. We don't care about that one. We do, okay, 18.95. 18.95. -18.95, so it goes to the other side. And then this one, we make this +23.6. So now their positions are flipped. I don't know, maybe it'll, like, make sense. Like, they're both coming from the same starting spot. Should work, right? Nice. Heck yeah, it works. Awesome. Okay. Now, whether it's going to work evenly, I don't know, but... Oh, no, I don't think it's disappearing too soon. I think it's perfect. Let's go, let's go, let's go. This is wild from this view. It's awesome. You can really see the trickery, right? Like, the trickery is revealed a little bit more from this view. Which is just like, it's cool to see. I don't know, I like it. I like it. All right. So, let's adjust the distribution of them. Something I haven't asked myself is, does it work even if I change the speed? Oh God, I swear. Okay, let's change the speed. I'm gonna make these a speed of 10, the long ones. So they're super fast. It should be fine, right? Yeah, that doesn't change it. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, it looks fantastic. Let's go. Let's freaking go. All right. Make it faster! Okay, okay, yes, I will. Please don't hurt me. All right, I'll make it 30. I better save before we do that. It's a speed of 30! Dude, I mean, you know, then there's a point where I'm like willing to iterate on Frogger. Like maybe we like push it. Maybe I want to push it to be like more difficult and like wilder and like weirder. Okay, okay. So we can go faster. So the speed, unfortunately, does break the player. Teleportation. A player does not teleport that fast. So we can't actually go that fast if we're gonna make the game. All right, I'm breaking it 100. It's 100 speed. Wow. It's getting so fast. It's like a helicopter blade or something where it looks like slower than it is or something. That's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is super silly. I am gonna try to get on top of it though. I gotta do what I gotta do. Oh, the only way I can get there. Ooh, okay, we can loop around here safely, fortunately. Perfect. Wait, we can't. Wait, I died. Oh no. The loop around effect. Oh, because there isn't one to catch me. That's why. So I don't even know if I can ride this one. All right. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hey, it's working. What? What? Why did that happen? You know what? It surfed that wave pretty well. What do you mean perfect? No. 1,000. We're not done yet. Keep pushing. Is it there? No, it's just gone. It's just broken. Sad. All right, give me 200. What happens? Like, what is it? I wonder if it's teleporting so fast that it just becomes irrelevant. Yeah, it's past the boundaries. All right, let's make a 300. We gotta keep pushing it. Look, that's one of the joys of game dev, all right? Is that you get these obnoxious opportunities to try things. And sometimes I forget to enjoy that. That's why I'm glad to have you to remind me. What? Is that actually what's happening? That it's like stabilizing? Nope, it's moving. Again, it actually seems that the player is rebalanced better. There's like a middle ground where it doesn't even teleport correctly anymore. But then once it's past that point, it's able to correctly teleport again. You can't even see it on the stream. It looks different to me than you. It's kind of amazing. All right. Now we know what happened. And now I'm curious, what is the fastest that the player can stand on it? Because I'd be so down with like making an impossibly hard level. Oh, it's moving. You can see it's in different spots every time. It's starting to go towards the end. 20 is a little too fast. Let's see what 15 does. I'm curious. I wonder if Frogger had that same problem. I don't think it did. I think Frogger, if it did, it would be for different reasons, I would think. Because I know Frogger isn't doing physics, right? It's like making it up. It's doing more of a logic-based decision. So even 15 just completely changes. That actually, I have a feeling that might be true whatever speed we put it at. That the way I set up the player position might be very dependent on the speed, which sucks, by the way. It's actually very unfortunate. I think we're shifting to the left a little bit every time. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I think we are. I'm not really sure. It's a little disappointing, I'll be honest. But like, it is what it is. It looks like it's shifting. Dang. So I think I set it up for like 4. Let's see if 6 is okay. Like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna like have the player's collision area move a little bit depending on the speed? I mean, you might have to, because we do need speed changes. That's pretty important. It's really hard to tell, because it might be so subtle. Wait, I think it is moving. Yeah, it's moving. I'm looking at that shadow. Yep, it's moving. The position for the player reset is completely based on the speed, or it's completely dependent on the speed, which actually sucks. So hey, you know what? Messing around actually has its benefits, right? Because it reveals potential problems, things that need to be addressed. And now I know. The stress test has revealed something very slightly unfortunate. Okay. So at a speed of 4, which is what it was designed for, it actually is moving to the right a bit every time. So it was still not perfect, but moving to the right is okay, because it only needs to happen one time. But that's wild that the faster it goes, the more to the left that it goes. It only needs to happen one time for when you die, you show up on the other side. That's all that it really needs to do. Wow. And so what if it's 5? Does it start shifting the other way? Okay, that was me jumping off. That's why it shifted. To be fair, this is already very fast. It does make me wonder what happens if it's slower. Okay, so I see the shadow is right on the far left edge. Now it's moving further to the left, even though we just increased the speed by a little bit. So what happens if we go slower? Let's put it at 2. That's half the speed that it was set up for. And when it was set up for the speed, or when it was set to the speed it was set up for, it was moving to the right a little bit. Oh, I think it's still moving to the right a little bit. That makes me think maybe I try to adjust the teleport for the human for like the fastest speed that I think it's gonna be. But I think we're still gonna have problems. I mean, this looks pretty good, honestly. If it is moving, I don't think it's enough to matter for showing the death. It might even be more perfect. Okay, so let's do a test then. Like okay, I'm gonna look at Frogger. Specifically, I'm gonna look at that world record video. They're at pretty much I think about as fast as it gets. Now it does slow down again at different parts and speed up at other parts. Specifically, this row right here. this row. This row goes a lot faster than any of the other ones. Sometimes. It's like this random like event where it'll like suddenly speed up. There, see now it's slower, right? Now it's slower. Whereas right here, it was faster. Then in the next level, it slows down. Everything else is like the same speed, except for this one. This row's a lot faster. So that's gonna be different depending on the different rows. On this one, I mean, it's not really, that long platform isn't really going that fast. So it really comes down to how fast do I want it to potentially get for my variant. And I mean, I think 4 is fine. Like, that's pretty fast. I think that's already faster than it is in Frogger. So I don't think I actually need to worry about optimizing it for faster speeds, except for the one on the bottom, which should be considerably faster. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna plan on. All right, cool. Well, this has been very interesting. So let's duplicate these platforms and try to get these set up. I'm gonna bring the, or we're gonna set up a measuring on here, a measuring tool. So I'm gonna duplicate the mesh. We're gonna call it measuring. I'm gonna rename it or create it to be unique. Change its material to be magenta, so it's super obvious what's going on here. And oh, I need to figure out how far apart they're supposed to be. It looks to me like 1 block apart. And then the one above it is actually quite a bit more. I would say the one above it is 4 blocks apart. And then the one on the bottom is 1 block apart. So let's just do the 1 block apart ones. That means it has to be smaller than 1 block. Let's make it 0.5 and we'll keep it just like that. Okay. Then, oh, but it's going the other direction. So you actually have to put it on the other side, I think, for it to like make the most sense, probably. So move it over there. Oh, and then I need to add a bunch of them in a row. Such that they're 1 block apart. Okay, so that measure is not very useful at all, as it happens. Wait, oh, that's the 0.5. Just kidding. I forgot I changed my snap size. There we go. That's what I want to see. Okay, good. I'm gonna bring my snap back to 1. And we'll just add a bunch of these. Could probably like mathematically figure out how many I need. That's so boring. Okay, and then those stay pretty consistent. Yeah, all right. That's not enough. Looks like we need at least 1 more, possibly 2. Like that. Perhaps. Maybe. Oh, looks like maybe we only need 1 more. Or I need to just completely readjust their positions. One or the other. Well, what you want to adjust is the position of the wrap point. So, for row 9, on the left side, I'm going to want to adjust that. Let's get that overdraw. view, look from above, and drag that in, just one block. See how that changes it. Close, not quite. Let's bring it in by 0.1. That's not much. I doubt that's enough, but that's okay. Yeah, a little more. Maybe 1, 2 more. So we've moved it. We've offset it by 0.3. Okay, let's do one more. So 0.4. Yes. I mean, 0.5 does sound better, doesn't it? It's nice and clean. Half of one. And it looks good. Nice. All right. Good, good, good. Oh. We do have a slight problem here. The collision barely works because it's such a small gap that we can straddle it and not fall off, which kind of sucks. So I think I'm gonna make the player collision even smaller, which I might regret. That's okay. It's kind of hard to see it. Player collision is now much smaller. 0.099. Whoa! It's so weird the way the physics like whip us around. Should that be happening? I wonder if it's like fighting between which platform it's trying to follow. And so that's why it like bounced back and forth. But it creates like a weird like effect. Alright, well I guess as long as we fall. That's all that matters. It's a little goofy. As long as I can't, you know, move between those two. It seems a bit easy, doesn't it? I can't even, like, accidentally miss it. Right, but remember in Frogger, one of them descends and appears. So, I think that's where the challenge kind of comes from, is sure the first one is easy to get on, but once you get there, yeah, it's like impossible to miss it. But I mean, it's not impossible, but it's actually kind of hard to fail at it. Okay, there, I failed at it. But the challenge is that maybe you're gonna get that one that's vanishing. So I think this one's actually mine's a little bit more forgiving than that one, which I did kind of want it to potentially be easier, at least to get started. You might say that it's even a little bigger than one block apart. It might be like 1.5 apart. I could adjust for that. I could. Frogger's collision shape's also a lot more strict, I think. That's true. Well, yeah, that's why I was trying to shrink the player's collision size a bit. Like, maybe we be more strict, too. Maybe we don't even... Because right now, it's just kind of like this... I don't know if you can really see it. But it's this right here. Let me make it appear and disappear. Player collision, right there. So there's the player collision. It's pretty thin. If any part of the player touches water, you die. Yeah. You know, I was hoping that, I mean, that's true here too. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Well, I see what you're saying. No, you're right. That is different. Well, you actually can ride this edge. So look here. See? Not totally true. Look. Oh. So Frogger also has some allowance for touching the water. Let's get one. Yeah, I'd actually do it. Oh, I think we have to be off the grid for that to work. There, see? We're off. I think where that's harder to do is on the right side. And I think there's actually a reason for that. In one of the resources that I linked in the, this is on the jam page itself in the community tab. One of the resources that I linked is really interesting. So, it contains a list of bugs in the original, and this person like decompiled the code and studied it and tried to like improve it and stuff. The game sets up a table for each row of moving objects, logs, turtles, and stores the X position of the right-hand edge of the object. The actual position stored is 2 pixels right of the edge of the turtles, and 4 pixels right of the edge of the logs. It then tries to work out if you are on any of the objects by using the width of each object and seeing if your frog is in that right to left window. If it is, then all good. If not, you're in the water and you die. So it gets the far right location slightly wrong. The width of the object is too small, and it bases the compare point for your frog at the right-hand edge of it, which causes all sorts of errors. So basically, what it's saying is that the right edge of platforms is more perilous than the left edge. That is to say, you can survive on the right edge more easily than the left edge. So, you know, that feeling like that it's super punishing if you touch the water, you die, is more true for the right side of platforms than for the left side of platforms, especially with regards to the logs. Basically. See if I can reproduce it. It's kind of hard to do. So the right side, it's really hard to get on that right edge. But on the left edge, I can fudge it a bit. But the right edge, I die. So that's actually just based on the way that it's designed. And again, you know, I think it probably wasn't intended to be that way. So I'm going to make this player collision even thinner. I might regret this. Oh, it's not going to let me go smaller than that. Alright. Very thin. At that point, it might as well be a raycast. Okay. Or a plane or something. I mean, to me, it's not really behaving any differently. And the thing is you're still dying if you touch the water. It's just, instead of the water killing you, you fall down, and that's what kills you. And it's a little more even. So yeah, you can see I'm hanging off a little bit. Oh, you typed too much? Oh no, I wouldn't let you. I'm actually having a harder time dying because by the time I get to it, it's in the right spot. Wait, why is it so hard to die right now? I'm actually not sure I can die here. Like, getting on top of it. Why not? Why can't I die? Jesus, it's like a monkey's paw curse. the heck? That purple area is supposed to be death. But I only die if I go in between them. Maybe I need to make them further apart. I think I need to make them further apart. That's what I think. So that's what I'm taking away from this. They need to be further apart. Which means adjusting some things. But you should not be able to do that. Looks like you step on it and then it pushes you onto the other block. Yeah, it does look like that. I'm going to separate them more. I don't think it's really even one block apart anyway. I think it's more than that. No. No. I'm not clicking on that, but I can see why you think I'm clicking on that. I'm clicking on this. Okay. Oh, and I lost it. Okay, there we go. Delete that. We're just gonna call a do-over on this. It's a bit tricky to get right. But it's worth it. Okay. Okay, so instead of one apart, let's actually make it a 0.5 snap. And we're gonna make it that far apart. Which is very similar to this one up here, which I've already all set up. It's only 0.5 smaller than that one. Which... Does the top and bottom platform look similar? Yeah, Area 3D. They actually don't look that different anyway, even in Frogger. The distance between, well, besides the small, well, a little bit. Maybe I should make those further apart too. It kind of sucks because it's just a lot of effort, but I kind of want to. Area 3D. Oh, yeah, kind of. So the platforms are, they actually don't need to be Area 3Ds. That's sort of an old thing. No, it does. They are still useful, but really, so it's not an Area 3D. If you look in here, you'll see that actually it is a ground platform. I should really put the GitHub repo in the description box. It's a ground platform. And what is a ground platform? An animatable body 3D. That's what it is. Animatable body 3D. And what it is so good for is it if things are on top of it, they move with it, which is how we get the player to move. And so I think like with them so close together, it's like, I don't know, it's moving so fast, it's just like, it's getting like confused about which one or whatever. Anyway, I'm just gonna separate them, hopefully that'll be fine. So, I need to adjust this. That's what you're using? Nice. Yeah, well, initially, so the Area 3D is being detected by the other areas, but it doesn't really need to be. Initially, I started to build it where it was gonna detect if the player was on top of it and then do stuff, but I quickly realized I didn't need it to be that way, so it's just kind of there now. It's just like cruft at this point, but it'd be more work to go back and change it, so it's quite fine the way it is. And if I ever do want to set up some detection for the player, it'll be ready to go. All right, so continuing on. This is a good question. I need to reset the measurement position. Oh, that's gonna be hard. So it's 1.5 apart. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Exactly. I mean, to me, it looks like it needs to be like a half step wider. I have reappeared! Still working on the wrapping? Yeah, so it works pretty well. There's a couple hiccups, but generally it's not too bad. Yeah. Where am I? Yeah, so each row has its own area for its own wrapper detection, basically, that wraps it around. I'm working on the bottom row right now. It was pretty good, but it was too close together, so I have to space them out. But this top row that you can't see, this top row is set up pretty good. And then this middle row here is set up quite well. So as for the others, and I'm kind of, this is basically like one of the fastest speeds that it's pretty much gonna be. Yeah. Oh yeah, still working on it. I don't know what you missed, but yeah, I'm just getting a better understanding of like the task ahead. Oh, and we're dead. So yeah. Yeah, it's coming on. Yeah, I feel good. It's just, it's like now I'm kind of in this experimenting phase of trying to get it like the right sizes that make sense logically. Oh, this one should wrap around. So this one wraps the player around fine, the long one. I actually am not sure about the top one. I think it's fine. Oh, it moves it to the left! So, you know, if I want it to be perfect, it would be nice if there was a different player wrap position for each row. Which sucks. But there you go. Yeah, I hate that. But we can worry about that later. And then between these blocks, we're fine. It would be nice to be able to test if we can go in between the higher block set, but I think the way it's laid out right now, that's going to be really hard to test unless I stop them, which I could pretty easily. Oh yeah, I forget that that row wraps around. That row is not danger. It's almost a shame we're setting up so much wrapping around and then we're not really going to use it like as a mechanic other than just for the sake of trying a way to do it. But I like having a reference point for a way to do this. You know, I'm sure the next time I try to do a wraparound effect, I'll do it better because I'll have had this experience. Okay, this wraps. Don't freak out. What I want to try is walking into the middle of these. Oh yeah, pretty easy to do. That's pretty easy to do. I'm gonna do one more test. But yeah, I think these other ones were just too close together. We actually could try it here. Oh, I still can't get in between those. Yeah. See? It just... Again, the purple is just a measuring tool. That's not actually got collision on it. But try as I might, I actually am having a really hard time falling in between those, which is a problem. Because it means there's like you never even have to worry about potentially having any peril getting onto that first row. Which is not good. I can't do it. I can't even die. Like, I'm just moving forward. But, like, by the time... I think it's the interpolation. Like, the interpolation... That's what it is. The interpolation speed is slower than the speed of that movement in between those two gaps. So, by the time it gets there, the platforms have already moved. So it's like, it's coming, and I'm moving onto a gap, but it catches me by the time I get there. I think that's what's happening. So, like, I can't actually get in between it. So, like, either the platforms are too fast, too close together, and or the player interpolation is too, or the movement interpolation is too slow. Pick one, you know? You know, if I space them out, it'll be less true to the original, but will it? All right, so let's make them 2 apart. Let's do it. I'm just gonna remake this measuring tool. And then delete that. Duplicate this. That's 1. That's 2 steps apart. Now this, I should have no problem getting in between those. That should be very doable. I hope. Nice. As you can see, I get real close to the edge though. I almost make it. Oh, it's still very forgiving. Hey, Insane Alpha Beta, how you doing? Welcome. Much more forgiving than I particularly want it to be. I don't even think I can get anywhere but right up against that edge. Maybe that just is okay. Because I really don't want to start making them any further apart. That's just getting ridiculous. Doing good. Glad to hear it. It's just always clipping on the edge. I mean, you have to really try hard to miss that. So in that sense, I agree, Dungeon, that Frogger is much more unforgiving than this. Much more unforgiving. Because I'm relying on physics. And the physics are such, especially combined with the grid system interpolation, are such that it catches you. I just have to decide, do I care? You really have to work hard to die there. Feels good to be working on stuff again? Yeah. After spending 2024 just kind of resting and healing. Nice. Well, that's important. Gotta take care of yourself. Gotta take care of yourself. You know, you were getting ready. You were getting ready for this moment. Welcome back. Proud of you. Yeah, it's just gonna be the same result. So, I mean, in that sense, it feels like I don't really necessarily feel like I'm being helped. Let's see. Boop. Because I'm still dying. Let's make it slower. I'm curious how that changes it. Let's make them a speed of like half. We'll make them half the speed. Now, they won't be that slow. These ones in particular will sometimes be slow, but often go very fast. It actually doesn't feel that different. It feels very similar. Thank you. That's nice. Choop. There's a little more punishment room. Alright, very good. Well, yeah, that'll kill you. Yes. Running off the edge. Very dangerous. But I feel pretty good about it overall. I think it works. Alright. So be it. But I am gonna set it up for the speed of 6. Let's make the measurement. Duplicate it. Change the mesh to unique. I'm gonna set its material to be magenta. Shrink it on down. So if they're 2 apart, it should be okay to make it a size of 1. 3, 4, 5, like that, right? That should be in the middle. Yes. Good. Then I will duplicate this down the line and then just have to adjust it until it wraps around. It will not the first time. I probably did too many. I think you can do 1 less. I'm actually certain we can do 1 less. Okay, yeah, do 1 less. Spawn less, fam. Okay, so there's a little bit of a gap there. Therefore, I'm gonna want to bring that closer together. We want to go to this wrapper out here on the outer side. Let's look at it from above. Turn on overdraw. And then I think I actually want to move the left side, not the right side. We're gonna want it closer. That's probably too much. Not too much. This is so close compared to the others. Okay, it's almost bridging the gap. It might be too close. Nice. Looks perfect to me. Wait, maybe that one... Actually, it's not perfect. A little bit more. Let's just try 0.1. Is that 0.1? I think that would be 0.05. Or 0.01. Yeah. Okay. Let's do... I think it's a lot easier to just set the snap to 1. Then hold shift and drag it by 0.1. I think that's actually a little too close. Wait a minute. It's hard to tell. But I'm looking at this front row. Wow, it's very subtle. I mean, it's damn close. You can see that one's a little bit wider. Alright, well I guess I did want to be on 0.5. Just 0.01. It's pretty good. If there is some variance, it's very slight. And if it's barely noticeable, if at all. So we're gonna let that go. Now, the player is probably not gonna wrap around very cleanly. Oh God. Why didn't I wrap around at all? Wait a minute. It's actually a little surprising. Why not? I wonder if it's because of that overlap that I was worried about. Oh, it gets stuck. On the other side. Well, we could try moving it. I think that would be okay. I don't think that would mess up the others. Let's move this. Is that the one you want to move? I don't think that's the one you want to move. But I don't really want to move the other one either. Yeah, that didn't fix that. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is a bit confusing. The player wrap. My insistence to have the player wrap is starting to feel like something I don't want to do. Like more and more, I'm like, do I actually want the player to wrap around? Okay, we're not falling off this time, but we are moving to the left a little bit every time. I'm starting to doubt whether I want to do this. Because it's just, well, I mean, we can still do it on a per row basis, but again, it's optimized for the speed too. So if I change the speed of that row, now the player isn't going to teleport as cleanly on that row. And again, it's only for the death, right? It's like a little classic Frogger thing that I just want to try to replicate for the funsies. Oh, that's making it worse. And you know, if it's adding like so much extra work. What? Why? Why? Why did it do that? This is also the fastest that we've tried to optimize this for. It may not even be possible. It might just be too fast. It does make me wonder if there isn't some way to like change the physics temporarily on the player. Oh, now it's perfect. But maybe I'm just in the right spot. You know, and if I go into the wrong spot, it will not be perfect. I don't trust it. Is it just me or did that take longer? I don't know, maybe I'm just bugging. You see it? Wait, it looks like it takes longer sometimes. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, now we're just dead. Dude, I don't know if it's worth it. I think I might have to let go of my dream to have the player death appear on the other side. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? I don't know if I want to know anymore. Yeah. So there you can see it just got caught. Oh my goodness. For what? For what? So the death can appear on the other side? Yeah, I would like to do that very, 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 very much. But I'm just hyper-focusing. See, that pushed it up. I don't know that it's worth trying to puzzle it out. I just don't know that it's worth it. Like, this goes well enough for the block up here. Oh, he's still out. Dude, even for my best one that exists, it's still messed up. It makes me sad because I think it would be cool. But at some point, I have to make a decision to just let it go. I mean, the wraparound is already really nice for the platforms and the enemies. It's awesome. Like I think this is me mourning the loss of the player wraparound. Let me have this. Like, setting up the platforms and the enemies and having them just work in a performance-friendly way is super clean right now. It is. It's good. It looks great. It works great. It's not that hard to set up. But getting the player, which is a physical body, to also wrap around, it's like, all for what? Just so the game over? We accept it? No. Heck no. No. And for those of you just joining who have no idea what I'm talking about, the original Frogger has this happen. And I'm very fixated on it. Okay, we're going to watch right here. Now, we're also going to watch right here, because I'm going to die right here. And when you hit the edge here, you die. But guess what? We're going to come out the other side as death, as a dead thing. I love that. I think that's so cool. I want that to exist in my game. But I think I have to let it go. I think I have to get to that acceptance stage. All right, here we go. So watch it. Come around. You see? We die on the wraparound. That is the only time that you can notice the player wraparound. Because down here, it's just a wall. You don't even die if you touch the edge at the bottom. You just collide with it if you can actually get there without dying on accident. But yeah, I'm just colliding with that. I'm moving right, but nothing's happening. Same thing on this safe. We're colliding, nothing's happening. It's only on these that if you go off the edge, do you die. But you come around the other side. And it's like, it's something so subtle. And I wanted it. You know, wanting that led me to even try to set up the wraparound to begin with. So for that, I'm thankful. I am so thankful that that inspired me to do the wraparound effect. I learned something, it's really cool, but there's a point where in a fixed time frame game jam where I have to pivot if something seems like it's not worth the effort. And I think that that wraparound death is not worth the effort. It's very hard for me to say that. I wish I had some other idea. Maybe I do. Wait, I accept nothing. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What about this? What about this? This is nuts. Because this is like so much extra work. Okay? Just for an Easter egg, essentially. But what about this? Okay? When the player, in my version, hit... Okay, I just died. Ignore that. Don't ignore that, but it's true. I didn't mean to. When the player hits the right edge, right there, what if? And I think someone even kind of explained this, or suggested this. What if it instantiates? Or even reparents, that way we don't have to instantiate something. What if it reparents a death animation to that spot, and then that gets teleported to the other side? Because that doesn't have to have physics, which means it won't get all wonkified when it loops. I think the biggest flaw with that is still that each row is governed by a different respawn point, and the wraparound is on, you know, is way out here in different places. That's okay. It's fun. Would work, right? And I wouldn't have to go to any stage of acceptance. Thank you very much. If it was a simple 2D Frogger, you can get away with using the wrap function for that. But no, the Godot 3D physics is something that actively eats my brain cells. Yeah, well, that's a fair point. Godot 3D physics is not that good. It's really not that good. At least not right now. Oh, so we're back into now. Yes! Yes. If it doesn't have physics, will it stick to the platform? Or are you just going to make it a child of whatever platform the player is on? That's a good point. How about this? More like bargaining. How about this bargain? Okay? Alright? What if? What if the death animation that spawns, which is not physics-based, has the same velocity? It could be a platform. Well, it could, so similarly, the platforms move at a certain speed, a constant rate, right? So this death thing that spawns will just move at the same rate as all the other platforms on that row. Right? Then when it spawns on the other side, it'll appear to be on top of it, even though it's not. Oh, God. This is ridiculous. Denial is how things get made. On that note, I gotta use the loo. I've been drinking a lot of tea. It is time to use the loo. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And I will return. I can't go full screen with this? Fine, we can't go full screen. But it's the closest it's gonna look. I'll be right back. If you're co-coding along with me, and you haven't stretched your legs, gotten yourself a snack, do that. Enjoy the music. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, alright? And we're gonna make this bargain work. Alright? We are all in on the denial bargaining. I want Deny bargaining. Deny bargaining. Denange bargadeptance. Ah, Mind Slide's gonna try the Reverend did too! Oh, that's awesome! Oh, I'm so pumped. You know how happy that makes me? That makes me so happy. Why? Because why not, right? Like, I take this assignment very seriously. I want to make it similar. All right. So at this point, we're not really experimenting. We are experimenting with platform wraparound by trickery. We kind of got that set up. I'm all in with the death thing, which kind of sucks because like I do still have to do this other stuff, but who cares? All right. Let me change my task. Let me update that death. Turn down that music. We ain't on break. Jeez. This song always comes in out of nowhere. All right, so I am faking a wraparound effect for the player's death. So I also need a death animation, which I don't have. We're almost a third. Don't say that! Oh God, a third of the jam? Horrifying. You're right. You're right. It's 30 days and we're almost at 20. Oh man. I hate it. Well, if you think about it, I'm developing all the systems that are going to be relevant for building out the whole game. So my first third is laying out the systems that are going to be relevant for building out the game. My second third is all about building the game with those systems. And my third third is about tying it all together and fixing all the bugs. There's your theory of game design. Why did you not complete the jam? Wrap around death! I must have it! I must have it! Alright. Excuse me for my enthusiasm. In scope creep. Actually, this is almost the definition of scope creep. Like, it's not quite like a brand new feature, but I'm reimagining a feature that was planned in a way that is brand new. Oh dear. I'm in danger. But it's slow-mo danger, which is really exciting. Way more fun than 1 hour game jam danger. No, actually, they're both fun. Oh wait, you're literally, oh! You were saying an actual term, in-scope creep, which differs from scope creep as it was still in the original game. There's 3D Frogger games with it. You checked? Dude, do not distract me like that. How dare you? How dare you? No, look, it doesn't matter. All right, this game jam, I'm not gonna go seek out that Frogger. I'm not gonna like come in here and open it up. You did just make it up. How dare you? How dare you make things up? You really shouldn't do that. Sure, Jeremy, you're not even submitting your game. You could just take an extra 5 years. Who's gonna stop you? I don't want to do that. I don't want to spend 5 years on a Frogger-like. Come on now. The whole point of the jam is to actually try to make it in a month. but I mean, you make a point. There's a point, and you've made it. Why am I doing this? I'm not submitting it. Even though I did a poll last week, and like 80 people voted in the poll. And like 98% or something said that I should submit it. It was like ridiculous. But no, I'm not submitting it. And the reason I'm not submitting it is because it's ranked. How would it look if I win my own game jam? I mean, just come on. It ain't right. We can't do that. You know, right now, all you get is like featured. You'll get featured on the Hyper Game Dev itch page, which is actually pretty cool. Maybe a special section somewhere else. But what if there's ever prizes someday or something? Is this made by Lee's Disqualified? You know, just think about it. Like, what? I'm gonna get a prize for my own game jam? Like, it like actually doesn't make sense. It's not a good look. You know, I don't want to win a game jam that I started. I just now the 1 hour jam, I submit all my entries, but that's because that one's not ranked, so it's like doesn't matter. Just smacks of like unfair advantage. I don't know. It just feels weird. Not submit, but limiting to the same. Yes. So I'm participating in the jam, same as everybody else. Do you die if you go all the way to the left on here, by the way? You sure do. So it's already different. Let's see if it wraps around your death. Probably not. It looks like it's gonna just freeze it. It does keep going, but it doesn't actually wrap around. Now this isn't the one that we're strictly basing it on. Kind of interesting though. These are much closer, much further apart. I mean, it's actually a lot different than. I mean, that's why I chose one game for us to base it on. But it does have a lot of subtle changes between them. This game made it to acceptance. Yeah, it did. But you know, it wasn't trying to be the same one. Maybe I should accept. But I've already inspired Mindslide to try it. Now, what would it say about me if I gave up on it? Yeah, maybe you're right. Press the fire. Why did you saying that just like you saying that somehow has made me actually decide, you know what? I'm not gonna do it. I'm all over the place. I want to do it. I don't want to do it. I do want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't think I want to do it. I don't think I want to do it. I mean, I will say, I think this is not, I mean, it's similar, right? It's very similar. I probably should study this one more, actually. Now I'm thinking about like the platforms and the gap in between with the physics. Like, since I'm making mine in 3D, perhaps it would behoove me to study this one more. I mean, yes, it's a Frogger-like based on the original, but that doesn't mean I don't take inspiration from some of these. Like, come on now. Wow. Behoove. Sorry. Behoove. Did I say behoove? It behooves me? It behooves me. Or did I say behoove? I love that word. I love that word. It's fun. Like Frogger. It also has like things that aren't evenly gapped. It's interesting. It's actually a really interesting point of reference. And I actually don't need them to be equal anymore. I can do more offsetting ones if I'm... Dude, alright. Alright, I'm done. It's a real word. I wasn't making it up. It's a real word. Behoove. It is a duty or responsibility for someone to do something. behooves. Guys, I think the 3D Frogger game has convinced me. And Prestipire giving me a hit of acceptance dopamine. I was like, I want to feel like I accepted something. So you know what? I've made the choice. I'm not gonna do it anymore. I thought behoove meant hinder, not benefit. I could see that. I could hear that. Hear how that makes sense. Is this just a Frogger gameplay stream now? Anyway, I'm gonna be adding wraparound death to my game. Wraparound death, like the fact that that's like we know what that means. It feels great. It feels like we've accomplished something in game dev history. To have coined this term on this day. I'll be honest, this is better than my Frogger-like. Why doesn't Harvest Earth have wraparound death? Yeah, that's a good question. I actually originally wanted Harvest Earth to have a wraparound mechanic. I did. So if the player went all the way to the left or the right, I wanted it to loop you back around. But it was too complicated. So I didn't do it. Which makes sense for that game. Considering the level is constantly moving forward. I would go so far as to say that this doesn't have wraparound. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling this is actually spawning them. I can't prove it. It's just a feeling. There's just something about the, like, I don't know. The positioning of it. It seems like it would be rather hard to make that wrap around. But maybe not, what do I know? Why not? I'm gonna make it wrap around and it'll be similar. What's so hard about that? I'm just playing Frogger. I am, straight up. I'm straight up playing Frogger. I mean, I kind of want to play it and, like, even compare it to my own. To just, like, feel how the 3D one feels compared to my 3D one. Which is still very much needing some work. Oh, okay, I died. Oh, we still got life? Alright, hold on. We ain't dead yet. We ain't dead yet. Okay, now we're dead. Oh, we ain't dead yet. Let's go. Game. No! This is a hard game. Okay, very interesting. Let's get back to work. So, okay, I have officially finally decided to let go of wraparound death. Wraparound death is dead. So I'm just gonna keep setting up platforms. We're just gonna keep setting up platforms. It's the right thing to do. Great, that's such a relief. Oh my gosh. So for the platforms that are currently there, RIP wraparound death. WAD for short. Ripwad. A ripwad? Please don't even try to define that. Thank you. So how are we doing with the platforms in the front row? I mean, I kind of would like them to be sort of even. It sounds like an insult. Yeah, ripwad. I mean, it kind of sounds like dipwad. Which I think is like an actual insult. Don't look it up or tell me what it means, because it's probably terrible. I mean, it's very forgiving. It's very I can't even run off into the, it's so hard to get caught in the middle. Now that's only at the super fast speed. Normally it wouldn't be that fast. Normally the speed would be something like this. WAD is the final time for mods for Doom. We're gonna rip some mods from Doom. Well, now it just makes sense. But you're right, I have heard that. Something that I need to do is I need to actually have the rows be set in a more global fashion. That would be super nice. Because right now I'm having to click on each one and then change its speed, which, you know, if in the game I'm gonna want those platforms to change their speed dynamically, it's gonna be a lot nicer if I have like an easier way to interface with those different rows. So, I think what I'll do, we could do, I could have on the platform script an interface on here that lets me adjust each of the rows, but I would need some way to clarify which row things are in. Well, right now they all have like a number, platform -1, platform -5, platform -4, and if they have the same platform number, then they're in the same row. Which is pretty wacky, but I could like base it on the name, which is probably a bad idea. I could put export variables on each one, like an enum again, and then have that enum match each thing, and then just say if iterate through here and change the speeds based on that. That's probably the best way to do it. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. All right, we're gonna make a platforms script. And this is not a platform script, this is the platforms script. We have to rename that. I'm gonna say all platforms. And then it's not confusing at all. Yeah, it was way too confusing. We gotta change it a bit. So let's set up the enums on the platform script. So variable plat type, and that's gonna be plat types. We're gonna make sure that's an export variable. I'm gonna set up a variable or an enum called plat types. Or only it's row, sorry, just kidding. It's row. It's not plat types, it's row. So we'll say row and rows. It's a little tricky because technically it's like row 9 through, let's pull up Frogger. So this is, you actually can go back on this row. I've been calling this row 0. Maybe I'll keep calling that row 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've been naming it 9. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then there's 13, which is like the top. So 0 through 13. I actually kind of like that, so I'm going to stick with it. Which does mean I have to refactor one thing. Row 9, row 8. Wait, oh, row 9, row 8. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna have, for the platforms, can we put number? Are we allowed to put numbers? It's an enum, so we just do an array, right? I don't think you can do numbers in enums. I think you have to type. That's stupid. Dude, you might as well just do a friggin' array at that point. Variable rows. And then we can just say nine is set to 9. Yeah, remember, this is different. You want to say... Actually, they're all going to be integer, but you can't type an array, can you? I was thinking like a dictionary. So I think we can even just set that to like an export variable, right? Can I assign a value of type array to a variable rows specified? You can type an array? I'm doing it wrong though. Oh, sweet. Thanks. Godot consultant. That's some good, dude. I have why do I have so many windows open? Straight up Godot consultantry up in here. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Again. Mine slide isn't working. Death wrap. You're working in 2D, I presume. I trust. That's amazing. Even if it's just 2D. In 3D, mine slide. Nice. You've done what I could not. I commend you for that. That's amazing. Unity. Oh, it's got like better physics, doesn't it? But that's not gonna be on 9. I mean, you can just do 0 through. You can just do the whole thing. Wait, what's the point? Why am I doing an integer? This is so silly. Why am I doing this? Just make it an integer, dude. Why even make this an array? This is a waste of time, but it's very interesting. Unity is a bit more family-friendly with this physics system, yeah. Not using physics at all. Oh, well, that also would make it easier, too. So wait, dude. I'm sorry, I gotta get my brain right. We're gonna say variable row. Dude, just make it an integer. And then you can say export range 0 through 9. Oh wait, but it's 13. Just do that. No problem. Really, we don't even have to do that. You could do 9 through 13, right? Yeah, I'd love to see it too. And you know what? No pressure, Mind Slide. By the way, no pressure. You take your time. Okay, I'm correct, right? I think it's 8. It's 8. It's 8. It's 8. You keep it to yourself if you need to. And I think we'd actually want to say 8 to 12. All right, now on each one of these platforms, we'll be able to set what row it is. Oh, and then I guess by default, yeah, it's at 8, so it already has the default. Great, excellent. All right. So now, all of these are row 8. That's already correct. This one is row 9. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12. You got a new devlog in the Discord. Nice. Already? Yeah, take your time. Eight, 9, 10 for this row. I hope I did row and not speed. And this one is row 11. 11, 12, 9, 8. Okay, good. Okay, so then this, the platform script is going to iterate through. I guess we could do it. Probably would want that. I want to make a signal. So let's do a ready function. And I'm going to go, if I set up a messenger for signals, I haven't set up any signals. Wow, this would be the first signal that I've set up. I guess that makes sense. I haven't started connecting anything together. I've just been like getting it kind of going. All right, so let's create something new called messenger. And on my messenger script, we're gonna set up some signals. I would like them to not show up as warnings. So I'm gonna grab the annoying warning ignoring thing that I have to set up that I have on my other project. Warning ignore unused signal. Add that on here. Do we have to call it like an extending from anything? Yeah, we do. You better believe it. You better believe it. And this is going to be update platform speed. And I'm going to have this have a couple arguments. So I'm just going to add a little note on here. arg1 is row number, or let's just say row speed. But actually, we do want this. We want this not just on platforms. We want this all over the place. Which almost makes me feel like I don't want like a separate platforms node. I almost want the enemies to be within that. I guess I'll separate it. So maybe arg1 will be type. arg2 is row. arg3 is speed. So, you know, I can just set up like a debug thing for now, but in theory it'd be like when levels change or whatever. Or, you know, you complete it. So if I'm gonna set up a quick debug, how do I want to do that? Wow, that's gonna be some effort if I want to. I know you can do, there is something cool that I've seen people do that lets you like, what was it? Is this a good use case for that? Can I wrap my head around this for this use case? Or am I just wasting more time? Probably that one. But is that gonna stop me? Probably not. I think I saved it into a playlist. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh. Nice. Hey, welcome back. Are you logging in some good progress? Oh, nice, because there's logs. Yeah, I am. Yeah, you're right. You're right, I am. Absolutely. 100%. Wait, this isn't the folder. This isn't the right playlist. This is the wrong playlist. Hold on. I really should start saving it to this playlist, though, because apparently that's the one I'm used to looking for. Alright, just a second while I find this playlist. So what this will do is it's like a way to set up, like I can basically run code for the game, which is kind of freaking cool. And potentially unuseful. Whatever the logs will be, military trucks and such. I think that the logs are going to be submarines and debris. So like, you know, in Harvest Earth, when you destroy like buildings and stuff, they fall apart. So it's gonna be like a part of a building, basically. And then submarines otherwise. So it is going to be water. Okay, found it. I really need to bookmark this. Bookmark it. And then date added. Expressions! That's what it's called. So this honestly seemed pretty cool and also weird. Godot expressions. Makes sense. They what my sleepy self said. Get some sleep. I hope you're out of work at this point. A class that stores an expression you can execute. An expression can be made of any arithmetic operation, built-in math function call, method call of a past instance, or built-in... Oh, I don't know if I can do signals with that. Maybe that's not useful. So I could run a function that calls the signal. Okay, wait, that could work. Or I could even... Yeah. So I'd have to still make like a debug thing. And still like set it up in some way. We use a line edit. So I still have to make it to write our expression to show the result. Oh, and it would go right in here. So we would connect it to this. It's very interesting. Rabrun is now uploaded devlog number 5. My channel is in your Discord, or wherever you told me to put it. I forgot. You don't remember? How did you put it somewhere, but you don't remember? Final hour or so. I hope that hour comes swiftly. You deserve that. You should get paid leave for being sleepy. That's my opinion. All right, so the Game Like Jam channel is the place to put it. Let's see if it made its way there. I don't see it. Oh, is this you? Wait, which one's you? Who are you on here? I don't know what you are. Is it this one? I don't think so. This looks awesome, by the way, Matthew. Where is it? Is it in GameSpy yet? Well, I believe you that you have it and that it exists somewhere, but don't see it. So yeah, it's the Game Like Jam channel. That's where it goes. Okay, so I'm not gonna use expressions. At this point, I might as well just make a debug script. That's super boring. So, but expressions are interesting if you guys want to learn about it. They're kind of cool, but they also seem kind of useless, actually. Like, why not just make a special debug button? I don't know. Which is what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna make a whole debug for this, guys. I'm sorry, but I want to. So let's make a canvas layer. And Who am I apologizing to? Myself. I'm gonna make a debug layer, a canvas layer for debug. And let's put in a margin container. I'm gonna call this debug. I'm gonna make sure its layer is super high. It's as high as it gets. I'm sure they'll see my side of that indisputable logic and let me up early with double paid time off. Even better, they should be punished for making you work when you're tired. It's their fault you're tired. I'm just keeping it real. Okay, so in the margin container, I guess we can look at it, would be nice. Let's make it at the bottom for now. And then in here, I'm gonna add a HBox. And in the HBox, I will add a line edit. And then I'm also gonna add a button. We'll call it update. Let's make its font a bit larger here. Maybe not that large. And then to make it all overall a little smaller. Would like this to be centered. Let's space it out a bit. I guess I want to probably put a label on here in case we get other things. You don't know it's my Discord. Okay. It's helpful if you're more specific. Are you saying like you don't really use Discord that much and so you're not sure like how to describe things? So the place to share your stuff is here. So on Discord, the link to your channel. You put it in the video section? I'm just not sure. There's a Godot channel, but I don't think it's in there. I'm sorry, I just don't know what you mean. Yeah, there's a whole section on here. Exactly. What Precipier said. Mod behavior. Helping people find stuff. So this game like jam right here. Boop, 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 boop. So in the left sidebar. So you're on the Discord, right? Wherever you are. In the left sidebar, there's a bunch of channels. And the one that you want to submit to is this. Game like jam. And then what you do is you come up to the top and you say, my game like jam game. And you make a new post. And then you'll put my URL to my game like jam game stuff. Here's some data. You can type it better. Here's an image. Have fun. But spell it all good. And then you have to click this tag also. And then you can add it in. I believe in you. You can do hard things. You can make wraparound death in 3D. You can figure out Discord. Oh, so you're talking about, oh, do you want a self-promo? I mean, it would, okay, all right. So there is a self-promo channel as well. All right. Let's see if we can find that. Right here, self-promo. So you would go here for that. I think I was making this text size 50. And we're gonna say change row speed. I don't like that. Change. Adjust. Well, we have to have more than that. We gotta put all the arguments for the signal, right? This is quite a lot for some debug. This is a lot for debug. I might as well just set up the dang mechanic. Search YouTube for... Okay. Alright. Just like in the future, try to help me find stuff, you know, it just makes it a lot easier if you just like post links where they belong on the Discord. But I hear I mean, it's somehow you managed to make wraparound death in 3D. This looks awesome. I think you can manage Discord. Dude, look how freaking cool this is. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, Mindslide. You never use it. In the heat of the moment, I understand. Dude, this is cool. Dude, what? What? Are you making the best one yet? Dude, this is so cool. Look at that death animation, dude. What? Wait. Dude, this is amazing. Dude, you got sound effects? Hold on. This was more than worth the wait. Are you kidding me? Oh, your voice is in there? Okay, maybe we'll mute it then. I don't know, it's like a moderation thing. I don't know what you're gonna say. But this is awesome. This is so cool. The death animation is amazing. It's so good. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Oh, interesting. All right. I see. So it like even waits to get to the other side to like do the death. Dude, this is amazing. This is so good. I love the snow plows. I'm like stunned by how amazing this is. Got the wraparound death working well. This is it's such a good recreation. It's so good. No. YouTube. How dare you? Mindslide. This is amazing. I'm like stunned. Like your art, the overall just design of it, the concept. Isn't this amazing? A Penguin Winter Wonderland. Did you make all the art either all from or mostly from scratch? I'm gonna guess asset packs. I don't know, just for fun, I'm just guessing. I could be wrong though. Maybe some things like the penguin, I don't know. I'm transfixed, and they're getting to igloos, just like such cool and clever like reinterpretations. And it's so true to the original, right? The way you have the lives in the bottom left, the timer on the right. I mean, you have like the whole thing like put together at this point. Oh, how dare you, YouTube? You know, to me, the month-long thing feels like it caters to people who take longer, who have busy schedules. Oh yeah, no, of course not. Stuff like that. So, I mean, it's amazing to see what people are able to come up with in, like, just a week of the jam existing. Totally stunning. That beautiful snow effect. I mean, it is solid. It is a solid recreation. And I like the choices that you've made to change it up. Like how the platforms are a little different. It adds like something really interesting. That single turtle is so hard. I'm not even sure you died on purpose right there. I think you died on accident. Or people that need to go through the 5 stages of grief constantly in their projects. Or just most of us, including me. Super amazing. Just, wow. If you want me to show it at the beginning of the next devlog, which, to be fair, most people who are going to watch this video are going to watch that part, make sure you get in the Discord, because I'm going to go through and I'm going to go one by one to the ones I haven't showed off on stream yet, or if there's updates. That's up to you. You know, no pressure. But I can't remember to pull 1 or 2 that are elsewhere for the little intro section. So I'm gonna say it would be kind of nice if we adjust. I'm putting a lot of effort into this, and I know that that is problematic. All right, just know that I know that. All sounds are YouTube safe. Nice, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I wasn't sure if I heard, I just wasn't sure if I heard like a person talking, which is just hard to moderate. I could be wrong, but I thought I heard like your voice or something, which again, I just don't know. Like you could say like, you know, death to everybody in chat. I just don't know. So that's why I muted it, but I could be wrong. You could have just like recorded audio for the game. I'm just not sure. I'd love to try making my own assets for once, but I'm already seeing the black tunnel ahead on that half-baked idea. That would take me forever, methinks. I mean, that's fair. I mean, it depends. Yeah, if you know yourself, like for me, I know I'm going to be willing to make crappy assets. But, you know, if you definitely don't want to have crappy assets, then, you know, that's pretty fair. No, line spacing. I thought, is that as close to line spacing? Yeah, that's line spacing. That'll do. Mostly all the artist ears. That's a good way to go, honestly. For saving time, getting something done quickly. Okay, adjust row speed. I guess we could put like some deep placeholder text. That would be perfect. We'll say the first argument is type oh yeah, it's not gonna wrap. Okay, cool. You gotta treat anything and everything as a potential troll when streaming, which is sad, even if you're 99.9% sure it'll be fine. Yeah. We could actually make this like a drop down. I feel like I shouldn't make this debug tool. No, because it's just gonna be a string. String integer. So we'll say platform, we'll say plat/enemy is all that's gonna say. Well, you could do a drop down for that. I know, I'm kind of getting into, it's late, you know, at this point, I'm just kind of messing around, you know. Let's do a, because I think another thing that for me is important is to like try things, enjoy myself, approach things in a way that I don't normally do them. Art is so hard sometimes. I'm lucky enough to know someone who can do all of that for me. Nice. The upgrade is upgrading the art for my game is just crazy. Dude, your game's art looks amazing, Precipier. I didn't know you were collaborating with someone. That's amazing. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm so impressed by your art already. A vertical list of selectable items with one or multiple columns. That's fine. Items. Cool. Text. Enemy. It doesn't need an icon. It just be the text. It can just be the text. Okay, this is actually more frustrating than I thought it would be. Wait, how do you do what I'm trying to do? This has gotta be simple. I think I just need to search it. And then they're just gonna be like, oh, you use this. And I'll be like, oh, yeah. Godot drop-down box UI. Option button? Might be the same team behind the instant, non-hit, non-classic Hidden Pixels. Wait, what's Hidden Pixels? It's a devlog, so you talk. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna add in a... option button. Items, add element. Okay, at least it's showing up now. It's very small. I checked it out about a while back in a secret live stream. It was a pixel art object find. Oh, I do remember that one. I do remember that one with the chickens. That one was awesome. I see. Enemy. Platform. You can tell I'm getting sleepy. Same artist. Nice. Let me see where we're at right now. Click on it. Nope, it died. What did I do? What did I forget? Ah, that'll do it. They're just an empty function. Why not? Enemy platform. Okay, great. Perfect. This is a lot of setup. I know it is. I'm just entertaining myself at this point. It's a 1-month game jam. So then this one is row number, or the. Yeah, this will be row number. Let's make that 50 as well. Might have to make that text a little smaller. Let's change all of the text sizes here. Let's make it 30. 30. Probably could have done both of those. 30. That's 39. 30. And 30. We can make this a little shorter. Okay, that's row number. And this one is speed. Okay. Oh, because I adjusted it on the bottom, perhaps? It's dropping below. Okay. There you go. Baseline. It's a lot for a little. What happens if I add like a material on here? Just nothing? Cool. I was kind of hoping it would just be like a panel behind it. If I want that, I probably gotta put a panel behind it. Then I gotta like do that up here. So we're gonna say row speed, panel, row speed, hbox, row speed. Yeah, I'm making it nice. Of course I'm gonna waste time on this. Hopped into the frog post on Discord, Presspire. Kudos to your friend for that. Isn't that awesome? Isn't what Presspire is working on so cool? I'm even gonna add outline. No chill whatsoever. What chill? Me? That'd be too easy. Chill would be way too easy. I'm surprised that changed. Oh, because that's the tallest thing in there. Wow. Yeah, I think it's because of all you tried to do the line changes. Oh no, it didn't. Wow. Is it the outline that's making it? No. Wow. It just is that big. Perfect. Frog is actually your own creation. Wow. They only made the wall. Dude, those walls are amazing. Okay, great. Look at that nice debug tool. So far, I'm not dreaming up some very different mechanics from original Frogger. That's okay. I particularly want, because I know I'm working on my main game, which has like a lot of like very particular, unique mechanics. So personally, I'm looking forward to the freedom of not having to worry about that, you know? But I could understand feeling differently. No, wait, I was hoping that would be... Oh, we want placeholder text. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Here we go. Sweet. And then we press it to update it. That was a lot. That was a lot right there. That was a whole lot. And I haven't even set up the code yet. Label row speed. Option row speed. Well, we could say option row type line row number line row speed. Make these all accessible as a unique name. I'm sure Frungen will win the most accurate category. Could not tell the difference between it and Frogger. I like the way you're changing it. It has actually, it's amazing the similarities that it has despite being quite different. I think that's one of the coolest things about it. Okay. So I'm gonna add a, why is it debug 2? What? What's debug 1? Oh, I see. All right, so this will be debug, we'll say canvas debug. Okay, and then we're gonna add a script. I'm gonna call that debug. And now we get to hook it all up. Func ready. No. Cool. Awesome. But no. Dude, I should look at the autocomplete. One day we'll get the learn along in here. You're reminded of Zelda 1 Cross with Frogger. Yeah, I see that for Frungen. Frungen, by the way, you guys. We showed it off earlier. There's no reason not to pull it back up. None at all. Other than, I don't know where it is. I've lost everything. I have so many tabs open. Too many tabs. There we go. Frungen is this one. It's super awesome looking, you guys. Look at this if you haven't seen it. Do you see this? Look at that. Look how amazing that is. It's got like total Frogger vibes, regardless of the frog. Yeah, right? Well, yeah, and so that's kind of like why I like setting this stuff up, is because for reusing it. That's exactly why I like setting this up. But like, you know, I like to set stuff up in the context of a project more so than like making like a tool that I use that could be adaptable to anything. Maybe someday I'll start doing that, Pawn. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, this is definitely a start of something like that, exactly. It's like an excuse to do it. The plan is Frogger Metrovania-ish puzzle game. Dude, it's gonna be so epic. And it seems well scoped, honestly. Like you already have so much of it together. You know, obviously the hard part comes in with getting all the little details and the functionality, but so much of it is, the feel of it is there in a lot of ways. The platforming of it. If you can pull it off. You can pull it off. You can pull it off. You can at least pull it off enough for the context of the game jam, you know? Whether it'll be like the perfect best ever like version of it, you know? Well, is it ever that way in a game jam, you know? Cool. So I am going to set up all of these on ReadyWise. Option row type, line row number, line row speed spelled better. We're just gonna call this row type, row number, row speed. Oh, and then button. We'll call it row update. Make that a unique name, drag that in. Okay. Then I'm gonna make a function for row update, debug, func row update debug, and then we are going to connect all of these signals. But I have to do the right signals, the correct signals. That's the important thing. So for the row type, it has... What does it have? Item focused, item selected with an integer. Okay. Row type, item selected. Connect on row type selected. Then we've got row number. That's a line edit. Text submitted. What is that? Emitted when the user presses the enter key on the line edit. No, thank you. Emitted when the text changes. So let's do that one. Row number, text changed. That's tough, because I feel like these should all be, dude, these should all be, maybe not the number. No, but it's all numbers. So this will be fine. This will be fine. This is fine. So text change. Connect on row number changed. This is so much. I don't care. Row speed, text changed, connect on row speed changed. Finally, row update, and that's just pressed. Connect on row pressed, row update pressed. Okay, now we gotta make those functions. Bunk. Oh, and I forgot, I like putting the underscore in front now. I'm trying to get in the habit of that for this project. Func on row type selected. So this is going to call with either a 0 or a 1, right? So we would want to say type, and we want to construct a signal. So I'm just going to actually have this call something else. Emit row update is what I'm going to call that. Except we only want it to be with type and not change the others. So that's actually a little more complicated than I thought it would be. When I think about it. I guess we would want to say not emit row update, but... Whoa. This is actually a lot. This is actually a lot more effort than I thought. Construct row update. What you'd want to do is you'd want to have it like return, right? Because the only time it's going to get submitted is when you press the submit button. I mean, it will, well, actually with the type, that actually gets, that happens right away. So that can start to construct it, it's just not gonna emit it yet. So that's safe to start constructing row update, actually. And we could just say that this other one is some placeholder numbers, and that's totally fine. So by default, it's gonna be 0 and 0 that it puts with it. So func construct row update type row speed, and I'd want to say, I'm thinking we could just well, no, that's just constructing it. Oh god. And then so for, if the signal is going to get emitted later, we're gonna have to plug all those things in, right? So whatever this comes out to be, when we press the submit button, the submit button needs to actually emit the signal with those functions as returns is kind of the way I would think about it. Or I think, yeah, because this isn't submitting. Okay. So I guess we'll just say emit. Well, we don't want it to emit it yet. We just need to pull from it. It's kind of hard. I'm actually not sure what I'm doing here. I'm just gonna skip this one. This one's hard. We'll come back to it. On row number changed. This is gonna call with row number. This one's a little easier because we don't have to worry about it doing anything, but I do need it to do it. 0 row 0, but then that's gonna, it could overwrite it. That's the problem. This doesn't make any sense. This does not make any sense. I don't think you actually want these signals. I don't think you want any of these signals. I think these can all go away, right? We just need to do the update. On row update pressed. See, I don't think ahead well. I just have to like do it. And that's just how I work. So when the button is pressed, then it's going to actually emit it. So we'll say messenger update row speed, and that's going to emit with the 3 arguments. The type, which it needs to fetch. So I would just say it could fetch whatever is returned from construct row update, which is pretty unnecessary if you think about it. So we'll just have this return type. No, that doesn't make sense. Construct row type. That's what I'm going to call it. And all this has to do is call with type. I'm going to call it get row type. Get row type, and then this returns type. And I'm just gonna say this is like setting a variable, which is pretty strange and weird, I'll admit. But it's just an excuse to run it. I'm sure I don't need to do it this way, but my brain can't figure out a better way. So then this can just say get row type in the first one. I know there's a better way to do this, but this will work. Get row type, and then it's going to need to fetch whatever is in here. So that can actually be the signal. So we can say line. Wait, that doesn't make... I think we would want to do something a little different here. Line edit. We want like a method. Or a property? Focus mode, max length, secret, text, string, text? String value of the line edit. Okay, got it. So get text. Okay, makes sense. We'll probably have to like make that into, convert it into an integer. It might just work. How make string integer GDScript? I feel like it's pretty simple. I just don't remember it. Oh, that seems really obvious. Okay, cool. So then we're gonna say here, line underscore, what do we call it? Oh, row number. That's the first one. Row number get text, but we need to convert that to an integer, like that. Okay. Then we want to do an integer for row speed dot get text, like that. Now currently it doesn't actually do anything. By the way, like, great, that might emit the signal, but the signal isn't connected anywhere. So over here in the platforms script, we say messenger messenger update row speed, connect on update row speed, func on update row speed, and this is gonna have type row and speed. I could type these as well. That would probably be wise, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna say that if type is set to 0, which sucks, but that's okay. I think it's actually 1. That's why it sucks. It would be nice as an enum, but it's debug. We're not gonna get that fancy today. The option, the first one is enemy. So 1 is platform. If it's type 1, you feel you got a lot finished, got a bunch of assets made, platforms moving, and wrapping in proper movement. Nice! That is a lot of work. High five. I'm not hitting you in the face. That's a high five. I always feel like, at first, it seems like a good idea in my brain, and then when I do it, I'm like, oh, it just seems like I hate you. I didn't, I promise. Yes! Let's go! You did get a lot done. Thanks for co-coding with me. If type is 1, then we want to say for, I think it's, yeah, for plat in get children, right? Is that all I have to do? Now it's, each one is, oh, they do have a row. Cool. Wow. For everyone, if plat row is set to row, oh, we gotta change that. Row number. If plat row is set to row number, then, so I still have to set up a speed variable. Wait, no I don't. We do have a speed variable. Nice. Where's the speed variable? Wait, I know you have a speed variable. Why can't I see it? I'm confused. Speed and a direction. Where is it? Oh, because it extends from detectable. Okay, gotcha. All right. Plat speed equals speed. Assuming I've written that correctly, I may well have not. That might work. We could even have these inherit from each other. I think we could do that. You know what? Instead of calling this all platforms, I'm gonna refactor this. Yeah. I'm gonna call this all rows. Or we're just gonna call this rows script. No reason not to inherit it from that. Absolutely none. And if I did want it to inherit, I would want to come to the row script, give it a class name. I I guess row. So like it is a row. Really, it's just rows. It's like a collection of rows. How did we do the detectables? How did I even do that? Is that just... It's just floating around a class name of its own. It's not on anything. Is that correct? Yeah. Alright. So instead of putting that on here, the only thing we actually need, we'll set an export variable. And we can make that an enum. We could actually say, we could put enum rows type, which is a little confusing, but that's okay. Rows type enemy and platform. Export variable rows type set that to rows types. Now we can set this one to be platforms. What does that get as enum mean? What do you use it for? Enum means enumerator. So it's kind of like an array, except it has names. I think that would be like the enumerator. So an array would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever, however many things are in there. And in this case, we're assigning to each of those positions like a string name. So this way it can be a little bit more like human readable. That's my best ELI 5. I don't know if that actually is all inclusive, but it's what I'm gonna say. Yeah, an enum page. I thought structs were arrays with names, and enums are macros that work like structs. I have no idea. You're talking over my head now. I don't know what to tell you. That's how they're on Game Maker Studio. Alright. Very well. A data type that contains a fixed set of constants. Not even how I would have described that. Same as writing constant left equals 0, constant right equals 1, up equals 2, down equals 3. Interesting. Left, right, up, down. But that's the way I use it, is for named things. So by added the ability to use dictionaries finally. Yeah. And then it's coming up where it'll be in the inspector as well. Yeah, dictionaries are awesome. I use them a lot. I love dictionaries. So then what I do is I set it up to be exported as well. So that way I can click with the name very readably which one I want. Sorry, I did my best. If it was a learn along stream, I would go deeper. So we would want to say type rows type, which should just be a number, so that should be quite fine. That should work out nicely. This is all very confusing, but that's going to have to be okay. Yay! Oh, I'm so glad mine slide. That's it, though. That's the kind of community that we strive to have. We work for that. And, you know, growing slowly is part of that, you know? So yeah, I love this community. I love it. Come and be a part of the positive vibe. You make that positive vibe possible. You did that today? Export and enum? I love it. I love it. It's so readable. This one actually would be platform, but I don't even want to just say class name rows. I would actually want to detach this a little bit from here, because we don't need this on here at all. I'm gonna detach it, and we're gonna add a new script, and this is gonna be all platforms, and this is going to extend from rows. And now, if I click on platforms, look, we've got a type right here for platform. Now, I will say I've actually had some trouble getting signals to connect, actually. I think I already set that up nicer. I keep forgetting. This is kind of a new thing that I'm doing. This comes from detectable. Yeah, so the signals we actually do still have to connect here. On body entered. So, yeah, no, I don't know, because actually the whole script anyway is just part of the signal, so I actually am not sure it's super necessary. But we can just grab this off of here, so only that's what's really saved, but that's okay, it's something. So we'll add all this on here. That's all gonna be actually quite the same. Except it's like that. I didn't quite get the idea, welcome Lucas, of the jam. Am I supposed to just recreate the original game or try to have like Frogger, but it's a platformer or something? So to me, the clearest description of the jam is on the jam page, actually. I thought I still had it open. I kind of do. Rule 1, line 2. Preserve the core gameplay in the rules. Submit a game that is so similar to Frogger, it would be considered a Frogger-like. So, you know, you can recreate the original game, but it does have to be original. Like, don't call it Frogger, don't reuse the same assets. You do want to make it somewhat original. So that means you can make it anywhere from it's super similar to Frogger. I mean, we just had an example from someone that was very similar to Frogger. Here, Mindslide is making this one, right? And it's super similar. So it's got like penguin instead of a frog. It's got like, you know, sleighs instead of cars. It's got a train. It's in like a snowy landscape instead of like a swamp with a street. So it's different, but it's fundamentally the same gameplay. So there's that all the way to, I mean, there's so many different ones, but just I've got it up right now. This one, which is by Pressapire. Frungen is this one, and you can see it's quite different. You do have a frog, and you're moving between platforms. So it's got moving platforms and stationary ones, and probably there'll be obstacles and stuff. But you can see it's quite different. It's like you've got this like room concept, and you like enter in the room, and then you exit out the other side. Might have like puzzles in between. Yeah, right. So you could do Frogger reskinned. That's a great way to put it. Yes, you could do Frogger reskinned with like minor changes, or you could really reinvent it to be a bit different. But if you could, do you think you could step back, look at it, and describe it as Frogger-like? See what I'm saying? So you can take heavy inspiration from the original game, or reskin the original game. And then the other idea, and so for me, like what I'm wanting to get out of the jam above all else is to appreciate the known scope. That is to say, I don't have to be creative if I don't want to. I don't have to come up with this dungeon crawling hybrid if I don't want to. I can just say, okay, I already know what Frogger is, and I just have to remake what it already is. And so I want to benefit from that known scope versus scope creeping all these wacky things. So, you know, for me, I want to make sure I keep it to the original so I can enjoy that benefit. But you don't have to do that. In my mind, mine is more like Mind Slides. Pretty close, but visually different graphics. Got a slight variation in mine. Yeah, same. I mean, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. So there's also this judging criteria that maybe can help you understand it better as well. So there's some that might be most like the original. So that would be like the reskin kind of vibe. Creative twist on the original. That might be more like Precipire's Frungen, where it's similar to the original, but it's actually quite different in a way that somehow still feels Frogger-ish. So yeah, then there's some other categories, but those are more like general. I hope that helps. Make more sense. Thanks for asking, Lucas. I appreciate it. It's my pleasure to help make it more clear and to maybe make sure I word it in a way that makes it more clear, too. Okay, so... Yay, it helped! You're welcome! So let's make a script for enemies. All enemies. And then we're gonna have it extend from rows. And it's gonna do all the exact same things. Okay. I don't think it's gonna work, but what if it does? What if it does? Wait, I'm not ready. I didn't assign an enum row to each of these. Oh, I put the rows on the platform. I didn't need to do that. That's what the detectable script is for. Put that right there, baby. There you go. So I actually have to relabel all of these, unfortunately, but that's okay. What in glitch? Hey. Oh, I've had this glitch before, where like all the things at the top get like selected simultaneously. Ugh. And then I can't switch to any of them? Alright, I think I have to restart my engine. Let's see, maybe I can just play the game and close it. Nope. You see, I'm like clicking on each of these and it's just like doing nothing. I have had this bug before. I don't understand it. But it does happen. It feels like it's only been happening recently, too. I don't know, maybe that's always been a thing? Maybe there's something I'm doing and it's making it happen more than likely? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's likely. Liking. Have you guys liked the stream yet? If you're watching and you haven't pressed that thumbs up button yet, press that thumbs up button. It helps so much. It means more people will find out about this jam, will find out about this channel, and we can build this community even bigger. Hit that thumbs up button. Thank you guys. If you haven't yet, if you have pressed it, don't press it again. Once is enough. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're good. We're a game again. Okay. So this one is row 8. Select, oh, not that one. Okay, that's row 8. That's already row 8 by default. This one is row 9. Well, actually, if we're gonna put that in the detectables, please, you would want to make that 0 to 12. And actually 0 to 13. Well, 12 isn't gonna move. 13 isn't gonna move. It's like stationary. So we're not gonna call that a row. I might regret that, but it's an easy change, so okay. You should keep it the same in case, just make it 13. It's fine. Okay. So now I can come in here and set all these to 8. This single one right now is row 9, right? These look like row 12, I think. Hopefully we got all those, yeah. These are row 11, and this one, wait, this is row 11. These are row 10. Oh, Kaigai's not anywhere that far to share it. All scribblings, bibblings, bibblings, scribblings. Yeah. Yeah, I think Kaigai has like a lot of scheduling reasons that make working on it harder. That's another reason I want to do a longer game jam too. And then I guess for the enemies, I'm gonna need to set it up, or we might get some issues. So row 7 is not being used, so that would make these guys on row 6. Sure, why not these ones next? Sure, why not? Well, okay, it just lagged. It was stressful. Okay, these 3 are on row 2, or actually row 2. Because I'm calling this one row 0. These guys are on row 3. Wait, I'm confused. Why is this so confusing? I don't know, this is really hard. I'm gonna look at it from above. It's gonna make it so much easier. Oh my god. Okay, this is row 6. These are row 2. This is row 3. Wait, oh, that's row 4. Wow. It doesn't look like we have such a... Wow, okay. This is actually row 4, forgive me. This one is row 3. Hey Ash, how you doing? Welcome back. This is row 3. And these are row 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, hopefully I did that right. Now, if I didn't necessarily do that right, if I did do that right, I'm not sure I did my debug thing right. So we'll see. I'm ready for the errors. So let's try the enemy row. I'm gonna try this one right here. I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little tired. I should probably stop working on this. But whatever, I'm here, I'm doing it. I'm doing great. I love doing game dev. I'm having so much fun hanging with you guys and just like milling about in a game engine. So yeah, I'm doing really well. Glad you're good. So what row is this? Oh god, I need debug for what row is what. That one is row 6, I believe. And the speed, what is it currently, if I may? It's probably not gonna work, but right now its speed is 1. Let's make it a speed of 4. Ugh, instant crash. Game dev is so much fun. I was writing my visual novel today. Wow. Love it. Invalid operands callable and int in operator this. Oh. Type is a callable. So back on my debug script, for type, oh, I should have done type checking. That would have caught this sooner. So on row type selected, this is item selected on a option. Item selected returns an integer index. The index of the item selected is passed as an argument, right? Okay. So if I say that this is an integer, we should just type it all along. This should be an integer. Can we return types? No. This, those are all integers. Do we get an issue sooner? Pray tell. Enemy 6 for game dev life. Where did the last 12 hours go? For real. I live that life. I love that life. When coding a GT script, I usually set untyped declaration as errors just in case. Untyped declarations as errors? What does that mean? Untyped declarations. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I made a whole short about that, actually. About doing that. But I haven't really used that. I probably should, though. I'm working up to using it more. But yeah, so what Lucas is talking about is editor settings. Nope. Project settings. Yeah, there. Untyped declaration and inferred declaration. So in project settings, if you go to debug and GDScript and you find untyped declaration and inferred declaration, you can actually have the engine warn you or make an error if you try to do that. It's something that I'm working up to doing more often. When I found out about it, I was like, this is amazing. But yeah, I haven't actually done it very often yet. But you saying that makes me think maybe, you know what, maybe I'll take the plunge and I'll try it. It's still saying that it's a callable. Really? All right, set that as an integer. So because it seems to be receiving an integer everywhere else. But when it gets to here, it's not an integer? Why? Why? Whoa, I thought I typed this. Okay, try it again. Did I imagine that? Enemy 6. No, not 54. Update. Okay, so we get the debugger now. Getting upset. Error calling from signal. Update row speed. Oh, interesting. Game dev life, I need coffee. Yeah. Tea for me. Oh, interesting. There's a lot going on there. On row update pressed. Error calling from signal. Update row speed to callable. Node 3D. Whoa. Cannot convert argument 1 from callable to integer. Okay, got it. Not interesting. Makes sense. So it is coming in as a callable. Why is that not an integer? I think it's time to print it. So we're gonna, for now, and that's, what if I say it's not gonna be able to wrap that into an integer? Okay, so what if we do it this way? Let's go back to here. And we'll stick on the enemy script for now. What if we allow it to be type? We comment out all this, and we just say print type. Like, what do you think is happening here? Let's find out what it thinks is happening here. Canvas layer. Get row type. I thought because we did a return. I think I don't understand what this. Oh. Oh. I see what I did wrong. Then we want to say get row type, and then make this set type. That's oi oi oi. Okay. Now let's see it. Oh, but don't print it though. I'm over that. Although I might end up needing it again. I knew I was doing something wrong there. I feel like I still am, but I just had to test it to find out. Enemy 6.4 update. What? Oh no. Same problem? Seriously? I mean, print it here for me. Debug type is that. Come back to here. And this is gonna be enemies type is that. Alright, tell me what the deal is. What you seeing there? I know, I've spent like the last hour or two just doing this, but I don't know, it's fun. Okay, debug type is seeing 0, but by the time it gets to enemies, it's a callable. Interesting. Why? Well, because you're having this return as that. That's... Wait. I think if you run this, I think you're creating a feedback loop here, my friend. I think that's what that is. So we're gonna keep this a little simpler. I'm just not smart enough to know how to do this, so we're just gonna say row type integer. I'm setting this up in here, and that's what it's gonna be. And we're gonna get rid of all that, and we're just gonna have row type become type. Oh, set row type. Set row type. And then we're just gonna put this right in here. I don't have the ability to figure this out. All right. Now I'm gonna have some trust that this kind of works, right? Right? You got some functionality for me? Come on now, show me that functionality. Yes, yes. Enemy 6-4 update. Hey, if it works, it works. Okay, we're changing row speed. Okay, platform. Row 10. Speed of... Oh, it's already 4. 10. Nice. Hey, what's up, Q-Merc? Welcome back. How you been? It's good to see you. I'm working on a Frogger-like. And this Frogger-like is based thematically on my Harvest Earth game. It's quite different, but the themes are similar. And now, we can change this. So I need to change the movement to not be UI keys. Been a bit since I made it. How you been? I've been good. I've been good. I'm doing great. You been good? Let's go. We started a new game jam, the Game-like Jam, which is why I'm working on this Frogger-like. It is a month-long jam, and it is about, you know, like there's roguelikes and souls-likes. This is a Frogger-like. And so you're making a game that's similar to Frogger, the original Frogger. Just it's originally I was calling this the Copycat Jam, and now it's the Game-like Jam. So it's very similar to this game, ideally, but you can innovate a little bit and get creative with it if you like. And it is going to be a ranked jam. I'm not submitting mine for that reason, but I am going to make one because I want to, and it's fun. And yeah, so I'll be doing this every Wednesday while the jam is running, and every other month I will do this and I'll work on the game. Cool. Yeah, so the UI stuff, I think what you need is the debug to be able to, like, be gone. That would be really nice. So we should make a debug key for the debug. Yeah, it's tough, because I do want arrow keys to work, and either way, that's still gonna impact the UI keys. They're still gonna have weird overlap. So that's just kind of the way that it is. So I'm not actually going to worry about changing the UI keys. I just don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's fine. I can use WASD if I have to. Alright, cool. Sweet. Awesome. And we can change it. So I didn't quite get death. I didn't get enemy collision. I thought I'd get all of that. But instead, what I was focusing on was row movement, which I'm still actually working on. Maybe I can try finish setting up the res. Wow! Maybe I can try to finish setting up the rows. That could be nice. I kind of wish they were like row numbers though. Let's do platform 8, speed of 2. Nice and slow. 9, speed of 2, just slow it all down. This one isn't actually moving. Oh, so the directions, we're not going to be changing directions. That one's supposed to go to the left, actually. So let's just make it, you know, it could if I wanted to, but yeah, we're going to keep it the same. I'm trying to recreate it. Again, I want to enjoy known scope and not have to worry about planning out a whole game. Put that on -1. Now that's cruising, but we're gonna set it to a speed of 2, please. Oh, that one actually just breaks. Yeah, I forgot about that. I actually need to set it up differently because it doesn't actually work. Right. Yeah. Oops. Row 11. Is that already at 2? Wait a minute. I'm confused. Did it just all break? Okay, Qmerk, sounds good. I think it just all broke. I think it just broke. Is it because what did I do? Is it because I changed something? Platform 10, speed 1. Okay, now it's working again. 12, speed 1. Okay, nice. Cool. So this will be nice for testing, I think. You don't really need to do the enemy platform distinction. It's pretty unnecessary, actually, now that I think about it. I didn't need to do that. That's okay. Nice. We can adjust that. Oh, it'd be impossible. You can't die anyway yet. But this will be good for testing the platform behavior. We're not going to worry about wraparound doing anything special. We do need it to kill the player, though. So that's going to be important. Something we want to do. Get that player done killed. Let's get the other one. Let's get this row set up. So for that, I'm actually going to need to move this measuring tool here that I have. This is measuring on the right. Duplicate it, call it measure left. And then let's adjust it. I think that should be right on the other side. No problem. We're gonna hide the right one. Then over here, I'm gonna want to duplicate this. A few times. And I'll just have to figure out what the right configuration is. Let's try it like this. It's probably not going to loop clearly, so that measuring tool, and I'm looking at, it's going to look kind of hard to tell the difference, but I'm looking at this row up here, so you can see there's a huge gap. So I'm going to make it a little closer together, the area with which it collides. Oh god, so that's platform wrapper. Oh gosh, this is very confusing. Now that we're naming them by row. Okay, well there's row 9. Which is the one we want, so that's actually not too bad. So let's adjust this one whole step to the left. See if that loops better. It should have a tighter loop on it. Barely. Let's go even more. A few more steps. It's about half a grid size. It's getting there. Let's keep pushing it until it loops evenly. Now that row, I don't think, whoa, we don't want to space them out like that. Hold on, I made a mistake. I forgot to check in with Frogger to see how I want to emulate the spacing. So in Frogger, on that row, we're gonna say it's about 3 apart. I might even go 4. So I actually made a mistake here. That's okay. Delete all of these. And I'm gonna put my snap to 1 instead of 0.5. Make sure it's right on top. Okay, so now that's one whole step away. 2, 3. I kind of want to go an extra one. Now that's saying that, is that the same distance as the long logs are from each other. Why does that seem wrong to me? They do look pretty similar, actually. Yeah, they actually are the same distance apart. Good. So then, yeah, let's make it 3. That means I'm gonna have to adjust this measuring tool a bit. I'm gonna just make a new one for it. I think it's gonna be easier. So I'm gonna delete that, duplicate the mesh. Gonna line it up there, make it unique, shrink it down. It's at 3. Well, there's gonna be 3 in between, so I guess 1.5 should be fine. We're gonna give it a nice magenta material. I could probably copy the other one. Measuring left. Let's see if that sits in between, and it does. Then we'll keep duplicating them across, and then adjust it until it fits. I think that's gonna be plenty. So it's not gonna loop around perfectly. So the gap is a little too big on that one. So we're gonna go back to the wrapper for row 8. I'm gonna set it to overdraw to make it easier to see. We want the right hand side wrapper, and we want to close it. Oh, wrong wrapper. Wrapper 9. Let's bring it a little closer. That was a lot closer. That might be too far. We'll see. So I'm just making sure the spacing is even. That might have been perfect. That looks great. Nice. First try. Dope. Cool. Good. Alright. So that leaves the row with the small one. This one is tough because that one is actually glitching. So if I go into the full version and we look at it from above, watch this one, the little one. Oh, it's not glitching. It just doesn't have a wrapper. Oh, that makes me so happy because that's much easier. Okay, cool. So, Plat 5, can we just rename this? I hate this. Can we just call this row 9? I'm gonna call this wrapper row 9. I'm gonna call this wrapper row 8. This one is row 11, wrapper row 11. Wait, just kidding, that's row 12. Wrapper row 12. This one is wrapper row 10. Meaning we need to create a new one. Let's duplicate this, and we're gonna call that wrapper row 11. And I'm gonna move it up so it only is going to collide with ones in that row, and then we can adjust it. So it's probably not gonna be great the way it is right now, but we're just gonna observe it and see what happens. So I'm looking at the row that has the smallest platform on it. Okay, so there it goes. So there you can see it's glitching. It's colliding with itself, or it's colliding with the other one on the other end. Now I'm not really sure the best way to fix this. It might need its own special offset because it's so tiny. I think it's gonna collide with itself no matter what, due to its small size, unfortunately. So I didn't really set things up to require their own offsets because it wasn't really an issue for any of the others. But since this one is so tiny, it's very much an issue. It shouldn't have to be an issue, should it? Why? What if well, it doesn't really need the same wrapping. Well, maybe it does. Okay, what if I bring these really close? I don't know why that would make any difference. I think I just have to change its offset, unfortunately. Oh, that worked. Nice. We needed to bring it closer together. Yes. Good. And now does that look okay? So this one vanishes and it reappears. Nice. I kind of would like more space in between it though. Okay, so how many do we get? Like how far apart are they in Frogger? Oh, we have a lot of variance between them. So I think what it is normally it has 2 steps in between them. And then there's one that has like 4 steps in between it. And then the like syncing one is the one right after those 4 steps. So really what we need are 4 sets. Like right now, all 4 sets are visible. And those be evenly spaced. And then the last one just needs to have more space. Dude, we can pull this off. So, let's go to the normal view. I'm gonna select this. What did I do? Oh, because I tried to like change it while the game was running. Whoops. Oopsie. Okay, duplicate it, move this. We want the 2 apart, so just like quite close together. And we want 4 of them, and they all need to be on at the same time. So kind of like that. So we don't even really need to measure this potentially. It just needs to have, so that it does have one section that's longer, but it's not that much longer. So in order to lengthen that, I need to move one. Let's move the left one. Wherever that is. Wrappers, row 11, I think is our one here. Let's go back to overdraw. We want the one on the left. So let's just move it a couple steps to the left and hopefully it won't clip and loop infinitely. I'm gonna look at it from above. Ah, it's too far. What if I adjust the one on the right? Yeah, but then it's not gonna matter. Dang, it's very sensitive. I'm just trying to create that gap. Yeah, it's glitching. Wow. It's like, no. I don't want to be different. I like the way that I am. Okay, that one is good. It just isn't creating as much of a space as we want. Like, that's maybe like 3 steps. It's not quite 4 steps, though. I might just have to be like, too bad. I could try moving it on the right. I might just be out of luck for this, and that just has to be okay. Okay, this isn't glitching. Nice, nice, no glitch. And it has a bigger gap. I would kind of like to see if we can push the gap to be larger myself. So let's move it on the right. See if it won't glitch. No glitch! Okay, and is the gap nice and bigger? Wait, it doesn't look bigger. Why does it not look bigger? Okay, move it further. Well, because it's not colliding with that one. Oh. Well, wait a minute. Why do we even have a wrapper on the right? There doesn't need to be a wrapper on the right, if you think about it. So if it's getting caught in a loop on the right, if we just move it out of the way, even remove it, there'll be no issue. Dude, we don't need wrappers on the right. I just realized. Ooh, right, of course, it's useless over there. Interesting. I mean, unless we're gonna change direction, which I don't plan to, but I guess if I ever want to, I do have that option. So, I guess I'll leave it since it's already implemented. Okay, so how does that look now, gap-wise? It's a bit actually too large for my taste now, believe it or not. It all does feel so much closer together than Frogger. Oh my god, this is the first time they all have actually existed. Dude, this is the most Frogger-like this has felt. Where you're dealing with these like shifting things. It's very hard to die, I will say. I think changing the speeds will help. But as of right now, it's very easy. I think the like closeness together has a lot to do with that. But yeah, it's really hard to die. I have a feeling I'm going to need to change it to actually say that if you collide in between, you do die. I think I'm going to need to up the punishingness of it. Because as of right now, I mean, look at that. I just moved down right in between there. And it just totally saved me. Thanks, Game Doodle. There's something not right going on here. I'm not sure what it is, but it's something's really wrong. But it's okay. It can be resolved somehow. I think making like spaces, like for example, since we have counted out specific block lengths in between, I could just replace like these measuring tools, just make sure they actually fill the full size. And we just say that those are now areas that detect the player. And then if the player hits that, they die. I mean, I really like the idea of them colliding and falling, but we can also turn off the player collision and have them fall if I really want them to, but I also kind of don't care. Like, it could just kill the player. We're trying to make it be similar anyway. The physics is still really helping us with the movement and making it make sense without having to do from scratch logic. So I think it's okay. I just think right now it's really too easy. But I think it's not going to be that hard to increase the difficulty. So let's get rid of these measuring blocks. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Game Doodle. Game Doodle, I want to give you credit for that. I am. That's moral support. Making me feel like, yes. Yes. Everyone deserves to feel that. Alright, Game Doodle. You actually get the first moral support credit. I haven't given out one yet. That's all you. Thank you for the kind words. Alright. Well. Oh, we gotta make sure we save it. I think that is good progress for today. I think I'm gonna call that good progress for today. Yeah. So I've got the platforms all set up. I have them pretty much at the distribution I'm gonna want them at. I don't know that I have them at the speeds that I want them at, but definitely not. I mean, I'm gonna wanna adjust the speeds. I don't have the like final area. The enemies still don't hurt you, but it does know when you're overlapping with them. I find that the platforms are a little too easy to actually get across. The platforms are just placeholders right now, so ultimately I'm gonna want them to look different. I did kind of make a different appearance for one of them. Oh, and then I just got rid of it. So, wait, didn't I make it? It was broken wood. I think we could even drop it in, put it in the right spot. I'm gonna work on that on Monday. So on Mondays, I do these member streams, right? So they're for members only of this channel. I've been doing them for a long time, and over a year. And I work on like visual design type of stuff. So I actually set up all of these creatures. I put them in there. I got them the right sizes. I got this human character in here. I set all of that up on Monday, and I'm gonna keep working on it. I think I'm gonna make some platform assets on Monday. So I look forward to that. If you decide you want to come through, I'll be happy to see you. And thank you. We had several people join up as members today, so I will see you guys there. But for now, I'm quite okay with all of that not being there yet. Yeah, since Wednesday. Oh, I appreciate that. Appreciate it. Thank you, Game Doodle. It means a lot. Yeah, so all of the like visual changes I made on Monday. The stuff I did today was getting those platforms to actually be in the positions that I want them to be in. Oh, that was good. Wow, I actually thought I was gonna make that one. That edge of the piece of wood is deceiving. Awesome. Yeah, dude, changing the asset makes such a big difference. I can't explain it, but the blocks are just easier, like visually. Cool. I added some debug though. Yeah. Dude, honestly, like it immediately made it more difficult. And it's just like a visual thing. That's crazy. Yeah, it did make it more difficult. I mean, you can't underestimate the visual impact. So we did put, I did add this debug thing, so we can change the speeds to not be so intense. So I think this is, I need to put some numbers on here. So this is row 7, so row 9, I think. I would like to slow down a bit, if possible. There we go. A little slower. Let's make row 12 be slower. Yeah, I just did that just so I can debug this a little easier. Or row 11, I mean. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. There it goes. I was clicking the wrong ones. Yeah, this one can be fast. Row 12. Let's make it like a speed of 2. I think we could slow down row 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice. And then we can make, I think normally this, so I need to set up the distribution of enemies a little differently. 7, 6, 5. Enemy row 5. Let's make that a speedy one so we can make that go super fast. And just like generally adjust that however we want, which is pretty cool. You know, obviously I'd want this to change level to level, but this is going to be really helpful for like building out like what those changes will be and experimenting with different stuff. So that's nice. Debugging as well. Let's make this one a little faster. Not that much faster. It's too fast. So yeah, kind of cool, kind of nice to like see it be in the components. Oh, what? I wasn't trying to die. I was not trying to die, but I did die. Yeah, it's feeling like it. It's feeling like Frogger. Dope. Cool. I love this jam. This jam is so cool. I love it. I've been wanting to do this jam for a long time. Even before I heard of the 20 games challenge, I was like, okay, a fun jam would be imitating things. Someone was like, 20 games challenge? And I was like, oh wow, this is amazing. Okay, I have to do this. And so it's just, I love it. It's so fun to like be working on components of something that I already know where it's leading, and that I know is relatively simple. You know, it's not some idea I have in my head that it turns out, whoa, that's hard. You know, like the main game I'm working on, it turns out it's really hard. I didn't know it was so hard when it was in my head, but then I start putting it together and it's hard. But this, I already know how simple it is, and it's so cool to feel it coming together. Feels awesome. What? No! I love it. Heck yeah, just the idea that you can test all the things without getting out to code and retesting is way cool. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm saying. Exactly. Wow, oh, I died. I can't keep playing. Dude, this is fun. It's fun. It's giving me the Frogger vibe. I know, I gotta keep practicing. Exactly. Oh, of course all my values got reset. I should have like a setting that lets me apply them, and it like exports like a JSON file with all of the row numbers. Oh, that's a pretty good idea. Then I can just like, it's like a level builder a little bit. Whoa, am I making a level builder? That's sick. Okay. All right, that's it. Dude, this jam is great, right? Like, I'm just like, getting to this point, it's so rewarding. It's so rewarding. And it makes me realize how great this jam is. And again, it's gonna happen every other month. So this isn't the last one. It isn't the last one, and the next one is on the horizon. So I'm really excited to keep doing this with you guys. Oh, I keep making that bigger. Okay, there we go. January, March, May, July, September, November. So more will come. And again, if you guys don't know, here's the link to the jam. It's in the chat. It's also in the description box. There's 20 days left. 20 days left in the jam. If you guys are working on yours and you want to share it, there's a Discord channel, link in the description box, on the jam page. There's links all over the place if you want to share your progress. And at the beginning of each of these devlog streams, so there's going to be one next Wednesday, right? So there's 3 more left, 3 more weeks left. Jam devlog 3, 4, and 5. So on each of these, I will be sharing your stuff. So I'll check out what you've shared, play it a little bit, and yeah, I think that's it. I think I've said all the things. That's a good idea. I know, like, dude, just make a level builder. Because at the end of the day, I don't necessarily need it to be exactly like Frogger. I want, like, my foundation to be just like Frogger, but I also want to iterate on it a bit and, like, make changes and be creative. So, I just want to make sure that I'm at the very least making baseline Frogger. Try recreating things is a great way to learn. I agree. I'm already learning. Yeah, totally. Totally. Yes. I was recreating Mega Man X first stage in the last few days. It's harder than it looked like. Dude, Mega Man X. Dude, I love Mega Man X. That game is awesome. Oh, there we go. I messed up my microphone to tell you. I got it right here. I got it right here, baby. Who am I? I just got Mega Man right here. I don't know, dude. This game is awesome. It's got Mega Man X on it, obviously. Dude, it is, those games are complicated, right? Like, you got all the abilities, you got the abilities meaning like the things you get from bosses, your power, the health, your freaking dash, and your wall jumping. There's a lot going on. So I can see that. Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, but doing that, you learned so much, right? How many of your chat are in it? I mean, quite a few, I would say. So there's 76 who are joined right now in general. And in terms of what's up on the Discord, there's quite a few already. So I would think several of the folks here in chat are working on it, and we're co-coding. We're co-coding. But right now, people who've shared their Frogger likes is 1, 2. Okay, try that again. Scroll by. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people who've posted it on here. And that's not even necessarily everybody, so, yeah. It's a nice thing to share with the community, you know? Because we do a 1-hour game jam every Friday, but this is considerably more exciting, I would say. Game Doodle's working on it for sure. Let's go. But I don't know, confidence on getting things done, you know? Yeah, totally. Well, and you know, that's why I wanted it to be a long jam, relatively speaking. So that way there was plenty of time to like, you know, if people have scheduling issues, I'm ADHD, that's why this is Hyper Game Dev, because I got the ADH hyperactive D for sure. And so, you know, giving enough time where you can dilly-dally a bit and still bring it together was important to me. And to make sure that the games are simple enough, not Mega Man X, so that way there might actually be a chance to pull it together. But you know, it doesn't, you know, you can probably get something without being the full game of Frogger together pretty quickly. And again, still learn a lot and it'd be pretty close to good enough. I'm stoked, your game is coming along so well. It looks so stinking good. Thank you, Game Doodle, my heart, appreciate it. Guy with the thumbs up. Yeah, don't forget the thumbs up. Hyper smash the thumbs up button, guys, if you haven't yet. Like this stream, because it means more people will find out about the jam, which is always good, and we can have this community grow even bigger. Oh yeah, the wall jumping, I bet. I tried to do wall jumping one time, and I didn't enjoy it. I didn't have fun, so I stopped. Yeah, that's a tough one. All right, guys, I'm gonna be back on Friday for the 1-hour game jam. Yeah, I'm still doing that. Did you know that that's a whole other jam that is still happening on Hyper Game Dev? But it's a 1-hour jam, and it happens every single week, so it is a lot simpler. It's in a way, it sounds like more difficult, but it can be easier because you don't have to manage your time over a long period of time. It's like you're here right now, 1 hour, let's do this. and there's something very empowering about that. So we do this every single week. If you want to join up on that one, it's there. I'll be back on Friday to share my 1-hour jam entry and of course to play all of yours. We usually get 10 to 20 submissions every week. So sometimes a little less, usually not more than 10, 20, but yeah, so it'll be a nice time. Come through if you're interested. Game Doodle has got the game sort of programmed right now, but not like a my game thing. Maybe I'll be posting it in the Discord. Do it, post it, let us see. Everyone's friendly, I promise, and if they're not, they get banned. And to get big for that, so you feel the ban power. All right, y'all. I hope you all take care, and I will see you on Friday. Goodbye. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. You might as well. By the way, if you're watching after the live stream, tap or click in the bottom left to see the last. There I am. I'm up here, but I'm over here. Tap or click in the bottom left to see the last devlog in this series. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next devlog in the series. I hope I see you there. All right, goodbye, for real.